Before the 12 tribes, before the territories carved from Canaan's hills and the destinies spoken over dying men's beds, before the priests and the kings and the prophets who would carry those names into eternity, before all of it, 2 boys fought inside their mother's womb. They had not yet drawn breath, had not yet opened their eyes to the light of the ancient world, and already they were at war. The story of Israel does not begin with a nation. It begins with a family. And like all families worth remembering, it begins with a quarrel that nobody asked for and nobody could stop. The woman who carried them was Rebekah, wife of Isaac, son of Abraham, the man to whom God had made the largest promise ever spoken to a single human being, that his descendants would outnumber the stars, that they would possess a land flowing with milk and honey, that through his line all the nations of the earth would be blessed. Abraham had believed that promise against every reasonable objection. He had left his homeland in Ur of the Chaldeans, had wandered through Canaan as a stranger, and had waited decade upon decade for the son who would begin the fulfillment. That son, Isaac, had come at last, born to Sarah when she was 90 years old, and Abraham was 100. A child so improbable that his very name meant laughter, because Sarah had laughed when the angels told her she would conceive. Isaac had survived being bound on an altar atop Mount Moriah, a moment so terrible and so defining that it scarred the entire family line with the knowledge that God's promises and God's demands could arrive in the same breath and tear a man in half. Isaac had married Rebekah, a woman brought from Mesopotamia by Abraham's servant, chosen not by conquest or politics, but by a prayer answered at a well. And now Rebekah was pregnant, and the promise was supposed to continue. But something was wrong. The children inside her did not rest. They pushed and shoved against one another with a violence that went beyond ordinary discomfort, a churning so relentless that Rebekah, in anguish, cried out to God and asked why she should go on living if this was what carrying the future felt like. The answer she received was not comforting. It was an oracle, cold and specific. And it told her that 2 nations were forming inside her body, that 2 peoples would be divided from her womb, that one would be stronger than the other, and that the elder would serve the younger. She told no one. Or perhaps she told only herself, turning the words over in her mind through the long months that followed, watching her belly swell and feeling the war continue beneath her skin. Whatever the oracle meant, it meant that the natural order of things, the right of the firstborn, the ancient law of primogeniture that governed inheritance across the entire Near East, was going to be broken. And Rebekah was going to have to decide which side of that breaking she stood on. When the day came, the first child emerged, red all over, covered in hair like a small animal, as though nature had already dressed him for the wilderness he would come to love. They named him Esau, which some have linked to the word for rough or hairy, a name that stuck to his skin the way his skin stuck to the world, bluntly, without pretense, without apology. But as Esau came forth, a second hand followed, gripping his brother's heel, as though the younger child was already trying to pull him back to overtake him, to arrive first at a destination neither of them could yet see. They named this second boy, Jacob, Yaakov, the heel grabber, or less charitably, the supplanter, the one who trips you from behind. From the very first moment of his life, Jacob was defined by reaching for what was not yet his. The 2 boys grew, and the text wastes no time telling us how different they became. Esau was a man of the field, a hunter, a creature of open spaces and immediate appetites. He was the kind of man who did things with his hands and thought about them afterward, if he thought about them at all. He smelled of earth and blood and campfire smoke, and his father Isaac loved him specifically because Esau brought him game, because the old man who had once lain bound on an altar now found his greatest pleasure in the taste of roasted venison, brought home by a son who asked nothing complicated of the world. Isaac's love for Esau was sensory, physical, rooted in the body. It was the love of a man whose own story had been governed by cosmic abstractions, by covenants and angels and a knife held above his chest, and who now, in his later years, wanted nothing more than to eat well and feel the rough embrace of a son who reminded him of nothing transcendent at all. Jacob, by contrast, was a quiet man, a dweller in tents, which in the language of the ancient world meant something more than simply staying indoors. To dwell in tents was to stay close to the encampment, to the flocks, to the domestic economy of the family. It was to be calculating rather than impulsive, patient rather than bold. Jacob watched. Jacob waited. Jacob cooked. And Rebekah loved him with the particular ferocity of a mother who has received a prophecy about her second son and has spent every day since his birth looking for signs that the prophecy is true. The household was split down the middle, father and elder son on one side, mother and younger son on the other, and between them the birthright hung like a jewel in a room full of thieves. The birthright was no small thing. In the world of the patriarchs, the firstborn son received a double portion of the inheritance, the leadership of the clan, and the spiritual authority to carry forward the covenant promises. For this particular family, the birthright did not merely mean extra sheep or a larger tent. It meant Abraham's covenant, the promise of land, descendants, and divine blessing that God had spoken into existence and that now needed a human vessel to carry it into the next generation. Esau held this birthright by accident of seconds, by the mere fact that he had emerged from the womb before his brother's hand could pull him back. It was his by law, by custom, by every expectation of the society into which they had been born, and he did not want it. The moment that revealed this arrived with the smell of cooking lentils. Jacob had prepared a stew, red lentil stew, the kind of simple and earthy dish that fills a kitchen with warmth and makes a hungry man weak in his resolve. Esau came in from the field, famished, the kind of famished that hunters know when they have spent a day tracking game and caught nothing, when the body's reserves are spent and the mind narrows to a single point. Food. He saw the stew. He smelled it. And he said to Jacob, in words so blunt they have echoed through 3,000 years of commentary, "Let me gulp down some of that red stuff, for I am famished." He did not even name it. He called it that red stuff. Ha'adam, ha'adam, a phrase so crude and desperate that it became his other name. From that day, Esau was also called Edom, red, and the nation that would descend from him would bear that name forever, a people defined by the color of a lentil stew their ancestor could not resist. Jacob saw his opening and took it with the calm precision of a man who had been waiting for exactly this moment. "Sell me your birthright," he said. Not give me, not share with me, sell. It was a transaction, and Jacob wanted it witnessed, wanted it spoken aloud, wanted Esau to hear his own voice trading eternity for a bowl of soup. And Esau, magnificent in his indifference, shrugged and said, "I am about to die of hunger. What good is a birthright to me?" He was not in fact about to die. He was hungry. But Esau lived in the present tense so completely that the present tense was the only reality he acknowledged, and in the present tense he wanted stew more than he wanted a covenant with the God of his grandfather. Jacob made him swear an oath, and Esau swore, and then he ate, and then he drank, and then he rose and went his way. The text adds a final judgment, quiet and devastating. So Esau despised his birthright, not lost it, not was tricked out of it, despised it, held it in contempt, counted it as nothing. The firstborn had weighed the promises of God against a pot of lentils and found the lentils heavier. But a birthright sold over stew was not the same as a blessing given by a father. The birthright was a legal status. The blessing was a spiritual act, an irreversible pronouncement spoken by a patriarch on his deathbed or in his final years. Words that carried the weight of prophecy and could not be taken back once uttered. Isaac still intended to bless Esau. Isaac did not know about the sale. Isaac did not know about the oracle Rebekah had received. Isaac knew only what his senses told him, that Esau was his firstborn, that Esau brought him venison, that Esau's rough hands and wild smell were the things he loved most in the world. And now Isaac was old, and his eyes had failed him, and he called Esau to his side and told him to go hunt one last time, to prepare the savory food he loved, and to come back so that Isaac could bless him before he died. Rebekah heard every word. She had been listening, as she had always been listening, as she had listened since the day the oracle told her that the elder would serve the younger. She moved quickly, with the decisiveness of a woman who had carried a secret for decades and now saw the moment to act. She went to Jacob and told him what Isaac had said. She told him to go to the flock and bring her 2 good young goats so she could prepare the dish Isaac loved. She told him to bring the food to his father and receive the blessing in Esau's place. Jacob, for all his ambition, hesitated, not out of moral scruple, but out of practical fear. "My brother is a hairy man," he said, "and I am a smooth man. If my father touches me, he will know I am deceiving him, and I will bring a curse upon myself, not a blessing." It is worth pausing on this. Jacob did not say, "This is wrong." He said, "What if we get caught?" Rebekah's answer was immediate and total. "Let the curse fall on me, my son. Just do as I say." And so, the deception was staged with the care of a theatrical production. Rebekah cooked the goat meat in the way Isaac loved, seasoned with the herbs and spices that would make it indistinguishable from venison to a blind old man. She took Esau's best garments, the ones that smelled of the field, of sweat and animal hide and open sky, and dressed Jacob in them. She took the goatskins and laid them across his hands and the smooth of his neck, so that if Isaac reached out to touch his son, he would feel hair and be deceived. Then she handed Jacob the dish and the bread and sent him in. What followed is one of the most uncomfortable scenes in all of Scripture, not because it is violent or dramatic in the way of battles and plagues, but because it is intimate and quiet, and built entirely on the betrayal of a blind, dying father by the people closest to him. Jacob entered Isaac's tent and said, "My father." Isaac said, "Here I am. Who are you, my son?" And Jacob, looking into the milky, unseeing eyes of the man who had given him life, said, "I am Esau, your firstborn." Isaac was suspicious. The voice was wrong. "Come close," he said, "so I can touch you, my son, and know whether you are really Esau or not." Jacob came close, and Isaac ran his hands over the goatskin gloves, over the rough texture that mimicked Esau's arms, and he said, in a line that hangs between tragedy and dark comedy, "The voice is the voice of Jacob, but the hands are the hands of Esau." He asked again, "Are you really my son Esau?" And Jacob said, "I am." 2 words, the shortest lie in the Bible, and the one that would cast the longest shadow. Isaac ate. He drank the wine Jacob brought him, and then, satisfied, he called his son close and asked him to kiss him. When Jacob leaned in, Isaac smelled the garments, Esau's garments, and the scent of the field overwhelmed the suspicion the voice had raised. Isaac breathed in and began to speak, and what came out was not a simple wish, but a prophecy, an invocation of cosmic authority that could never be recalled. "See, the smell of my son is like the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed." May God give you of the dew of heaven and the fatness of the earth and plenty of grain and wine. Let peoples serve you and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and may your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be everyone who curses you, and blessed be everyone who blesses you." It was done. The words had left Isaac's mouth and entered the fabric of reality, and no power on earth or in heaven would unsay them. Jacob had barely left the tent when Esau returned from the hunt. He prepared the savory food, brought it to his father, and said, with the easy confidence of a man who has no idea what has just happened, "Let my father arise and eat of his son's game, so that you may bless me." Isaac trembled. The text says he trembled violently, a full-body shudder of the kind that comes when a man realizes he has been deceived at the deepest level by someone he trusted absolutely. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am your son," Esau said. "Your firstborn, Esau." And Isaac, still shaking, said, "Then who was it who hunted game and brought it to me, and I ate it before you came, and I blessed him?" "Yes, and he shall be blessed." Esau's cry at that moment is one of the rawest sounds in all of ancient literature. The text describes it as a great and exceedingly bitter cry, the sound of a man who has just understood that something irreplaceable has been taken from him and that the universe will not give it back. "Bless me too, Father," he begged. "Have you not reserved a blessing for me?" But Isaac could only tell him the truth. Jacob had come with cunning and taken his blessing. Esau, grasping now at anything, said, "Is he not rightly named Jacob the supplanter? He has cheated me twice. He took my birthright, and now he has taken my blessing." The name that had been given at birth as a description had become an accusation, a character verdict delivered by the man it had wounded most. Isaac did offer Esau words, but they were not a blessing. They were a prophecy of hardship, a life away from the fatness of the earth and the dew of heaven, a life lived by the sword, a life spent serving his brother, though with the promise that one day he would break free of that yoke. Esau received these words in silence, and in that silence something hardened. He made a vow, quiet and absolute. When Isaac died, when the days of mourning were over, he would kill Jacob. He did not shout this. He did not announce it. He simply decided, and the decision sat in his chest like a stone, waiting for the right moment. But Rebekah, who had engineered the entire deception, was also the one who heard of Esau's plan. She had ears everywhere. Or perhaps she simply knew her elder son well enough to predict exactly what he would do when he discovered the theft. She went to Jacob and told him to flee, to run to her brother Laban in Haran, the old family homeland in Mesopotamia, and to stay there until Esau's fury cooled. "Why should I lose both of you in one day?" she said, meaning that if Esau killed Jacob, the Blood Avengers Code would demand Esau's life in return, and she would bury 2 sons instead of none. To give the flight a respectable cover, she went to Isaac and complained that Esau's Hittite wives, the local Canaanite women he had married, were making her life unbearable, and that if Jacob married a Canaanite woman too, she would rather die. Isaac, old and shaken and perhaps beginning to understand more than he let on, summoned Jacob, blessed him again, this time knowingly and willingly, and sent him to Padan Aram, to the house of Laban, to find a wife from among his mother's people. Jacob left Beersheba alone. No servants, no camels, no caravan. A man who had just stolen a cosmic inheritance walked out into the desert with nothing but a staff and the clothes on his back, heading north toward a land he had never seen to find relatives he had never met. Whatever he had gained by cunning, he had lost in comfort, in safety, in the simple ability to sleep under his father's roof. The supplanter had supplanted himself right out of his own home. He walked until the sun set, and when darkness came, he stopped at a place that had no name, took a stone from the ground, and used it as a pillow. It is a detail so specific and so physical that it anchors the entire scene in the grit of the real. A man sleeping on rock because he has nothing else, because he is a fugitive from his brother's rage and a stranger in open country, and because the God of his fathers has not yet spoken to him directly, not once in his entire life. Abraham had heard God's voice. Isaac had lain on the altar and felt the knife's shadow. Jacob had heard only his mother's plans and his own calculations, until now. He dreamed, and the dream was not subtle. A great stairway, or ladder, set on the earth with its top reaching to heaven, and the angels of God ascending and descending on it, a highway between earth and heaven, planted in the dust right where Jacob had laid his weary head. And above it stood the Lord. And the Lord spoke, and what he said was the covenant, the same promise given to Abraham and to Isaac, now given to the thief, the liar, the heel-grabber, sleeping on a stone in the middle of nowhere. I am the Lord, the God of Abraham your father, and the God of Isaac. The land on which you lie I will give to you and to your offspring. Your offspring shall be like the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south, and in you and your offspring shall all the families of the earth be blessed. Behold, I am with you, and will keep you wherever you go, and will bring you back to this land. For I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you. Jacob woke in terror, not in joy, not in gratitude, but in fear, because the God who had just spoken to him was not the tame deity of a comfortable theology, but a presence so overwhelming that the only honest response was dread. Surely the Lord is in this place, he whispered, and I did not know it. He called the place Bethel, house of God. And he took the stone he had slept on and set it up as a pillar and poured oil on it, consecrating the ground where heaven had opened above a man who did not deserve it. And then, because he was Jacob, because calculation was woven into his very nature, he made a conditional vow. If God will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and clothing to wear, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then the Lord shall be my God. If the man who had just seen angels still needed to negotiate terms. He rose the next morning and continued north, walking toward Haran, toward Laban, toward a future he could not yet imagine. He did not know that the uncle waiting for him was a man whose cunning would make Jacob's own deceptions look like children's games. He did not know that he would work 14 years for the woman he loved and be cheated on his own wedding night. He did not know that he would father 12 sons by 4 different women in a household churning with jealousy and rivalry and desperate love, and that those 12 sons would become the 12 pillars on which an entire nation would be built. He did not know that decades later, on the banks of another river in the dead of night, he would wrestle a stranger until dawn and walk away with a limp and a new name, a name that meant not supplanter, but one who strives with God, a name that would outlast empires. He knew none of this. He only knew that he was alone, that he was heading east, and that somewhere behind him a brother was sharpening a blade. The road east from Bethel wound through hill country and down into the broad flatlands of Mesopotamia, a journey of several hundred miles that Jacob made on foot, alone, carrying nothing of consequence except the promise a God he barely knew had made to him in a dream. By the time the land of the eastern peoples came into view, weeks of walking had stripped away whatever comfort remained from his mother's household. His sandals were worn, his skin burnt dark by the open sun, and the clever young man who had outwitted his father and his brother now looked like what he was, a penniless fugitive arriving at a foreign well, hoping that the relatives he had never met would take him in. He found the well outside Haran, covered with a great stone. the kind that required several shepherds working together to roll aside. 3 flocks were gathered nearby, their shepherds waiting for the rest to arrive before they opened the water. Jacob asked them where they were from, and when they said Haran, he asked if they knew Laban, son of Nahor. They did. And then one of the shepherds pointed toward the horizon and said, "Look, here comes his daughter Rachel with the sheep." What happened next tells you everything you need to know about Jacob's nature when desire seized him. He saw Rachel, and he saw that she was beautiful, and he saw that she was bringing Laban's flock to the well, and before anyone could move or speak, he walked to the stone that covered the well and rolled it away by himself. The stone that required a team of shepherds to shift, Jacob moved alone, powered by something that had nothing to do with muscle, and everything to do with the fact that the most beautiful woman he had ever seen was walking toward him, and he intended to water her sheep before she had to ask. He watered the flock. Then he kissed Rachel. Then he wept. The order is important. Action first, emotion second, explanation third. He told her who he was, that he was her father's nephew, Rebekah's son, and Rachel ran home to tell Laban. Laban came out to meet him, embraced him, called him my bone and my flesh, and brought him into the household. For a month, Jacob worked alongside Laban's shepherds without any formal arrangement, and then Laban, with the studied generosity of a man who never gave anything away without calculating its return, said to Jacob, "Just because you are my relative, should you work for me for nothing? Tell me what your wages should be." Laban had 2 daughters. The elder was Leah, and the younger was Rachel. The text describes them with a brevity that has been argued over for millennia. Leah had weak eyes, or tender eyes, or soft eyes, depending on how you translate the Hebrew, while Rachel was beautiful in form and appearance. Scholars have debated whether Leah's eyes were genuinely impaired, or whether the phrase was a gentle way of saying she was plain, or whether it meant her eyes were lovely, but the rest of her could not compete with her sister. Whatever the precise meaning, the contrast was clear enough for the world to understand. Rachel was stunning. Leah was not. And Jacob, who had spent a month watching both of them, who had already kissed Rachel at the well and wept at the sight of her, made his offer without hesitation. "I will serve you 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter." 7 years. Not 7 months, not 7 days. 7 years of labor for a woman, offered by a man who owned nothing and could promise nothing except the work of his own hands. Laban agreed, and the text delivers one of its most quietly devastating lines. So Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed to him but a few days because of the love he had for her. It is a sentence that compresses nearly a decade of sheep shearing, well digging, fence building, and sun-scorched labor into a sigh. For Jacob the years were light, because Rachel was at the end of them. For Leah, who watched her younger sister claimed and adored, while she herself remained unchosen, the same 7 years must have felt like a prison sentence served in her own father's house. When the 7 years were complete, Jacob went to Laban and said plainly, "Give me my wife, for my time is completed, that I may go in to her." Laban arranged a great feast. Wine flowed. The household celebrated. And when night fell, Laban brought a woman to Jacob's tent, veiled and silent in the darkness. And Jacob lay with her, and in the morning, when the light came through the tent flap and fell across the face on the pillow beside him, it was not Rachel, it was Leah. The cry that Jacob let out has no equal in the patriarchal narratives. "What is this you have done to me? Did I not serve you for Rachel? Why then have you deceived me?" The Hebrew word he used, rimitani, "you have deceived me," is the same root that described what he had done to his own father. The supplanter had been supplanted. The man who had dressed in his brother's clothes and pretended to be someone he was not had just spent his wedding night with a woman dressed in her sister's veil, pretending to be someone she was not. Laban's answer was smooth, practical, and devastating in its simplicity. It is not done in our country to give the younger before the firstborn. The firstborn, the very concept Jacob had spent his life trying to subvert, had now been turned against him with surgical precision by a man who understood the rules well enough to weaponize them. Laban offered a deal. Complete the bridal week with Leah, the 7 days of wedding celebration that custom required, and then he could have Rachel too, in exchange for another 7 years of labor. Jacob agreed because he had no choice, and because Rachel was worth any price his heart could pay. Within the span of a single week, Jacob became the husband of 2 sisters, one he loved and one he did not, and the household that would produce the 12 tribes of Israel was built on a foundation of deception, resentment, and a rivalry between women that would poison everything it touched. The text says it with heartbreaking directness. He loved Rachel more than Leah. Not that he hated Leah, not that he mistreated her, simply that when he looked at his 2 wives, his heart moved toward one and not the other, and everyone in the household knew it, and no one could change it, and Leah least of all. She was the unwanted wife, the woman who had been smuggled into a man's bed by her own father, who woke each morning in a home where she was legal and legitimate and utterly secondary. God, the text tells us, saw that Leah was unloved, and so he opened her womb while Rachel remained barren. It was the divine response to a human injustice, and it set in motion a competition for children that would shape the destiny of an entire people. Leah's first son came, and she named him Reuben, saying, "Because the Lord has looked upon my affliction, for now my husband will love me." Every name Leah gave her children was a message to Jacob, a prayer spoken aloud in the hearing of the whole camp, a woman using the only power she had, the power of motherhood, to reach a man whose heart belonged to someone else. Her second son she named Simeon, because the Lord has heard that I am hated, not unloved, hated. The Hebrew word is senua, and Leah chose it deliberately, refusing to soften what she felt, naming her son after the raw truth of her position in the household. Her third son she called Levi. Now this time my husband will be attached to me because I have borne him 3 sons. 3 sons. And still she spoke not of joy but of hope, the hope that quantity might accomplish what love had not, that enough children might tilt the balance of Jacob's affections toward the woman who was giving him heirs. Her fourth son she named Judah. This time I will praise the Lord. Something shifted with Judah's birth. Leah stopped asking for Jacob's love and began thanking God instead, as though she had finally accepted that the thing she wanted most would never come, and had found something else to hold on to in its place. After Judah, she stopped bearing, at least for a time, and the silence in her womb was loud enough for the entire camp to hear. Rachel, meanwhile, was drowning. She was the beloved wife, the beautiful one, the woman Jacob had worked 14 years to hold, and she could not conceive. In the ancient Near East, barrenness was not merely a personal sorrow. It was a social catastrophe, a mark of divine disfavor that could justify divorce, that invited whispered judgments from servants and neighbors, that struck at the very core of a woman's identity and worth. Rachel watched her sister produce son after son, while her own body refused to cooperate, and the watching drove her to a fury so intense that she turned it on Jacob himself. "Give me children," she demanded, "or I shall die." It was not a metaphor. In Rachel's world, a woman without children was already half dead, already fading from the family line, already losing the only contest that mattered. Jacob's response was sharp, perhaps the only time in the entire narrative where he pushed back against the woman he adored. "Am I in the place of God?" he snapped. Who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb? It was a theological statement disguised as marital frustration. Children come from God, not from husbands. And Jacob could not give Rachel what God had chosen to withhold. But Rachel, like Sarah before her and like countless women in the ancient world who faced the same crisis, had a strategy. She had a maidservant, a woman named Bilhah, and the custom of the time allowed a barren wife to offer her servant to her husband as a surrogate, with any children born from the union legally belonging to the wife. "Here is my servant Bilhah," Rachel said. "Go in to her, so that she may give birth on my behalf, that even I may have children through her." Jacob went in to Bilhah, and Bilhah conceived and bore a son. Rachel named him Dan, saying, "God has judged me, and has also heard my voice, and given me a son." The name means "he judged," and Rachel claimed the child as vindication, as proof that God had not abandoned her after all, even if the proof had come through another woman's body. Bilhah conceived again, and bore a second son, and Rachel named him Naphtali, saying, "With mighty wrestlings I have wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed." The word she used, Naphtali, means wrestlings or twistings, and it reveals the truth that the entire household already knew. This was not just a family producing children. This was a war, fought with wombs instead of weapons, and Rachel was keeping score. Leah saw what Rachel had done and refused to be outmaneuvered. Her own childbearing had paused, and the silence terrified her, because in this household, children were currency, and a woman who stopped producing them lost ground with every passing month. So Leah took her own maidservant, Zilpah, and gave her to Jacob, mirroring Rachel's strategy move for move. Zilpah bore a son, and Leah named him Gad, saying, "Good fortune has come." Zilpah bore a second son, and Leah named him Asher, saying, "Happy am I, for women will call me happy." The names were declarations of triumph, shouted across the camp toward a sister who could hear every word. The rivalry reached its strangest and most human moment during the wheat harvest, when Leah's eldest son Reuben, still a young boy, went out into the fields and found mandrakes, a plant believed throughout the ancient world to promote fertility. He brought them to his mother, and Rachel, who had been watching for any advantage, any remedy, any scrap of hope, came to Leah and asked for some of the mandrakes. Leah's response was laced with years of accumulated bitterness. "Is it a small matter that you have taken away my husband? Would you take away my son's mandrakes also?" The accusation was precise. Rachel had taken Jacob's heart. Now she wanted to take the fertility charm that Leah's own son had found. Was there nothing Rachel would leave her? Rachel, desperate enough to trade anything, offered Leah a night with Jacob in exchange for the mandrakes. The beloved wife bargained away her husband's company for a handful of roots. When Jacob came home from the fields that evening, Leah met him at the door and said, with a bluntness that must have startled even him, "You must come in to me, for I have hired you with my son's mandrakes." Hired. She used the word for a commercial transaction, as though Jacob were a laborer whose time could be purchased, because in a sense, that was exactly what he was. He had been bought with mandrakes, the same way he had once been bought with 7 years of work, the same way everything in this family was transacted, through deals and trades, and the relentless calculus of who owed what to whom. Jacob went in to Leah that night, and God listened to Leah, and she conceived and bore a 5th son. She named him Issachar, saying, "God has given me my wages, because I gave my servant to my husband." The name echoes the word for wages or hire, and Leah saw this child as payment, as divine compensation for every indignity she had endured. She conceived again and bore a 6th son, naming him Zebulun. "God has endowed me with a good endowment. Now my husband will honor me, because I have borne him 6 sons. 6 sons, and still the language was conditional. Still the hope was framed as a question. Will he honor me now? Will this be enough? After Zebulun, Leah bore a daughter, Dinah, whose name means judgment or vindication, though the text gives no speech from Leah at her birth, as if by this point the naming had become too heavy, the words too worn, the hope too bruised to bear another declaration. And then, at last, God remembered Rachel. The phrase is deliberate and theological. God remembered, as though Rachel's suffering had been filed away and the time had come to retrieve it. Rachel conceived and bore a son, her first child from her own body, and she named him Joseph, saying, God has taken away my reproach. And then, in the same breath, may the Lord add to me another son. Even in her moment of triumph, Rachel was already looking forward, already wanting more, already unsatisfied with the single miracle she had been given. The name Joseph, Yosef, means, he adds, and it was both a thanksgiving and a demand, a prayer that refused to be content with one answer. By the time Joseph was born, Jacob's household numbered 4 wives, 11 sons, and at least 1 daughter, all living in close quarters in Laban's territory, all enmeshed in a web of love and resentment and competition that would have destroyed a lesser family, and very nearly destroyed this one. The 12 sons were not born into peace. They were born into a house divided by their mother's jealousies, ranked by the accidents of which woman had borne them, and whether that woman was a wife or a servant, a beloved or a tolerated, a Rachel or a Leah. The firstborn, Reuben, carried the weight of Leah's longing. The lastborn of this period, Joseph, carried the glow of Rachel's long-delayed joy. Between them stretched a line of boys, whose very names were battle cries. In a war their mothers fought over a man who had never quite learned how to love the woman sleeping next to him when the woman he wanted was sleeping in another tent. Jacob had come to Haran with nothing, a fugitive and a thief, and now he was rich in sons and flocks, but poor in the one thing money cannot buy, a household at peace. Laban, his father-in-law, had cheated him repeatedly, changing his wages 10 times by Jacob's own count, manipulating the terms of their agreement with the same slippery cunning that Jacob himself had once used on Esau and Isaac. The 2 men, uncle and nephew, deceiver and deceiver, had spent 20 years circling each other like wrestlers looking for a grip, each one convinced the other owed him more than he had received. Jacob had grown wealthy despite Laban's interference, breeding speckled and spotted livestock through methods that mixed folk wisdom with divine favor, building a fortune in sheep and goats and camels and donkeys that made Laban's own sons resentful and suspicious. The breaking point came when Jacob heard Laban's sons muttering that he had taken everything that belonged to their father, that his wealth was stolen goods, and when he looked at Laban's face and saw that the old warmth, such as it had been, was gone. God spoke to Jacob then for the 2nd time in his life and told him to return to the land of his fathers, to the place where the promise waited. Jacob called Rachel and Leah out to the field, away from the tents where ears pressed against the fabric, and laid the situation before them. He told them that Laban's attitude had changed, that God had been with him despite Laban's cheating, and that the time had come to leave. For once, the 2 sisters agreed. "Is there any portion or inheritance left to us in our father's house?" they said, speaking almost in unison, their rivalry momentarily suspended by a shared grievance. "Are we not regarded by him as foreigners? For he has sold us, and he has indeed devoured our money, sold us." It was the accusation of daughters who understood exactly what their father had done when he traded them to Jacob in exchange for 14 years of labor. Laban had used his own daughters as currency, and they knew it, and the knowing had turned whatever filial loyalty remained into cold ashes. "Whatever God has said to you, do," they told Jacob. And so the family packed in secret, loaded the camels, gathered the flocks, and fled while Laban was away shearing sheep. Rachel, in a final act of defiance that was either brave or reckless or both, stole her father's household gods, the small idols called teraphim, that served as both religious objects and legal tokens of family authority. Whether she took them for protection, for spite, or because she believed they still held power over her fate, the text does not say. She simply took them and hid them in her camel's saddle and sat on them. And when Laban caught up with the fleeing caravan 3 days later and searched every tent, Rachel told her father she could not rise, because the way of women was upon her. And Laban, who had deceived Jacob on his wedding night by exploiting customs of propriety, was now himself deceived by his own daughter, exploiting a different custom entirely. The household gods remained hidden. The family moved on. And the old life in Haran, 20 years of labor and love and loss, fell away behind them like dust from a moving caravan. Jacob turned his face westward, toward Canaan, toward the land God had promised, toward the brother he had not seen in 2 decades. The family that walked beside him was large and fractured and extraordinary. 4 women and 12 children, who carried within them the seeds of a nation that did not yet exist. Each son would become a tribe. Each tribe would become a territory. Each territory would become a chapter in the longest story the ancient world would ever tell. But for now, they were simply a family on the road, squabbling over tent space and water rights, watching their father scan the southern horizon with an expression that was equal parts hope and dread. Because somewhere in that direction, Esau was waiting, and Jacob did not know whether his brother would embrace him or kill him. The meeting with Esau came sooner than Jacob expected. Scouts returned with the news that his brother was approaching with 400 men, a number that could mean a welcoming party or a war band, and Jacob, who had spent 20 years building a family and a fortune in Haran, suddenly found himself contemplating the possibility that all of it was about to be destroyed in a single afternoon on the plains east of the Jordan. He did what any man of his temperament would do. He strategized. He divided his household into 2 camps, reasoning that if Esau struck one, the other might escape. He sent ahead wave after wave of gifts, droves of goats, sheep, camels, cattle, and donkeys, each group separated by a gap, each servant instructed to tell Esau that these were a present from your servant Jacob, the repetition designed to soften his brother's fury, one herd at a time, like water wearing down stone. Then he sent his wives and children across the Jabbok River and remained behind, alone in the dark. What happened next, at the ford of the Jabbok, belongs to the most mysterious category of encounters in all of Scripture. A man appeared. No name, no introduction, no explanation. He simply came out of the darkness and seized Jacob, and the 2 of them wrestled through the entire night, grappling on the riverbank while the water rushed beside them and the stars turned overhead. Jacob, who had spent his whole life wrestling with people through cunning and negotiation and carefully constructed lies, was now wrestling with his body, gripping and straining against an opponent who would not identify himself and would not yield. As dawn approached, the stranger saw that he could not overpower Jacob, and so he struck the socket of Jacob's hip, dislocating it with a single touch, a gesture that revealed power held in reserve all along, the strength of someone who had been choosing not to win. Jacob, even with his hip wrenched from its joint, did not let go. "I will not release you," he gasped. "Unless you bless me." The stranger asked his name. "Jacob," he said, "the supplanter, the heel-grabber," the name his brother had spat at him like a curse. And the stranger said, "Your name shall no longer be called Jacob, but Israel, for you have striven with God and with men, and have prevailed. Israel, Yisrael. He who struggles with God, or God strives, or, perhaps most accurately, the one who will not let go of God even when God is trying to break free. Jacob asked the stranger his name in return, and the stranger refused to give it. But he blessed him there, and Jacob called the place Peniel, the face of God, saying, I have seen God face to face, and yet my life has been delivered. He limped away from the river with a new name and a damaged hip, and for the rest of his life he walked with that limp, the physical reminder that the man who had once run from Esau now carried the mark of a fight he had refused to lose. When Esau finally appeared on the horizon, Jacob arranged his family in a formation that revealed his priorities with brutal clarity. The maidservants and their children went first, closest to the danger. Leah and her children came next. Rachel and Joseph were placed last, farthest from harm, shielded by everyone else. Every woman in the camp understood exactly what that arrangement meant. If Esau attacked, the expendable would fall first, and the beloved would have the longest head start. Jacob himself walked ahead of them all and bowed to the ground 7 times as he approached his brother, a gesture of total submission, the younger presenting himself as a servant before the elder he had wronged. But Esau ran. He ran to Jacob and threw his arms around him and fell on his neck and kissed him, and they both wept. The brother who had sworn to kill him embraced him instead, and the great reckoning that Jacob had dreaded for 20 years dissolved into tears and laughter on an open plain. Esau looked at the women and children and asked who they were, and Jacob introduced them, and each group came forward and bowed, and for a brief, shimmering moment the family was whole again, the fracture between the brothers healed by time and distance, and whatever mysterious work God had done in Esau's heart during the long years apart. Esau tried to refuse the gifts. Jacob insisted. "Accept my present from my hand," he said, "for I have seen your face, which is like seeing the face of God, and you have accepted me." It was a staggering comparison, spoken by a man who had literally seen the face of God the night before. And it suggests that Jacob understood something profound about forgiveness, that the grace of a wronged brother and the grace of a wrestling God were not so different after all. The brothers parted peacefully, Esau returning to Seir in the south, Jacob moving westward into Canaan, into the land of promise, the land where his grandfather Abraham had wandered, and his father Isaac had dug wells, the land where his own 12 sons would grow into men, and those men into tribes, and those tribes into a nation. And of all those sons, the one who should have mattered most, the one on whom the weight of primacy naturally fell, the one who ought to have carried the family's future on his shoulders, was the eldest, Reuben. Reuben, whose name meant sea, a son, had been born into the most complicated of inheritances. He was Leah's firstborn, the child she had hoped would make Jacob love her, the living proof that God had looked upon her affliction. From his first breath, Reuben existed at the intersection of 2 incompatible realities. He was the firstborn son of the patriarch, which made him, by every law and custom of the ancient world, the preeminent heir, the one entitled to the double portion, the leadership of the clan, and the spiritual authority to carry the covenant forward. But he was also the son of the unloved wife, which meant that his father's heart was never fully his, that the warmth and favor Jacob could not help pouring onto Rachel's children was warmth and favor subtracted from Leah's, and Reuben, standing at the front of Leah's line, felt that subtraction most keenly. He grew into a man who wanted to do the right thing and almost never managed it. That is the tragedy of Reuben, and it runs through every story in which he appears like a crack through a load-bearing wall. He was not wicked. He was not scheming. He was not cruel. He was simply inadequate to the demands of the position he held. A firstborn who lacked the force of will to be first in anything except the order of his birth. The incident that defined him, that destroyed his standing and altered the trajectory of his entire line, happened at Migdal Eder, sometime after the family had settled back in Canaan. The text delivers it in a single verse, Genesis 35-22, with a flatness that makes the act more shocking, not less. While Israel lived in that land, Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine. And Israel heard of it. That is all. No build-up, no explanation, no dialogue. Reuben went and lay with Bilhah. His father heard about it. The sentence falls like a trapdoor. Bilhah was Rachel's maidservant, the woman who had borne Dan and Naphtali on Rachel's behalf, a woman who occupied a strange and vulnerable position in the household. She was not a full wife, but she was not merely a servant either. She had shared Jacob's bed. She had borne him sons. After Rachel's death, which had occurred during the birth of Benjamin on the road near Bethlehem, Bilhah's status became even more ambiguous. Some traditions hold that Jacob moved his bed into Bilhah's tent after Rachel died, transferring the intimacy he had reserved for Rachel to her closest substitute, and that this transfer was what provoked Reuben's act. If Jacob was going to elevate Bilhah, a servant, to the position Rachel had held, then Leah, Reuben's mother, would be demoted yet again, pushed further from the center of Jacob's life by a woman who was not even a wife in the full sense. Whether Reuben acted out of desire, out of rage on behalf of his mother, or out of a calculated attempt to claim patriarchal authority by asserting dominance over his father's concubine, the way sons in the ancient Near East sometimes seized their father's women as a declaration of succession, the result was the same. He had violated his father's bed. He had committed an act that in the legal codes of the ancient world was not merely a sexual transgression, but a political one, an assault on the patriarch's authority, an attempt to claim what was not yet his to claim. In some cultures, sleeping with a king's concubine was tantamount to claiming his throne. Whether Reuben intended it that way or not, that is how it was understood. And Israel heard of it. The text says Jacob heard, and then it says nothing more. No punishment, no confrontation, no banishment, just silence. Jacob, the man who had once manipulated his way through every crisis with words and schemes and counter-schemes, said nothing to his firstborn about the worst thing his firstborn had ever done. The silence is more devastating than any recorded outburst would have been, because it suggests not forgiveness, but something far colder. A father cataloging a son's failure, filing it away, holding it in reserve for the moment when it would matter most. That moment would come on Jacob's deathbed, years later, when the old man finally spoke what he had been carrying in silence, and when Reuben would discover that his father had neither forgotten nor forgiven, only waited. But between the sin and the reckoning, Reuben's character continued to reveal itself in ways that were both admirable and insufficient. When his brothers conspired to destroy Joseph, the son of Rachel, the boy Jacob loved with a favoritism so naked it amounted to provocation, Reuben alone tried to save him. He did not confront his brothers directly. He did not stand in front of Joseph and dare them to go through him. That would have required the kind of commanding authority a firstborn was supposed to possess, and Reuben did not possess it. Instead, he proposed a compromise. Throw the boy into a dry pit in the wilderness rather than killing him outright. His plan, the text tells us, was to come back later, pull Joseph out, and return him to their father. It was a scheme worthy of Jacob himself, an indirect approach, a maneuver designed to achieve the right outcome without the confrontation that the right outcome required. But Reuben was no Jacob. He left. He walked away from the pit, perhaps to tend the flocks, perhaps because he could not bear to watch, perhaps because he assumed the plan would hold in his absence. When he returned, Joseph was gone, sold to a caravan of traders heading for Egypt, and the pit was empty, and the chance to do the right thing had passed while Reuben was somewhere else. His grief was real. He tore his clothes and cried out to his brothers, "The boy is gone, and where shall I go?" The question is devastating in its helplessness. Not, "What have you done?" but, "Where shall I go?" As though the loss of Joseph was primarily a problem for Reuben, a crisis of his own positioning, because he was the eldest and the responsibility was his and he had failed it. He could not face Jacob. He could not undo what had been done. He could only participate in the cover-up, dipping Joseph's coat in goat's blood and presenting it to their father, watching the old man collapse into a grief so absolute that he refused all comfort and said he would go down to Sheol mourning his son. Reuben watched that, knowing the truth, and said nothing, and the silence of the son mirrored the silence of the father after Bilhah, a family communicating its deepest wounds through the things it refused to say aloud. Years later, when famine drove the brothers to Egypt, and the disguised Joseph demanded that Benjamin be brought to him as a condition of further grain, Reuben tried once more to step into the role his birth had assigned him. He offered Jacob a guarantee. "Kill my 2 sons if I do not bring Benjamin back to you." It was an extraordinary pledge, and it revealed both the depth of Reuben's sincerity and the poverty of his judgment. What father would be comforted by the offer to kill his own grandchildren? What kind of assurance was it to promise more death as collateral against possible death? Jacob dismissed the offer without consideration, and it was Judah, the 4th born, who eventually persuaded him with a pledge that was personal rather than transactional, offering himself as surety rather than his children. Reuben had tried to lead, and Judah had simply led. And the difference between the two was the difference between a man who understood authority and a man who merely held the title. The full weight of Reuben's failure would not be spoken until Jacob gathered his sons around his deathbed, and what the old man said about his firstborn was a eulogy for a position that had already been vacated. But the seeds of that reckoning were planted here, in the years of wandering and settling and sinning and almost saving, in the pattern of a man who reached for the right thing and never quite closed his hand around it. Reuben was not a villain. He was something more painful to contemplate. A man of decent instincts and fatal hesitation. A firstborn who could see what needed to be done, but could not bring himself to do it with the force the moment demanded. His tribe would inherit that legacy, a tribe that settled east of the Jordan, on the edges rather than the center. Prosperous enough in cattle and grassland, but never decisive, never leading, never first in anything except the chronological accident of their ancestors' birth. The irony of Reuben is that he understood his own failure better than anyone else in the family. His cry at the empty pit, his offer of his sons, his silence after Bilhah. These were not the actions of a man unaware of what was slipping through his fingers. He knew. He simply could not stop it. And in a family where cunning was currency and boldness was survival, knowing was not enough. The firstborn had been weighed, and he had been found not wicked, not treacherous, not disloyal, but something the ancient world punished just as harshly: unstable, reckless as water, his father would eventually say, pouring out in every direction at once, unable to hold a shape, unable to be contained, unable to excel. It was the cruelest kind of judgment, because it acknowledged the potential and mourned its waste in the same breath. 2 of Reuben's brothers had watched his slow collapse with a very different energy. 2 men who did not hesitate, who did not equivocate, who acted with a violence so immediate and so total that it terrified their own father. They were Simeon and Levi, Leah's second and third sons, and the story of what they did at Shechem would make Reuben's failures look almost gentle by comparison. Simeon and Levi moved through the world like a matched pair of blades, sharpened on the same stone and aimed in the same direction. They were Leah's second and third sons, born in rapid succession during those early desperate years when their mother was producing children like a woman building a fortress around herself. Each new son, another wall against the indifference of a husband who wished he were sleeping elsewhere. Simeon's name meant heard. Because Leah had said God heard, she was hated. Levi's name meant attached, because Leah had hoped his birth would finally bind Jacob to her. Both names were pleas dressed as declarations, and both boys grew up marinated in the knowledge that their mother was fighting a war she could never win, and that their father's affections were a territory they would never fully conquer. If Reuben responded to this family wound with hesitation and half measures, Simeon and Levi responded with something far more dangerous: certainty. They were men who, once offended, did not deliberate. They struck. The event that made their names synonymous with wrath unfolded after the family had settled near the city of Shechem in the heart of Canaan. Jacob had purchased a plot of land from Hamor, the Hivite chieftain who ruled the area, and for a time the arrangement was peaceful enough, two peoples coexisting on adjacent ground, trading and watering their flocks at the same wells. It was the kind of fragile equilibrium that depended on mutual respect, and it shattered the day Dinah went out. Dinah, the only named daughter of Jacob, Leah's girl, born after 6 sons, went out to visit the women of the land. The phrase is simple and carries no judgment. She went to see the local women, to socialize, to do what young women in every culture have always done when they live near a town and want company beyond their own brothers and their mothers' tents. She was not sneaking out. She was not defying an order. She was walking into a city near her father's camp in broad daylight, and what happened to her there was not her fault, no matter how many centuries of commentary have tried to make it so. Shechem, the son of Hamor, the prince of the region, saw her. He took her. He lay with her by force. The Hebrew is unambiguous. He seized her. He violated her. He humiliated her. The word used, vayianeha, carries the weight of degradation, of a woman's will overridden and her dignity destroyed. And then, in a detail that makes the story more disturbing rather than less, the text says that Shechem's soul was drawn to Dinah, that he loved the young woman, that he spoke tenderly to her. He raped her, and then he loved her, and he could not see the contradiction because in his world, in the world of a prince accustomed to taking what he wanted, desire and violation occupied the same space. He went to his father Hamor and said simply, "Get me this girl for my wife." Hamor went to Jacob with a proposal that was, by the diplomatic standards of the ancient Near East, generous. "Let our peoples intermarry," he said. "Give your daughters to our sons, and take our daughters for your sons. Settle among us. The land is before you. Trade in it. Acquire property. Make it your home." Shechem himself added to the offer, promising to pay whatever bride price Jacob named, however high, if only he could have Dinah as his wife. It was a business proposition wrapped in the language of alliance, and to Hamor and Shechem, it probably seemed like a reasonable solution to an unfortunate situation. The prince had taken the girl, yes, but he was willing to make it right through marriage, through payment, through the merging of two communities into one. They did not understand, or did not care, that for Jacob's family this was not a negotiation. It was an abomination. Jacob heard what had happened to Dinah, and his response was silence. The text says he held his peace until his sons came in from the field, a phrase that can be read as prudent restraint or as the same paralysis that had gripped him after Reuben's transgression with Bilhah. Jacob's silences were never neutral. They were the silences of a man calculating, or a man overwhelmed, or both. His sons, however, were neither calculating nor overwhelmed. They were furious. The text says they were indignant and very angry, because Shechem had committed an outrage in Israel by lying with Jacob's daughter, for such a thing must not be done. The phrase, an outrage in Israel, is striking because Israel, as a people, did not yet exist. The family was using language that reached forward into a national identity they had not yet built, as though the violation of Dinah was not merely a crime against a girl, but a crime against everything they would become. Simeon and Levi took the lead, and what they devised was not a battle plan but a trap, elegant in its cruelty and devastating in its execution. They answered Hamor and Shechem, deceitfully, the text says, using the same Hebrew root that had described Jacob's deception of Isaac and Laban's deception of Jacob, as though cunning were a family inheritance passed down through the blood. They told Hamor that they could not give their sister to a man who was uncircumcised, that it would be a disgrace. But if every male in Shechem would agree to be circumcised, then the two peoples could intermarry, could become one nation, could share the land in perpetuity. It was a reasonable demand on its face, one that aligned with the covenant practices of Abraham's family, and Hamor and Shechem accepted it eagerly, seeing in it the final obstacle between the prince and the woman he wanted. Hamor and Shechem went to the gate of their city and made the case to their people. They emphasized the economic benefits. Jacob's family was wealthy, their livestock abundant, and if the two groups merged, all of that wealth would become shared property. Will not their livestock, their property, and all their beasts be ours? They argued, appealing to the greed of the city's men rather than any principle of justice or alliance. The men of Shechem agreed, and every male in the city submitted to circumcision, cutting into their own flesh to seal a covenant that had been designed from the first word as a death sentence. On the third day, when the pain of circumcision was at its worst, when every man in Shechem was bent double and feverish and unable to lift a weapon, Simeon and Levi came, just the two of them, according to the text, though they may have brought servants or allies. They walked into the city with swords drawn, and they killed every male they found. They killed Hamor. They killed Shechem. They killed the men who had agreed to circumcision in good faith, men who had cut their own bodies in the belief that peace was being forged, who lay in their houses nursing wounds they had inflicted on themselves as a gesture of trust. Simeon and Levi moved through the city like a plague, room by room, house by house, and when they were done, they took Dinah from Shechem's house, where she had been kept since the assault, and they brought her home. Then the rest of Jacob's sons arrived and plundered the city. They took the flocks and herds and donkeys, everything in the city and everything in the field. They took the wealth, the women, the children, and all that was in the houses. It was total war conducted against a population that could not fight back, a city gutted and emptied by men who felt themselves justified by the crime that had started it all. Jacob's reaction was not what his sons expected. He did not thank them. He did not praise their courage or their loyalty to their sister. He turned on Simeon and Levi with an anger that was laced with fear. "You have brought trouble on me by making me stink to the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites and the Perizzites. My numbers are few, and if they gather themselves against me and attack me, I shall be destroyed, both I and my household." It was a pragmatist's objection, not a moralist's. Jacob did not say, "What you did was wrong." He said, "What you did was dangerous." He was thinking about retaliation, about the surrounding tribes who would hear what had happened at Shechem and conclude that Jacob's family was a threat to be eliminated. He was thinking about survival, about the precariousness of being a small clan surrounded by established populations, about the fragile negotiations and purchased land rights that Simeon and Levi had just rendered worthless with their swords. Simeon and Levi's answer was 5 words, and those 5 words have echoed through every subsequent generation that has argued about the morality of their actions. Should he treat our sister like a prostitute? It was not a justification. It was a question, and the question was aimed not at the city of Shechem, but at their own father, at the man who had sat in silence while his daughter was held in a rapist's house, who had listened to Hamor's diplomatic overtures without screaming, who seemed prepared to negotiate the terms of Dinah's degradation as though it were a property dispute. Simeon and Levi were asking Jacob whether anything mattered more than the honor of their sister, and Jacob, for all his calculating brilliance, had no answer. The massacre at Shechem has never stopped being controversial. Some traditions honor Simeon and Levi as defenders of their sister, men who did what their father lacked the courage to do, who refused to let a crime stand unanswered simply because answering it was politically inconvenient. Other traditions condemn them as murderers who used religion as a weapon, who turned the sacred act of circumcision into a military stratagem, who killed an entire city for the crime of one man. The text itself does not resolve the argument. It presents the events and lets them sit heavy and undigested, because some acts are too large for a single moral verdict, and the massacre at Shechem is one of them. What is clear is that Jacob never forgot what his sons had done, and that his memory of it shaped everything that followed. The fates of Simeon and Levi would diverge in ways that neither brother could have predicted on the day they walked out of Shechem with their swords still wet. They had acted as one in the massacre, had been united in their fury and their willingness to use deception as a precursor to slaughter, had stood shoulder to shoulder before their father and asked the same defiant question. But from that point forward, their paths split like a river encountering a boulder, one branch flowing toward obscurity and the other toward an entirely unexpected redemption. Simeon, for his part, would continue to carry the temperament that had driven him into Shechem. When the brothers eventually traveled to Egypt during the famine, and the disguised Joseph chose to hold one of them hostage while the others returned to fetch Benjamin, it was Simeon he selected. Whether Joseph chose him as punishment for his role in the original conspiracy to sell Joseph into slavery, or because he recognized in Simeon the most volatile of his brothers, or because there was a personal cruelty between them that the text only hints at, the result was the same. Simeon was bound before their eyes and taken into custody, and his brothers left Egypt without him. He sat in an Egyptian prison while his brothers made the long journey home and then argued for months about whether to risk Benjamin on a return trip. Simeon waited, and no one rushed to bring him back. His tribe would suffer a similar fate of diminishment. In the first census, taken in the wilderness after the Exodus, the tribe of Simeon numbered 59,300 men of fighting age, a respectable total. By the second census, taken a generation later at the end of the 40 years of wandering, Simeon's count had plummeted to 22,200, a catastrophic decline unmatched by any other tribe. The text does not explain the collapse in detail, though the plague that followed the incident at Baal Peor, where Israelite men were seduced into worshiping Moabite gods and engaging in ritual prostitution, struck the Simeonites disproportionately hard. Zimri, the man who brazenly brought a Midianite woman into the camp in full view of Moses and the assembly, was a Simeonite prince, and the plague that followed his act of defiance decimated his people. It was as though the recklessness of Shechem, the willingness to act on impulse without counting the cost, had become a hereditary trait, a fire that burned through the generations and consumed the tribe from within. When the land of Canaan was finally divided among the tribes, Simeon received no independent territory. His allotment was carved from within the borders of Judah, a cluster of cities and pasture lands embedded inside a larger tribe's domain, like a tenant living in someone else's house. Over time, Simeon's identity blurred into Judah's, their people intermarrying, their lands merging, their separate existence fading, until Simeon was less a tribe than a memory of one. The brother who had burned brightest in his anger was the first to flicker out. Levi's trajectory was, if anything, even more dramatic, but it ran in the opposite direction. He had been Simeon's partner at Shechem, equally guilty, equally condemned by their father's eventual judgment, equally marked as a man whose anger was too fierce and whose sword was too ready. By every reasonable expectation, Levi should have shared Simeon's fate: diminishment, absorption, disappearance. And yet Levi's descendants would become the priests of Israel, the guardians of the tabernacle, the keepers of the law, the tribe set apart by God himself for sacred service. The same zeal that had driven Levi into Shechem with a sword would, generations later, drive his descendants to stand at the foot of Sinai and choose sides when the rest of Israel worshipped a golden calf. And that choice, that willingness to draw the sword again, but this time in the service of God rather than personal vengeance, would transform a curse into a consecration. But that transformation lay far in the future, and Levi himself would never see it. In his own lifetime, he was simply the third son of a disappointed mother, a man who had committed a massacre that his father could neither forgive nor forget, a brother who walked through the camp carrying the smell of Shechem's blood on his reputation for the rest of his days. He could not have known that the violence in his nature, the terrifying capacity for total commitment that had made him capable of killing an entire city, was the same quality that would make his descendants capable of standing before the presence of God in the Holy of Holies, because holiness and violence in the ancient world were not opposites. They were adjacent rooms in the same house, separated by nothing more than the question of who authorized the act and why. Jacob would address Simeon and Levi together in his final words, binding them as they had been bound at Shechem, speaking of them as a single unit because their crime had been a single act. He would scatter them both across Israel, denying them consolidated territory, spreading their descendants among the other tribes like salt dissolved in water. For Simeon, this scattering meant extinction as a distinct entity. For Levi, it meant something entirely different. A presence in every city, a voice in every community, a tribe without borders because their inheritance was not land, but God himself. The same punishment produced two completely different outcomes, and the difference was not in the sentence, but in what each tribe did with it. Between the impotent firstborn and the violent brothers, Jacob's first 3 sons had already disqualified themselves from the position that mattered most, the leadership of the covenant line. Reuben had forfeited his birthright through recklessness. Simeon and Levi had disqualified themselves through bloodshed. The mantle that should have passed smoothly from father to eldest son was now in freefall, tumbling past the first 3 and landing, with the inevitability of gravity and prophecy, on the shoulders of the 4th. Judah, Leah's last son before her womb closed, the boy whose name meant praise, was about to become the most important of the 12, not because he was the best of them, but because he was the one who learned, the one who changed, the one who stood at the crossroads of shame and redemption and chose, after everything, to walk forward. Judah did not begin as a hero. He began as the kind of man who suggests a profitable alternative to murder and calls it mercy. When his brothers stood over the pit where Joseph lay bleeding and terrified, when the air was thick with the boys screaming and the older brothers were debating whether to kill him outright, it was Judah who spoke the words that changed the course of everything. What profit is it if we kill our brother and conceal his blood? Come, let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother, our own flesh. The logic was impeccable. The morality was grotesque. Judah had reframed fratricide as a waste of commercial opportunity, had turned his youngest brother's life into a commodity, and had dressed the whole transaction in the language of familial tenderness. He is our brother, our own flesh, so let us not kill him. Let us merely sell him into slavery and split the proceeds. It was the kind of compromise that only a man with a gift for self-deception could propose with a straight face. And the brothers agreed immediately, because Judah had given them what they needed most: a way to destroy Joseph without having to call themselves murderers. This was the Judah of the early chapters, a man whose moral compass pointed wherever convenience directed it, a man capable of genuine feeling, but equally capable of burying that feeling beneath layers of rationalization so thick that he could not hear his own conscience knocking. He was not the worst of the brothers. He was arguably more humane than Simeon, who may have wanted Joseph dead outright. But Judah's particular brand of failure was subtler, and in some ways more corrosive. He was the brother who knew better and did less, who softened cruelty without opposing it, who stood close enough to righteousness to see its outline, but never quite stepped across the threshold. After the sale of Joseph, after the bloodied coat and their father's inconsolable grief, Judah did something that spoke volumes about his state of mind. He left. He separated from his brothers and went down to the region of Adullam, where he befriended a man named Hira, and, more significantly, married a Canaanite woman, the daughter of a man named Shua. The text does not record her name, identifying her only through her father, a detail that may reflect the storyteller's priorities, or may suggest something about the marriage itself, that it was a union of convenience rather than passion, a local arrangement made by a man who had cut himself off from his family and was building a new life among strangers. Whatever affection existed between them, the marriage produced 3 sons in rapid succession: Er, Onan, and Shelah. When Er, the firstborn, was old enough to marry, Judah found him a wife, a woman named Tamar. The text tells us nothing about how Tamar looked or where she came from, only that Judah chose her for his eldest son, which means he considered her worthy of the family line. But Er was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord put him to death. The text does not specify the nature of Er's wickedness. It simply states the fact and moves on, leaving a blank space where an explanation should be, a silence that has invited centuries of speculation but yielded no certainty. What matters for the story is not how sinned, but that he died, and that his death activated one of the most ancient and binding obligations in the Near Eastern world, the levirate law. The levirate custom required that when a man died without producing an heir, his brother was obligated to marry the widow and father a child in the dead man's name, so that the deceased's line would not be extinguished, and the widow would not be left destitute and unprotected. It was a law designed to preserve family continuity and to safeguard women in a world where a childless widow was among the most vulnerable of all social categories. Judah, following the custom, gave Tamar to his second son, Onan, and told him to perform his duty as brother-in-law and raise up offspring for Er. Onan knew that the child would not be counted as his own. Any son born from the union would legally be Er's heir, would carry Er's name, would inherit Er's portion of the family estate. Onan would do the labor of fathering without receiving the credit, and the thought of it was more than his selfishness could bear. And so, whenever he went in to Tamar, he spilled his seed on the ground, preventing conception, fulfilling the outward form of the obligation while sabotaging its purpose. The text says what he did was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and God put him to death as well. 2 sons dead, both struck down by divine judgment, and Judah was left with one remaining boy, Shelah, who was still too young to marry. Judah told Tamar to return to her father's house and live as a widow until Shelah grew up. "Stay in your father's house," he said, framing it as a temporary arrangement, a pause until the boy was of age. But the text adds a devastating aside. Judah said this because he was afraid that Shelah would die too, just like his brothers. He had watched 2 sons die after marrying Tamar, and in his grief-warped reasoning, he had begun to associate the deaths not with his son's wickedness, but with the woman herself. Tamar was the common element. Tamar was the danger. And so Judah's instruction to wait was not a promise, but a lie, a polite exile disguised as patience. And Tamar, who was sharper than Judah gave her credit for, understood this perfectly. She went home. She put on her widow's garments. She waited. And Shelah grew up, and Judah did not send for her, and the months turned into years, and the lie calcified into permanent abandonment. Tamar was trapped in a legal and social no-man's land, bound to Judah's family by the levirate obligation, unable to marry anyone else, yet denied the husband she was owed. She was a widow without the freedom of widowhood, a wife without a husband, a woman whose future had been stolen by a father-in-law too frightened and too dishonest to fulfill his own family's obligations. And then Judah's own wife died, the unnamed daughter of Shua. And after his period of mourning, Judah went up to Timnah for the sheep shearing, accompanied by his friend Hira the Adullamite. Sheep shearing was a festive occasion in the ancient world, a time of communal labor that doubled as a celebration, with wine and feasting and the loosening of social constraints that comes when men are far from home and flush with the profits of the season. Someone told Tamar that her father-in-law was heading to Timnah, and in that moment, Tamar made a decision that was either desperate or brilliant or both. She took off her widow's garments, covered herself with a veil, wrapped herself up, and sat at the entrance to Enaim, which was on the road to Timnah. When Judah saw her, he did not recognize her, because her face was covered, and he assumed she was a cult prostitute, a woman associated with the fertility rituals of the Canaanite religion. He approached her and said, with a bluntness that suggests he was not overthinking the encounter, "Come, let me come in to you." Tamar, still veiled, still anonymous, asked what he would give her in return. Judah offered a young goat from his flock, a standard payment. But Tamar pressed further. What pledge would he leave until the goat was delivered? Judah asked what she wanted, and Tamar named 3 items: his signet seal, his cord, and his staff. These were not random objects. The signet seal was a man's identity in the ancient world, the instrument used to authenticate documents and transactions. The cord was the string on which it hung, typically worn around the neck. The staff was a personal walking stick, often carved with family markings. Together, they were the equivalent of handing over a driver's license, a credit card, and a monogrammed briefcase. They were unmistakably, undeniably Judah's. He gave them to her. He went into her. She conceived. Then she rose and went away, removed her veil, and put on her widow's garments again, resuming the identity of the abandoned daughter-in-law as though nothing had happened. When Judah sent Hira back with the promised goat to retrieve his pledge, Hira could not find the woman. He asked the men of Enaim where the cult prostitute was, the one who had been sitting by the road, and they told him there had been no cult prostitute there. Hira reported back to Judah, who decided to let the matter drop rather than make himself a laughingstock by publicly searching for a prostitute to whom he had given his personal seal. "Let her keep the things," he said, "lest we be laughed at." It was a calculation of reputation over principle, perfectly in character for the man Judah was at this point in his life. 3 months later, someone told Judah that his daughter-in-law Tamar had played the prostitute, and moreover, she was pregnant. Judah's response was instantaneous and savage. "Bring her out," and let her be burned. The sentence was both a legal judgment and a personal exoneration. Tamar was bound to his family. Her pregnancy was therefore adultery against his household, and the penalty was death by fire, the harshest form of execution available. Judah pronounced it without hesitation, without investigation, without a moment's reflection on whether he himself might bear any responsibility for the situation. He was judge, jury, and executioner, and he was entirely comfortable with all three roles. Tamar was brought out, and as she was being led to her death, she sent a message to Judah, along with three objects. By the man to whom these belong, I am pregnant. She held up the signet, the cord, and the staff. Please identify whose these are. The word she used, hakarna, please identify, is the same word the brothers had used when they brought Joseph's bloodied coat to Jacob. Please identify whether this is your son's coat or not. The echo is deliberate and devastating. Judah had once asked his father to identify a piece of evidence designed to conceal a crime. Now Tamar was asking Judah to identify evidence that would expose one. The sins of the family were folding back on themselves, mirror reflecting mirror, deception answering deception across the years. Judah looked at the seal, the cord, and the staff. He recognized them. And in that moment, standing in public, facing the woman he had sentenced to death, holding the proof of his own hypocrisy in his hands, Judah said 5 words that changed everything. She is more righteous than I. It was the first time in the entire patriarchal narrative that a man of this family publicly acknowledged his own guilt without hedging, without negotiating, without offering an excuse. Abraham had lied about Sarah being his sister and never fully owned it. Isaac had repeated the same lie. Jacob had spent his life constructing elaborate justifications for every deception he perpetrated. Reuben had been silent after Bilhah. Simeon and Levi had answered their father's rebuke with a counter-accusation. But Judah stood in the open air and said, "She is right and I am wrong." He did not sleep with Tamar again, the text is careful to add. The encounter at Enaim was not the beginning of an affair. It was a single desperate act by a woman claiming what was owed to her. And Judah's recognition of her righteousness was not an endorsement of the method, but an admission that his own failure had made the method necessary. He had withheld Shelah. He had abandoned his obligation. He had left Tamar to rot in her father's house. She had taken the only path left open to her, and Judah, for the first time in his life, refused to blame someone else for a situation he had created. Tamar bore twins, and their birth echoed the birth of Jacob and Esau with an eerie precision. During the delivery, one child put out a hand, and the midwife tied a scarlet thread around his wrist, saying, "This one came out first." But the hand withdrew, and the other child was born first instead. The midwife named him Perez, meaning breach, because he had broken through ahead of his brother. The child with the scarlet thread was named Zerah. It was Perez, the breaker, the one who pushed ahead of the expected order, who would carry the line forward. From Perez would descend Boaz, the husband of Ruth. From Boaz would descend Jesse. From Jesse would descend David, the shepherd king of Israel, the man after God's own heart. The royal line of Israel, the line that every subsequent prophet would point to as the bearer of God's ultimate promise, ran not through a dignified marriage or a noble alliance, but through a roadside encounter between a desperate widow and a hypocritical father-in-law, mediated by a veil and a signet seal and a courage so fierce it bordered on madness. The Tamar episode was the hinge of Judah's life, the moment that separated the man he had been from the man he was becoming. Before Tamar, Judah was capable of selling his brother and lying to his father and abandoning his daughter-in-law and condemning an innocent woman to death, all without pausing to examine the common denominator in these failures, which was himself. After Tamar, something broke open in him. Some capacity for self-awareness that had been locked away behind decades of rationalization, and from that breaking open came a different Judah, a man who could still fail, but who could no longer pretend that his failures belonged to someone else. The full flowering of this transformation came years later, in the throne room of an Egyptian official whom Judah did not know was his brother Joseph. The famine had driven the family to Egypt for grain, and Joseph, disguised and unrecognized, had orchestrated an elaborate test. He had hidden a silver cup in Benjamin's sack, accused Benjamin of theft, and demanded that Benjamin remain in Egypt as his slave while the others returned home. It was a setup designed to reveal whether the brothers had changed, whether the men who had once sold one of Rachel's sons into slavery would now abandon the other. Judah stepped forward. He did not send Reuben. He did not defer to the eldest. He walked to the front of the room and delivered a speech that is, by any measure, one of the most extraordinary pieces of rhetoric in ancient literature. He told the whole story, how their father had lost one son and nearly died of grief, how the old man had sworn that if Benjamin did not return, it would kill him, how Judah himself had pledged his own life as surety for the boy's safety. And then Judah made his offer, and it was nothing like Reuben's clumsy pledge of his two sons' lives. Now, therefore, Judah said, "Please let your servant remain instead of the boy as a slave to my lord, and let the boy go back with his brothers. For how can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me? I fear to see the evil that would find my father. Let me remain instead, not let me pay a ransom, not let me negotiate terms, let me take his place." Judah, the man who had once sold Joseph to save himself the inconvenience of guilt, was now offering to become a slave to save Benjamin from the same fate. The arc of his character had bent from self-interest to self-sacrifice, from "what profit is it?" to "let me remain instead." And the distance between those two sentences was the distance Judah had traveled in the years since Tamar held up his seal and asked him to recognize himself. It was this speech that broke Joseph. The disguised brother, who had maintained his composure through months of elaborate deception, heard Judah offer himself as a substitute, and could no longer hold the performance together. He cleared the room and wept so loudly that the Egyptians outside could hear him, and then he revealed himself, and the family that had been shattered by a coat dipped in blood was impossibly put back together by a man who had learned, the hardest way imaginable, what it meant to stand in the gap for someone else. Judah's tribe would carry the imprint of this transformation across the centuries. The scepter prophecy that Jacob would speak over Judah on his deathbed was not a reward for perfection. It was a recognition of capacity, the capacity to lead, not because one has never fallen, but because one has fallen and gotten back up with open eyes. The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until tribute comes to him, and to him shall be the obedience of the peoples. It was the most consequential single line spoken over any of the 12 sons, the prophecy that placed the monarchy and the messianic hope squarely on Judah's shoulders, the promise that from this flawed, complicated, deeply human tribe would come the kings of Israel, and, in the fullness of time, the one the prophets called the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the one who would not merely hold the scepter but embody it. The name Judah means praise, and Leah had given it to her 4th son in a moment of surrender, the moment she stopped begging for Jacob's love and turned her gratitude toward God instead. It was a name born of acceptance, of a woman's decision to praise despite her pain, and it would become the name by which an entire people would eventually be known. The word Jew is simply Judah, worn smooth by centuries of use, carried through Babylon and Rome and 1,000 exiles, pressed into passports and carved onto tombstones, whispered in prayer houses and shouted in marketplaces, a name that began as one woman's quiet act of worship in a tent in Haran and grew until it covered half the world. But Judah was not the only son whose story mattered, and the tribes that would never produce kings or carry the scepter were no less essential to the architecture of the nation. Among them were two of Leah's sons who are too often passed over in haste, two men whose blessings were modest, and whose territories were peripheral, but whose steady, unglamorous endurance held the body of Israel together, while its more dramatic members seized the headlines. They were Zebulun and Issachar, the fifth and sixth sons of the woman nobody chose, and their stories, quiet as they were, deserve to be told at their proper length. Not every tribe that built Israel did so with a sword in one hand and a prophecy in the other. Some built it with grain, some built it with harbors, some built it by simply being where they were needed, year after year, generation after generation, without anyone composing an epic about the effort. Zebulun and Issachar were those tribes. The two sons of Leah, who arrived after the drama of the first four had already consumed most of the family's attention, born into a household where the headlines belonged to brothers who stole blessings, massacred cities, and sold siblings into slavery. Zebulun and Issachar did none of these things. They showed up. They endured. And the nation that their more famous brothers nearly tore apart was held together in no small measure by the quiet work of men whose names rarely make it into sermons. Issachar came first, the fifth of Leah's sons, born on the night Leah purchased Jacob's company with a handful of mandrakes traded from Rachel. His very conception was a transaction. His mother's body, the venue for a deal struck between two sisters over fertility roots pulled from the ground by a child, and the name Leah gave him reflected the economics of the arrangement. Issachar, Yissachar, built from the Hebrew word for wages or reward. God has given me my hire, Leah declared, and the boy entered the world branded as payment, as divine compensation for services rendered, as proof that God kept accounts even when husbands did not. It was not the most romantic origin story. But Issachar would grow into the kind of man and the kind of tribe that took unglamorous beginnings and turned them into something steady and strong, the way a farmer takes unremarkable soil and coaxes wheat from it through nothing more than patience and skill. Zebulun arrived next, Leah's sixth and final son, and his naming carried the last echo of his mother's long campaign for Jacob's affection. God has endowed me with a good endowment, Leah said. Now my husband will honor me, because I have borne him 6 sons. The name Zebulun is linked to the Hebrew word for honor or dwelling, and in it you can hear the exhaustion of a woman who has spent years measuring her worth in children, who has produced 6 sons and a daughter, and still frames every birth as an appeal to a man who will never love her the way she needs. Zebulun was the last offering in a campaign that had already been lost, the final piece of evidence submitted in a case the judge had decided long ago. And yet, for all the sadness woven into his arrival, Zebulun would carry his name forward with a dignity that his mother's circumstances did not predict. Of the two, Issachar is the easier to underestimate and the harder to dismiss once you understand what he became. Jacob's words over him would paint a picture that has been debated and argued over for centuries, because on the surface it sounds less like a blessing and more like an insult. Issachar is a strong donkey, crouching between the sheepfolds. He saw that a resting place was good and that the land was pleasant, so he bowed his shoulder to bear and became a servant at forced labor. A strong donkey. In the modern ear, the comparison is unflattering, conjuring images of dull stubbornness and mindless toil. But in the ancient Near East, the donkey was not a figure of mockery. It was the essential beast of burden, the animal without which no farm functioned, no goods moved, no harvest reached the market. The donkey was the backbone of the agricultural economy, valued precisely because it worked without complaint, bore loads without breaking, and endured conditions that would kill a horse. To call Issachar a strong donkey was to say that he was the kind of man, and the kind of tribe, on whose back the practical survival of the nation rested. The territory Issachar received when the land was divided confirmed the prophecy with almost mathematical precision. His allotment was the Jezreel Valley, the broadest, flattest, most fertile stretch of farmland in all of Canaan, a plain so rich that it was sometimes called the breadbasket of Israel. The valley stretched from the slopes of Mount Carmel in the west to the Jordan River in the east, a corridor of dark, loamy earth, fed by seasonal rains and threaded with streams that turned the lowlands green, while the hill country above baked brown in the summer heat. It was land that rewarded labor, land that responded to the plow, land that produced wheat and barley and olives in quantities that could feed not only the tribe that worked it, but the surrounding peoples who came to trade for its surplus. But the Jezreel Valley was also a highway. It lay across the main route connecting Egypt to Mesopotamia, the ancient trade road that every army, every merchant caravan, and every imperial ambition in the Near East had to cross at some point. To hold the Jezreel was to sit at a crossroads, which meant wealth in peacetime and devastation in war. Every major military campaign that passed through Canaan marched across Issachar's fields. Egyptians heading north, Assyrians heading south, Canaanite kings maneuvering against one another in the constant low-grade warfare that defined the region for centuries. Issachar's people learned to live with the reality that the ground they plowed in spring might be a battlefield by autumn, that the crop they planted in hope might be trampled by foreign chariots before the harvest came. Jacob's prophecy captured this perfectly. Issachar saw that the resting place was good and the land was pleasant, and so he bowed his shoulder to bear. He chose the fertile valley, knowing its cost, knowing that its abundance came with exposure, knowing that the price of the best farmland in Canaan was the willingness to endure whatever marched across it. The phrase, "became a servant at forced labor," has troubled interpreters. Some reading it as a prediction that Issachar would be subjugated by foreign powers, others as a commentary on the tribe's pragmatic willingness to pay tribute to local Canaanite rulers rather than fight them, still others as a simple recognition that farming is itself a form of servitude, a bowing of the human shoulder to the demands of the earth. Whatever the precise meaning, the portrait is consistent. Issachar was the tribe that chose productivity over glory, that preferred the burden of honest work to the risks of military ambition, that would rather grow grain than draw swords, not out of cowardice, but out of a clear-eyed assessment of what mattered most. And yet this pragmatism did not make Issachar passive. When the crisis demanded it, the men of Issachar fought, and they fought well. In the great battle against the Canaanite general Sisera, when the prophetess Deborah summoned the tribes to war against a coalition of chariots that had terrorized the northern plains for 20 years, Issachar answered the call. Deborah's own song, the oldest substantial piece of Hebrew poetry preserved in Scripture, names the princes of Issachar among those who marched with her and with Barak to the banks of the Kishon River, where a sudden rainstorm turned the valley floor to mud and rendered Sisera's 900 iron chariots useless. The farmers of Issachar knew their own valley better than any foreign general, knew where the ground turned soft, knew which wadis flooded first, knew the terrain the way only men who have walked it behind a plow for generations can know it. When the rain came and the chariots bogged down and the battle turned, Issachar's men were among those who swept down from the hills and destroyed Sisera's army in the mire. There is another detail about Issachar that surfaces much later in the biblical record, a single verse in the book of Chronicles that has become one of the most quoted lines associated with any tribe. When David was consolidating his kingdom and the tribes were sending contingents to support his claim to the throne, the chronicler notes that among the men who came were the sons of Issachar, men who had understanding of the times, to know what Israel ought to do. Understanding of the times. The phrase has been interpreted in every possible direction. That they were astronomers who could read the stars and calculate the calendar. That they were political strategists who understood the currents of power. That they were wise elders with a gift for knowing when to act and when to wait. That they were scholars of the Torah who could apply ancient law to present circumstances. The truth may encompass all of these meanings at once. Issachar, the tribe that sat at the crossroads, that watched armies and merchants pass through their valley from every direction, that absorbed the cultures and intelligence of every traveler who stopped to buy their grain, had developed a particular genius for reading the moment, for knowing what time it was in the life of a nation, for understanding not just what was happening, but what it meant and what should be done about it. The strong donkey, it turned out, was also wise. Zebulun's story runs parallel to Issachar's, but faces in a different direction, not toward the fertile interior, but toward the sea. Jacob's words over Zebulun came first in the blessing sequence, before Issachar's, an ordering that has puzzled commentators since Issachar was technically the elder of the two. Zebulun shall dwell at the shore of the sea, Jacob said. He shall become a haven for ships, and his border shall be at Sidon. It was a prophecy of maritime identity, of a tribe oriented toward water and trade, rather than soil and harvest. A people whose future lay not in what they could grow, but in what they could carry. The territory Zebulun actually received when Joshua divided the land sits in the lower Galilee, between the Sea of Galilee to the east and the Jezreel Valley to the south. A hilly region of modest agricultural potential that does not, on most maps, reach either the Mediterranean coast or the Phoenician city of Sidon. This has generated considerable debate. Some scholars argue that Zebulun's original territory extended further west than the later tribal boundaries suggest, reaching the Mediterranean through a narrow corridor that was subsequently lost to Phoenician or Canaanite expansion. Others propose that Jacob's prophecy was not about direct coastal access, but about commercial orientation. Zebulun's location, along the major trade routes connecting the coast to the interior, meant that the tribe functioned as a conduit for maritime goods, even if its people did not stand on the beach themselves. Still others read the prophecy as aspirational, a description of what Zebulun's role would become rather than a precise geographic prediction. What is clear is that Zebulun became a tribe of traders and middlemen, a people positioned between the Phoenician ports to the north and the agricultural heartland to the south, facilitating the flow of goods between coast and interior, between the cedar and purple dye of Tyre and Sidon and the grain and oil of the Jezreel and the Jordan Valley. Moses' blessing over Zebulun and Issachar, delivered decades after Jacob's, paired the two tribes explicitly, "Rejoice, Zebulun, in your going out, and Issachar in your tents. They shall call peoples to their mountain. There they offer right sacrifices, for they draw from the abundance of the seas and the hidden treasures of the sand. Zebulun going out, Issachar staying in. Zebulun on the road, Issachar in the tent. Zebulun carrying goods to market, Issachar producing the goods that were carried. The two brothers functioned as complementary halves of a single economic engine, the merchant and the farmer, the port and the hinterland, each dependent on the other and each enriched by the partnership. Zebulun, like Issachar, answered when the call to arms came. In Deborah's war against Sisera, Zebulun's contribution was singled out for special praise in her victory song. Zebulun is a people who risked their lives to the death, Naphtali too. on the heights of the field. The phrasing is vivid and specific. Zebulun risked their lives to the death, which means they fought in the most exposed positions, the places where survival was least likely, with a recklessness that a tribe of traders and merchants would not have been expected to display. It suggests that Zebulun's commercial orientation did not soften its martial spirit, that the same people who haggled over prices in peacetime were capable of charging headlong into a battle line when the survival of the nation required it. The merchant knew the value of what he was defending, and he defended it accordingly. Beyond the Deborah episode, Zebulun produced one of the judges of Israel, Elon the Zebulunite, who judged Israel for 10 years. The text says almost nothing about his tenure. No dramatic victories, no memorable rulings, no confrontations with foreign oppressors. Elon judged, and then he died, and he was buried in Aijalon in the land of Zebulun, and that is all. It is the kind of legacy that history tends to overlook, and that nations cannot survive without. A decade of competent, unremarkable governance during which things did not fall apart, during which the law was administered and disputes were settled and life went on. Elon was not Samson. He was not Gideon. He was the kind of leader who kept the roads safe and the courts functioning and went home at the end of the day without anyone composing a ballad about it. And Israel needed men like that far more often than it needed men who pulled down temples on their own heads. The later history of both tribes follows the pattern established in their earliest days. When the northern kingdom split from the south, Zebulun and Issachar remained in the north, part of the 10 tribes that followed Jeroboam away from the house of David. Their territories, exposed and fertile and strategically vital, were among the first to feel the pressure of Assyrian expansion in the 8th century before the Common Era. The prophet Isaiah, describing the devastation that would come upon the northern territories, mentioned Zebulun and Naphtali by name, predicting that the land that had been brought into contempt would one day see a great light. Centuries later, the gospel writers would note that Jesus of Nazareth grew up and began his ministry in precisely this region, in the territory that had once belonged to Zebulun and Naphtali, and they would cite Isaiah's prophecy as fulfilled in his coming. The great light, they said, had arrived in the lands of the quiet tribes, the ones who had farmed and traded and fought and endured on the borders of Israel, while the more prominent tribes occupied the center stage. Nazareth itself sat within the traditional boundaries of Zebulun's allotment, and the Sea of Galilee, along whose shores a carpenter's son would call fishermen to follow him, bordered both Zebulun and Naphtali's territories. It is one of the quieter ironies of biblical history that the tribes most often overlooked in the grand narrative of Israel, the ones whose stories lack the drama of Judah's royal line, or the tragedy of Benjamin's near annihilation, or the mystery of Dan's migration, became the geographic cradle of the story's final and most consequential chapter. The strong donkey and the haven for ships, the farmer and the merchant, the tribes that bowed their shoulders and did the work. They did not know that the ground they tended was being prepared for something none of them could have imagined. Together, Zebulun and Issachar represent the unglamorous majority of any nation's history. The long stretches between crises when the real work of civilization happens. Roads are maintained. Children are taught. Fields are sown. Markets are stocked. Disputes are settled without bloodshed. And the accumulated labor of ordinary people builds something durable enough to survive the next catastrophe. They were not the lions of Jacob's household. They were the oxen and the mules, the load-bearers who made it possible for the lions to roar, and the nation that forgot them would have been a nation without bread on its tables, or goods in its markets, or wisdom in its councils. But not all of Jacob's sons settled into such steady, productive roles. Some were born to the margins, sons of the handmaidens rather than the wives, men whose position in the family hierarchy placed them permanently in the shadow of their more legitimate brothers. Among them were two whose names carried the weight of conflict and cunning, two sons of secondary mothers who forged identities as sharp and distinctive as any in the 12. They were Dan and Gad, and their stories, though different in almost every particular, shared a common theme: survival on the edges of a family, and later a nation, that never quite treated them as equals. Every family has its hierarchy, and the hierarchy in Jacob's household was built not merely on birth order, but on the status of the mother who bore you. The sons of Leah and Rachel, the full wives, occupied the upper tier regardless of their individual merits or failures. The sons of Bilhah and Zilpah, the handmaidens, occupied a lower one, acknowledged as Jacob's children, but always carrying the asterisk of their mother's servitude, always aware that they had been conceived not from love or even duty, but from the competitive desperation of two women using their servants' bodies as proxies in a fertility war. Dan and Gad were both products of that war, born to different handmaidens and claimed by different wives, and both would spend their lives, and the lives of their descendants, navigating the particular burdens that come with being legitimate but secondary, recognized but never quite central, part of the family but never at its heart. Dan came first, the eldest of all the handmaid's sons, born to Bilhah at Rachel's insistence during those bitter years when Rachel's womb was closed and Leah's was producing sons at a pace that felt, to Rachel, like a sustained assault. Rachel had given Bilhah to Jacob with the explicit instruction to bear a child on her knees, the ancient adoption ritual in which the mistress received the servant's newborn onto her own lap and claimed it as legally her own. When Bilhah delivered a boy, Rachel named him Dan, a name forged from the Hebrew word for judgment. God has judged me, she said, and has also heard my voice and given me a son. The name was a verdict, Rachel's declaration that divine justice had finally intervened on her behalf, that the God who had watched her suffer in barrenness had weighed her case and found in her favor. It was a bold claim for a child born through a surrogate, a name that insisted on legitimacy despite the circumstances, that dared anyone to treat this boy as lesser because his mother was a servant. Dan would grow into a tribe that embodied the qualities coded into his name and his father's prophecy in ways both admirable and unsettling. Jacob's words over Dan were unlike any spoken over the other sons, coiled and ambiguous, full of danger and dark grace. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a serpent in the way, a viper by the path, that bites the horse's heels so that his rider falls backward. The first sentence is an assurance of equality. Dan will judge his people as one of the tribes, no less than any other, despite his mother's status. The second sentence is something else entirely: a serpent by the road, a viper in the dust. Not a lion, not an eagle, not a bull, but the creature that strikes from concealment, that fights not with strength but with cunning, that brings down the mounted warrior not by confronting the horse, but by biting its heel and letting gravity and surprise do the rest. It was a portrait of asymmetric warfare, of a tribe that would survive not through superior numbers or territory, but through guile, adaptability, and the willingness to fight dirty when fighting clean was not an option. After Jacob delivered this prophecy, he added a line that appears to be a spontaneous interruption, a cry from the old man's own soul that broke through the formal structure of the blessings. I wait for your salvation, O Lord. It is the only moment in the entire sequence of tribal blessings where Jacob steps out of his prophetic role and speaks as a man rather than a patriarch. The only place where his own voice, tired and yearning, surfaces through the ceremony. Why here? Why after Dan? Interpreters have struggled with the placement for centuries. Some believe that Jacob saw something in Dan's future that frightened him, a darkness in the serpent imagery that made him cry out for divine rescue. Others think the old man was simply overwhelmed by the cumulative weight of speaking over so many sons and needed to pause and gather himself. Still others connect it to later traditions that associated Dan with idolatry and apostasy, reading Jacob's cry as a premonition that this particular tribe would go astray in ways that required special deliverance. The territory Dan initially received when the land was divided sat in the coastal lowlands west of Benjamin and Ephraim, a strip of fertile land along the edge of the Philistine plain. On paper, it was a reasonable allotment, close to the trade routes, with access to the agricultural riches of the Shephelah foothills and the economic potential of the coast. In practice, it was a nightmare. The Philistines, a seafaring warrior people with superior iron weaponry and a military organization that the loosely confederated Israelite tribes could not match, dominated the coastal region and had no intention of sharing it. The Amorites, too, pressed Dan from the hill country, refusing to allow the Danites to settle in the plains and forcing them back into the highlands. The book of Judges records the situation with stark brevity. The Amorites pressed the people of Dan back into the hill country, and they did not allow them to come down to the plain. Dan was being squeezed out of his own inheritance, pushed to the margins of a territory he could not hold, the serpent trapped in a jar too small for its body. The most remarkable Danite in the period of the Judges was Samson, a man whose story reads less like a hero's tale and more like a cautionary parable about squandered potential. He was a Nazirite from birth, set apart by God for a specific purpose, gifted with supernatural strength that could tear a lion apart with bare hands and bring down the pillars of a Philistine temple. He was everything Dan needed, a champion who could break the Philistine stranglehold and secure the tribe's territory for good. And he wasted it, spectacularly, on a series of personal vendettas, romantic entanglements with Philistine women, and fits of impulsive violence that accomplished nothing lasting. Samson killed Philistines by the hundreds, but he never organized an army, never rallied his tribe, never translated his individual strength into collective liberation. He fought alone, died alone, and when the rubble of the temple settled, Dan's situation was no better than it had been before he was born. The serpent had struck and struck again, but the horse and rider simply kept coming. Unable to hold their original territory against the relentless Philistine and Amorite pressure, a significant portion of the tribe made a decision that would define Dan's identity for the rest of Israelite history. They migrated. 600 armed Danite warriors, along with their families and possessions, set out northward in search of a new homeland. Abandoning the allotment Joshua had given them, and looking for territory they could actually hold, they found it at the far northern tip of the land, at a place called Laish, a prosperous and isolated city whose inhabitants the text describes as quiet and unsuspecting, living securely, far from the major Canaanite power centers, with no alliances to call upon and no army prepared for war. The Danites fell on Laish with the efficiency of men who had spent generations learning to strike from concealment. They put the city to the sword, burned it, and rebuilt it as their own, renaming it Dan, a city that would become synonymous with the northern boundary of the nation. From Dan to Beersheba became the standard expression for the full extent of Israel, north to south. And it is a peculiar legacy for a tribe that arrived at its northern anchor not through divine allotment, but through unauthorized conquest, not by claiming their inheritance, but by abandoning it and seizing someone else's. More troubling was what the Danites brought with them on their migration. Before reaching Laish, they had passed through the hill country of Ephraim, where they encountered a young Levite serving as a private priest in the household of a man named Micah, who had set up a shrine complete with carved images, an ephod, teraphim, and a molten idol. The Danites recognized the Levite, persuaded him to abandon Micah's private shrine and come serve as priest for an entire tribe instead, and took the graven image and the ephod and the household gods along with them. When Micah pursued them, protesting that they had stolen his gods and his priest, the Danites told him, with the cold pragmatism of men who had 600 swords and he had none, to be quiet and go home before someone got hurt. They carried the stolen idols all the way to their new city, set them up in a sanctuary, and established a priesthood that would persist, the text says, until the day of the captivity of the land. Dan had a shrine, and it was built on theft, served by a poached priest, and centered on a graven image that violated the most fundamental commandment given at Sinai. This association with idolatry would follow Dan like a shadow through the centuries. When the kingdom split and Jeroboam established the northern kingdom of Israel, he set up 2 golden calves to rival the Jerusalem temple, one at Bethel in the south of his kingdom and one at Dan in the north. The ancient Danite shrine, already compromised, became the site of an official state apostasy, a place where the worship of the God of Israel was diluted with the imagery of Canaanite religion and the political expediency of a king who needed his people to stop making pilgrimages to his rival's capital. Dan, the city and the tribe, became a byword for religious corruption, the place where Israel's faith went to be adulterated, where the serpent's cunning turned inward and poisoned its own household. The most haunting echo of this legacy appears in the book of Revelation, where the author lists the 12 tribes of Israel, 12,000 sealed from each tribe, preserved for a purpose that the text wraps in apocalyptic imagery. 11 tribes are named. Dan is not among them. The omission has generated centuries of speculation. Some traditions claim that the Antichrist will come from the tribe of Dan, a belief rooted in early Christian readings of the serpent imagery and the idolatry associations. Others argue that Dan's absence is a scribal error, or that Dan is included under a variant name, or that the omission reflects the tribe's historical absorption into other groups after the Assyrian conquest. The truth is that no one knows for certain why Dan is missing, and the mystery itself has become part of the tribe's identity, the final expression of a people who were always on the margins, always slightly outside the main body, always carrying the ambiguity of their serpentine blessing like a mark on their forehead. Moses, in his final blessing, offered a different image of Dan, one that complicates the serpent portrait without replacing it. Dan is a lion's cub that leaps from Bashan, a lion's cub, young and fierce, leaping from the rich pastureland of Bashan in the north, the territory near where Dan had resettled after abandoning its original allotment. It was a more generous image, one that saw in Dan not just cunning but courage, not just the capacity for concealment but the explosive power of a predator in its prime. The 2 images, serpent and lion, sit side by side in the tradition, unreconciled, as though God and the prophets could not quite decide what to make of this tribe, as though Dan's nature was too complex to be captured in a single metaphor. Gad's story runs along a parallel track, but through very different terrain. He was born to Zilpah, Leah's maidservant, the first of 2 sons Leah claimed through her servant after her own childbearing had temporarily paused. Where Dan's birth had been Rachel's strategic countermove in the fertility war, Gad's birth was Leah's countermove, her refusal to let Rachel's use of Bilhah go unanswered. The name Gad means either good fortune or a troop, depending on which Hebrew root you follow, and Leah's declaration at his birth, "Good fortune has come," was the cry of a woman who measured fortune in children and saw every new son as another point scored against her sister. Jacob's prophecy over Gad was brief, percussive, and built almost entirely on wordplay. Gad, raiders shall raid him, but he shall raid at their heels. The Hebrew is a dense cluster of sounds built on the consonants Gad Gedud Yegudenu Vehu Yagud Akev. It is a sentence that sounds like what it describes: the rapid back and forth of raid and counter-raid, attack and reprisal, the rhythmic violence of a border tribe that spends its life absorbing blows and returning them. The meaning is clear enough. Gad would be attacked repeatedly and from multiple directions, but Gad would always hit back, always chase the raiders down, always be the last one standing when the dust settled. The territory Gad received confirmed this prophecy with the precision of a surveyor's map. Gad settled east of the Jordan River, in the region of Gilead, a rugged highland of thick forests, deep ravines, and rolling pasture land that stretched between the Jordan Valley and the Syrian desert. It was beautiful land, rich in grazing, fragrant with the famous balm of Gilead that was prized across the ancient world for its medicinal properties. It was also exposed land, lacking the natural fortress of the Jordan River that protected the western tribes, open on its eastern flank to the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Arameans, and the nomadic desert raiders who swept in from the wilderness to steal livestock and burn settlements whenever the opportunity presented itself. Gad's people chose this land deliberately, along with the tribe of Reuben and half the tribe of Manasseh, approaching Moses before the crossing of the Jordan and asking to remain on the eastern side because the country was good for cattle and their herds were vast. Moses was initially furious, accusing them of repeating the sin of the spies who had discouraged Israel from entering the promised land a generation earlier. Were they going to let their brothers cross the Jordan and fight while they stayed behind in comfort? But the Gadites and Reubenites made a counteroffer. They would build sheepfolds for their flocks and cities for their families on the east bank. But their warriors would cross the Jordan armed and fight alongside the other tribes until the entire land was conquered. Only then would they return to their holdings east of the river. Moses accepted the terms, and the agreement held. Gadite warriors fought at the front of the Israelite advance through Canaan, fulfilling their pledge before returning to the raider-haunted highlands of Gilead. The men of Gad became legendary fighters. The description of Gadite warriors in the Book of Chronicles paints a portrait of men bred for combat in a way that sets them apart even in a culture where every man was expected to bear arms. From the Gadites, there went over to David at the stronghold in the wilderness mighty and experienced warriors, expert with shield and spear, whose faces were like the faces of lions, and who were swift as gazelles upon the mountains. Faces like lions, swift as gazelles. These were not metaphors of polite admiration. They were descriptions of men hardened by a lifetime of border warfare, men who had grown up fighting Ammonite raiders in the forests of Gilead and chasing desert marauders across the ravines with a ferocity that observers found genuinely frightening. The text goes on to list them by name and rank, noting that the least of them was a match for 100 ordinary soldiers and the greatest for 1,000. Even accounting for the customary exaggeration of military chronicles, the portrait is unmistakable. Gad produced warriors the way Issachar produced grain, as a natural consequence of the land they inhabited and the pressures that land imposed. Moses' blessing over Gad expanded the martial imagery with an almost feral intensity. Blessed be he who enlarges Gad. Gad crouches like a lion. He tears the arm and the crown of the head. He chose the best of the land for himself, for there a commander's portion was reserved. And he came with the heads of the people. With Israel he executed the justice of the Lord, and his judgments for Israel. The blessing acknowledged Gad's choice of Transjordanian territory, calling it the commander's portion, the best of the land. And it framed Gad's warrior culture not as mere violence, but as the execution of divine justice, as though the raiding and counter-raiding that defined life in Gilead was itself a form of holy work. Gad crouches like a lion. He tears the arm and the crown of the head. The imagery is savage and specific. Not a clean kill, but a mauling. The kind of damage inflicted by a predator that fights not to display dominance, but to ensure the enemy does not get back up. The connection between Gad and the figure of Elijah, the most ferocious of Israel's prophets, runs through their shared geography. Elijah was from Tishbe in Gilead, Gad's territory, and everything about him carried the mark of Gilead's wild severity. His camel hair garment, his solitary wandering in the desert, his confrontation with the 450 prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel, his fearless denunciation of King Ahab and Queen Jezebel. Elijah fought the way Gad fought, alone if necessary, outnumbered always, with a fury that came from absolute conviction and a willingness to chase the enemy to the last ridge. Whether Elijah was ethnically a Gadite or simply a product of the same harsh landscape, the spiritual kinship is unmistakable. Gilead produced men who did not flinch, and Elijah was the purest expression of that quality the biblical record would ever see. Gad's vulnerability was the same as its strength: exposure. The eastern tribes were always the first to fall when foreign empires expanded westward, and Gad's territory, thrust out beyond the Jordan like a hand extended into the desert, bore the brunt of every Aramean incursion, every Ammonite raid, every Assyrian campaign. The Gadites fought them all, for generations, absorbing losses and recovering and fighting again, living out Jacob's prophecy with a literalness that was as exhausting as it was heroic. When the Assyrian Empire finally overwhelmed the northern kingdom of Israel, Gad was among the first territories absorbed, its people deported alongside Reuben and the half-tribe of Manasseh, carried off into the vast interior of the Assyrian Empire, and scattered among foreign populations in a diaspora from which they would never visibly return. Dan and Gad, the serpent and the raider, the cunning one and the fierce one. They were the sons of the margins, born to handmaidens, raised in the shadows of more prominent brothers. Allotted territories that were either indefensible or impossible to hold. They survived through the qualities their circumstances demanded. Dan through adaptability and guile. Gad through raw, relentless combat. Neither tribe produced a king. Neither tribe carried the scepter or the priesthood. But without Dan's willingness to migrate when survival required it, and without Gad's willingness to stand and fight when retreat was not an option, the nation of Israel would have been both geographically narrower and martially weaker than the story required. They were not the only handmaid's sons whose stories the grand narrative of Israel tends to rush past. Two more remained. Brothers who shared the distinction of being born to secondary mothers and the additional distinction of being, in the economy of the 12, almost invisible. They were Asher and Naphtali, sons of Zilpah and Bilhah respectively, and their territories in the far north of the Promised Land would prove to be both their blessing and their curse. Rich in resources, beautiful in landscape, and dangerously close to everything that wanted to consume Israel from the outside. Of all the sons of Jacob, these two have been the most thoroughly overlooked, their names invoked in genealogies and tribal lists, and then passed over without pause, as though the mere act of counting them fulfilled whatever obligation the storyteller felt. Asher and Naphtali appear in the great narrative like figures standing at the edge of a crowd scene in a Renaissance painting, present, necessary for the composition, but painted with fewer brushstrokes than the central subjects, their features less defined, their expressions harder to read. And yet they held the northern frontier of Israel for centuries, and the land they occupied was among the most coveted, most fought over, and most consequential in the entire biblical world. To skip them is to misunderstand the geography of the nation they helped build. To rush past them is to pretend that only the tribes with dramatic stories mattered, when in truth, A country is made as much by its borders as by its capital. Naphtali was born first, the second son of Bilhah, Rachel's maidservant, arriving shortly after Dan in the feverish opening rounds of the fertility contest. Rachel named him with a declaration of combat. "With mighty wrestlings I have wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed." The Hebrew word Naphtali, from which his name derives, carries the sense of twisting, of struggle, of bodies locked in contest, and Rachel claimed the boy as evidence that she was winning a war that had no clear finish line. Naphtali entered the world as a trophy, his name a scoreboard update in a rivalry between two women who loved the same man and hated the imbalance of his affections. It was not a gentle beginning. But the tribe that descended from him would become, paradoxically, one of the most graceful in the entire confederation. Its people associated not with struggle but with speed, not with wrestling but with running. As though Naphtali had taken the competitive energy encoded in his name and transmuted it into something lighter, swifter, and far more beautiful. Jacob's deathbed words over Naphtali were the briefest and most lyrical of all the blessings. Naphtali is a doe let loose that bears beautiful fawns. Some translations render the second half differently, reading "who gives beautiful words" instead of "who bears beautiful fawns," the ambiguity hinging on a single Hebrew word that can mean either offspring or speech. Both readings are illuminating. As a doe let loose, Naphtali was an image of freedom and swiftness, an animal released from constraint, running through open country with the effortless grace that deer possess and humans envy. The doe does not charge like a bull or strike like a serpent or crouch like a lion. She runs, she leaps, she moves through the landscape as though gravity applies to her only when she consents to it. To call Naphtali a doe let loose was to say that this tribe's genius lay in agility, in the capacity to move quickly through difficult terrain, in a lightness of foot that could outrun what it could not outfight. If the reading "beautiful words" is preferred, then Naphtali was being identified as a tribe of eloquence, of poetry, of communication, a people gifted with language and a culture that valued the spoken word as both art form and weapon. The two readings are not mutually exclusive. A tribe known for swiftness in battle could also be known for beauty in speech. The ancient world did not draw the hard lines between warrior and poet that later cultures would insist upon. Deborah, the prophetess who composed the great victory song after the defeat of Sisera, called specifically on Naphtali to fight in that battle, singling the tribe out alongside Zebulun for special praise. Zebulun is a people who risked their lives to the death. Naphtali, too, on the heights of the field. On the heights of the field. Naphtali fought from the high ground, from the mountain ridges and hilltops that defined their territory, and they fought with a recklessness that the song celebrates as devotion. The doe, when cornered, when her fawns were threatened, was no longer gentle. The territory Naphtali received stretched along the western shore of the Sea of Galilee and northward into the upper Jordan Valley, climbing into the mountains of Upper Galilee toward the headwaters of the Jordan River. It was spectacularly beautiful country. The turquoise freshwater lake, the green hills thick with oak and terebinth, the mountain air carrying the scent of wild thyme and hyssop, the springs bubbling up from limestone aquifers that fed orchards and gardens with a generosity that the southern deserts could never match. The region produced olives, figs, grapes, and fish in abundance, and the Sea of Galilee, known in the Hebrew Bible as the Sea of Chinnereth, was one of the richest freshwater fisheries in the ancient world, its waters teeming with tilapia and sardines that fed not only the local population, but the trade networks that carried dried and salted fish across the Near East. But the beauty came with a price. Naphtali's northern position made the tribe a buffer between Israel and the aggressive kingdoms to the north: Aram Damascus, the Phoenician city-states, and eventually the Assyrian Empire, whose armies would pour through the Galilee region like a river breaching a dam. When the Aramean king Ben-Hadad invaded Israel at the request of King Asa of Judah, it was Naphtali's territory he struck first, seizing the cities of Ijon, Dan, Abel-Beth-Maacah, and the entire region around Chinnereth. Naphtali absorbed the blow because Naphtali was always the first to absorb the blow. That was the geometric reality of holding the northern frontier, and no amount of swiftness or eloquence could change the fact that when empires expanded southward, Naphtali's fields were the first they trampled. Isaiah's famous prophecy about a great light shining in darkness was addressed, in its original context, specifically to Naphtali and Zebulun. In the former time he brought into contempt the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali. But in the latter time he has made glorious the way of the sea, the land beyond the Jordan, Galilee of the nations. The people who walked in darkness have seen a great light. Those who dwelt in a land of deep darkness, on them has light shone. The land of deep darkness was not a metaphor for spiritual ignorance. It was a description of what Assyrian conquest had done to the Galilee, the literal darkening of a once prosperous region by invasion, deportation, and the resettlement of foreign populations. Isaiah's promise was that this same territory, this same abused and discarded northern frontier, would be the place where God's redemptive light appeared. The doe let loose, the beautiful fawn, the tribe trampled and scattered and forgotten, Naphtali's land would be remembered. Moses' blessing over Naphtali was warmer and less enigmatic than Jacob's. O Naphtali, sated with favor and full of the blessing of the Lord, possess the lake and the south. The lake was Chinnereth, the Sea of Galilee, and Moses was telling Naphtali that the land he would hold was not a consolation prize, but a genuine blessing, saturated with divine favor, full in a way that the drier, harsher territories to the south could never be. The south, in this context, likely referred to the southern shore of the lake and the fertile lowlands surrounding it, the region where the Jordan River exits Galilee and begins its winding course toward the Dead Sea. It was a compact but extraordinarily productive territory, and Naphtali's people, for all their vulnerability to northern invasion, lived on some of the most beautiful and bountiful land in the entire promised inheritance. The city of Kedesh in Naphtali served as one of the 6 cities of refuge established throughout Israel, places where a person who had accidentally killed someone could flee and find protection from blood vengeance until they received a fair trial. It was a detail that speaks to Naphtali's role in the broader tribal system. Even in the far north, even on the exposed frontier, the structures of justice had to be maintained, and Naphtali's territory was deemed important enough to host one of these critical sanctuaries. Barak, the military commander who fought alongside Deborah against Sisera, was from Kedesh in Naphtali, and it was from this city that he assembled the 10,000 warriors who marched to Mount Tabor and then charged down the slopes into the mud-choked Kishon Valley to destroy Sisera's chariot force. Naphtali's greatest military moment thus began, and ended in the same landscape: the mountains above the lake, the doe's home ground, the heights of the field where the tribe's swiftness and knowledge of terrain gave them an advantage no chariot could overcome. Asher's story shares Naphtali's northern setting, but paints an entirely different portrait. Born to Zilpah, Leah's maidservant, Asher was the second of Zilpah's 2 sons, arriving after Gad. Leah named him with a cry of satisfaction. "Happy am I, for women will call me happy." The name Asher derives from the Hebrew word for happiness, or blessing, and unlike so many of the other tribal names, which were born from pain or competition or desperate pleading, Asher's name carried a note of genuine delight. Leah was happy. For once, the naming was not an appeal to Jacob, or an accusation against Rachel, or a petition to God for vindication. It was simply a woman declaring that something good had happened, and she was glad. The simplicity of it is almost jarring in a family where every birth had been a battlefield, and it set the tone for a tribe whose defining characteristic would be not drama, but contentment, not struggle, but abundance, not the fever of rivalry, but the quiet satisfaction of having enough. Jacob's words over Asher were generous in a way that his words over some of the other sons were not. Asher's food shall be rich, and he shall yield royal delicacies. It was a prophecy of agricultural wealth, of a tribe whose land would produce food fit for kings, whose orchards and fields would be so bountiful that the surplus would grace the tables of royalty. There was no serpent in this blessing, no donkey, no violence, no ambiguity. Asher would eat well and would feed others well. And in a world where famine was a constant threat and a good harvest could mean the difference between life and death, the promise of rich food was not a minor gift. It was survival itself, dressed in olive oil and honey. Moses' blessing expanded the portrait with both warmth and an unexpected martial note. Most blessed of sons be Asher. Let him be the favorite of his brothers, and let him dip his foot in oil. Your bars shall be iron and bronze, and as your days, so shall your strength be. The image of dipping a foot in oil was not the indulgence it might sound like to modern ears. In the ancient Near East, olive oil was the foundation of the economy, used for cooking, lighting, medicine, cosmetics, religious ritual, and trade. To dip your foot in oil meant that oil was so plentiful it pooled on the ground, that the olive presses ran continuously, that the production exceeded what could be stored and simply overflowed. Asher's territory was olive country, and Moses was saying that the trees would produce in such quantity that the tribe would be, in the most literal sense, drowning in prosperity. The territory Asher received ran along the Mediterranean coast, from the area south of the Phoenician city of Tyre, northward past Sidon, a narrow strip of coastal lowland, backed by the western slopes of the Galilean mountains. It was some of the most fertile land in Canaan, blessed with reliable rainfall, rich alluvial soil, and the mild maritime climate that made the Phoenician coast one of the ancient world's great agricultural zones. Asher's orchards produced olives in legendary quantities, and the oil they pressed was exported through the Phoenician ports to Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the wider Mediterranean. The tribe lived in the shadow of Tyre and Sidon, two of the wealthiest and most sophisticated cities of the ancient world, and the proximity brought both commercial opportunity and cultural pressure. Asher traded with the Phoenicians, learned from the Phoenicians, and inevitably absorbed Phoenician influences in ways that the more isolated southern tribes did not. This Phoenician entanglement was both Asher's economic advantage and its spiritual liability. The coastal cities were centers of Baal worship, of Astarte cults, of the elaborate Canaanite religious practices that the God of Israel had commanded the tribes to reject. Living next door to Tyre and Sidon meant living next door to the most powerful and seductive expressions of paganism in the region, and Asher's people, prosperous and comfortable and well-fed, were more vulnerable to assimilation than tribes that lived in harsher, more isolated terrain. The Book of Judges notes that Asher did not drive out the inhabitants of several key cities in its territory, including Akko, Sidon, Achlab, Achzib, Helba, Aphek, and Rehob, but instead lived among the Canaanites, the text pointedly reversing the expected formula. Other tribes are said to have failed to drive out the Canaanites, who then lived among the Israelites. Asher is the only tribe described as living among the Canaanites, as though the balance of cultural power had tipped the other way, as though Asher had become the minority in its own allotment. accommodating itself to the existing population rather than displacing it. The consequence was that Asher, for all its wealth, was one of the least militarily reliable tribes in the Confederation. When Deborah summoned the tribes to fight Sisera, Asher did not come. The prophetess noted the absence in her victory song with a question that carried the weight of an accusation. Asher sat still at the coast of the sea, staying by his landings. While Naphtali and Zebulun risked their lives on the heights of the field, while Issachar's princes marched with Deborah, Asher remained at his harbors, watching his ships, counting his olive oil, declining to interrupt his prosperity for the inconvenience of a war that was being fought, after all, in someone else's valley. It was the response of a tribe that had grown comfortable, that had calculated the cost of fighting and the cost of not fighting, and concluded that the olive harvest was more important than the battle. The happy tribe, the blessed tribe, the tribe that dipped its foot in oil. Asher had found contentment, and contentment, it turned out, could be its own form of cowardice. And yet Moses' blessing included that striking final image, "Your bars shall be iron and bronze, and as your days, so shall your strength be." The bars of iron and bronze were the fortifications of Asher's cities, the gates that protected the tribe's wealth from raiders and invaders, and the promise that Asher's strength would last as long as his days suggested a resilience that outlasted any single moment of weakness. Asher might sit out one battle, might lean too far into Phoenician comfort, might prefer trade to war and oil to blood, but the tribe would endure, its walls would hold, and its strength would renew itself as each new generation rose to face whatever the northern frontier demanded. The promise was not of glory, but of persistence, the unglamorous kind of survival that does not make for stirring poetry, but that keeps a people alive long enough to matter. One Asherite who surfaces from the obscurity of the tribe's later history is a woman, and she appears not in the Hebrew Bible's historical books, but in the opening chapters of the Gospel of Luke. Anna, daughter of Phanuel, of the tribe of Asher, was an elderly prophetess who had lived as a widow for decades and spent her days in the Jerusalem temple, fasting and praying. She was 84 years old, or perhaps had been a widow for 84 years, depending on the translation, and she was present in the temple when the infant Jesus was brought for his dedication. She recognized the child for what he was and began to speak about him to everyone who was waiting for the redemption of Jerusalem. It is a small detail, easily overlooked, but its implications are extraordinary. Anna was an Asherite, a member of a tribe that had been absorbed into the northern kingdom and supposedly lost to Assyrian deportation centuries earlier. Her presence in Jerusalem, still identified by her tribal affiliation, still practicing the faith of her ancestors, still watching for the fulfillment of promises made to her people before the exile, suggests that the so-called lost tribes were not entirely lost, that remnants survived, that the thread of identity persisted even when the political structures that had supported it had long since collapsed. The happy tribe, the one that sat by its harbors while others fought, the one that dipped its foot in oil and lived among the Canaanites, it was still there, still waiting, still represented in the temple by an old woman whose eyes were sharp enough to see what kings and priests had missed. Together, Asher and Naphtali formed the twin pillars of Israel's northern frontier, one tribe facing the sea and the other the mountains, one oriented toward commerce and the other toward speed, one associated with abundance and the other with grace. They were never the center of the story. They were never the tribe from which the king came, or the tribe from which the priests were drawn. But they held the line between Israel and the nations pressing in from the north, and they filled the nation's storerooms and fisheries and olive presses. And when the darkness of conquest finally fell across their lands, The prophets promised that it was precisely there, in the territories of the overlooked and the marginal, that the light would break through. They were the supporting cast in a drama that could not have been performed without them, and the story that forgets them is a story that misunderstands what it means to be a nation. But the narrative must now turn from the sons of the handmaids and the sons of Leah's later years to the figure who dominates the final third of Genesis more completely than any other character. The son whose coat and whose dreams and whose journey from a pit in Canaan to the second throne of Egypt would reshape not only the 12 tribes, but the entire trajectory of the people of Israel. He was Rachel's firstborn, the boy Jacob loved more than all the rest, the dreamer whose brothers could not speak a kind word to him, and whose father could not stop himself from showing the preference that made their hatred inevitable. He was Joseph, and his story, even before we reach its midpoint, is already the longest, the most dramatic, and the most structurally complex of any tale in the patriarchal cycle. Joseph was 17 years old when his world ended. He did not know it was ending. He thought he was walking toward his brothers across the fields near Dothan, carrying whatever errand his father had sent him on, wearing the coat that marked him as the favorite, and carrying the naivety of a boy who believed that being loved by his father meant he was safe. He could see them in the distance, tending the flocks, and he walked toward them with the open stride of someone who has never yet been betrayed by the people closest to him. His brothers saw him coming too. They recognized the coat before they recognized the boy, that garment of many colors or of long sleeves or of fine ornamentation, depending on which scholar is translating the Hebrew, that visible, wearable declaration from Jacob, that this son mattered more than all the others. "Here comes the dreamer," they said to one another, and the word they used carried contempt the way a blade carries an edge. The coat was not the beginning of the hatred, but it was its most potent symbol. Jacob had given it to Joseph because Joseph was Rachel's firstborn, the son of the woman Jacob had loved since the moment he saw her walking toward a well in Haran, the child who arrived after years of barrenness and prayer, and whose very name meant, "May God add another." In a household where a mother's status determined a son's standing, Joseph sat at the apex of an invisible hierarchy that everyone understood and no one could change. He was the 11th born, but the first in his father's heart, and Jacob made no effort to conceal this preference, gifting the boy a garment that distinguished him from his brothers, the way a crown distinguishes a king from his courtiers. The coat said, "This one is mine." The coat said, "This one is different." The coat said, "When I die, look to him." And the brothers, who had spent their entire lives watching their father's gaze drift past them toward Rachel and Rachel's children, heard the message clearly and hated Joseph for it. But Joseph, with the particular blindness of the beloved, made everything worse. He brought bad reports about his brothers to their father, carrying tales of their behavior in the fields back to Jacob like a child running to a parent with gossip. Whether the reports were true or exaggerated, the effect was the same. Joseph positioned himself as his father's eyes and ears among the brothers, a surveillance apparatus dressed in a pretty coat, and the brothers' resentment deepened into something colder and more dangerous. And then came the dreams. The first dream was agricultural. Joseph told his brothers that he had seen them all binding sheaves in the field, and that his sheaf had risen and stood upright while their sheaves gathered around it and bowed down. The brothers understood the symbolism instantly. "Are you indeed to reign over us? Are you indeed to rule over us?" They did not wait for an interpretation. They did not consider the possibility that the dream might be from God. They heard their 17-year-old brother announce, with the artless confidence of someone who does not yet understand the cost of standing out, that he would one day be their master, and their hatred deepened further. The second dream was cosmic. The sun, the moon, and 11 stars were bowing down to Joseph. This time even Jacob rebuked him. Shall I and your mother and your brothers indeed come to bow ourselves to the ground before you?" The reference to your mother is complicated, since Rachel had died giving birth to Benjamin, and the mention may refer to Leah or to Bilhah, who had effectively raised Joseph after Rachel's death. But the substance of Jacob's rebuke mattered less than the fact that it came at all, because even the father who adored Joseph recognized that these dreams, shared so openly and so carelessly, were provocations that the household could not absorb without consequence. Jacob rebuked his son, but the text adds a quiet note. His father kept the matter in mind. The dreamer's father saw something in the dreams that frightened and fascinated him in equal measure, and he filed them away in the same part of his mind where he had once filed away Rebekah's oracle and his own vision of the ladder at Bethel, the part that knew, without being able to explain how, that God sometimes spoke through images that arrived unbidden in the night. The brothers were in the fields near Shechem, the same city where Simeon and Levi had committed their massacre years before, when Jacob sent Joseph to check on them. They had moved the flocks northward to Dothan by the time he arrived, and it was there, on the open ground near the trade road that connected Canaan to Egypt, that the conspiracy took its final shape. They saw him coming from far off, the coat visible against the brown landscape like a flag, and before he reached them, they had already agreed among themselves to kill him. "Let us kill him and throw him into one of the pits," they said, "and we will say that a fierce animal has devoured him. Then we will see what becomes of his dreams." Reuben intervened with his characteristic indirection, proposing the pit as an alternative to murder, intending to return later and pull the boy out. The brothers stripped Joseph of his coat, the act of removal as symbolic as the original gifting, and threw him into an empty cistern, a dry well cut into the rock, deep enough that he could not climb out. Then they sat down to eat. The detail is both banal and chilling. They threw their brother into a hole in the ground and then had lunch, as though the screaming coming from the pit were no more disturbing than the bleating of the sheep. Later, traditions would recall that Joseph pleaded with them from the cistern, begging for mercy, and that the brothers heard his cries and ignored them. The text of Genesis does not record his words at this point, but a later passage, when the brothers stand before the disguised Joseph in Egypt years afterward, reveals what they remembered. "In truth, we are guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the distress of his soul when he begged us and we did not listen." They saw his distress. They heard his begging. They ate their bread. Judah's suggestion to sell Joseph to the Ishmaelite traders has been covered in his own section, and the mechanics of the transaction need not be repeated here. What matters for Joseph's story is what happened next. The descent into Egypt, the disappearance of the favorite son into the vast machinery of the ancient world's greatest civilization, and the transformation that occurred in the space between the pit and the palace. The traders brought Joseph to Egypt and sold him to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, the captain of the guard. Joseph arrived in Egypt as property, a Hebrew slave, with no connections, no language skills, no understanding of the culture into which he had been deposited, and no reason to believe that his life would ever be anything other than servitude and obscurity. He was perhaps 18 years old. He had been thrown into a pit by his own brothers, sold to strangers, marched across the Sinai desert in a caravan of goods and slaves, and deposited in the household of a powerful man who could do with him whatever he pleased. Everything he had known, his father's tent, his mother's memory, the green hills of Canaan, the preferential love that had been both his glory and his undoing, all of it was gone, replaced by the flat, hot, alien landscape of the Nile Delta, and the realization that the dreams he had shared so eagerly with his brothers had apparently been wrong about everything. But the text says something remarkable about Joseph's time in Potiphar's house. The Lord was with Joseph, and he became a successful man. Success, in this context, did not mean comfort or freedom. It meant competence. Joseph worked, and the work went well, and Potiphar noticed. The Egyptians saw that everything Joseph touched prospered, that the household accounts balanced, that the fields produced, that the servants functioned with an efficiency they had never previously displayed, and Potiphar drew the obvious conclusion. This Hebrew slave carried some kind of blessing with him, and the smart move was to put him in charge of everything and let the blessing flow. Joseph was elevated to the position of overseer, managing all of Potiphar's affairs, running the household, supervising the estate. Potiphar, the text says, left all that he had in Joseph's charge, and because of him, the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house. The captain of the guard stopped worrying about anything except what he would eat for dinner. Everything else was Joseph's problem. And then the wife intervened. The text introduces Potiphar's wife with no name and no subtlety. She cast her eyes on Joseph and said, "Lie with me." Day after day she repeated the demand, and day after day Joseph refused, offering a speech that was part moral principle and part pragmatic calculation. "My master has withheld nothing from me except you, because you are his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against God?" The refusal was rooted in two loyalties, one to Potiphar and one to God, and neither was negotiable. And the combination of integrity and physical proximity drove Potiphar's wife from desire to obsession to rage. The confrontation came on a day when the household servants were away, and Joseph entered the house to attend to his duties. She seized him by his garment and said, "Again, lie with me." Joseph pulled free and ran, leaving the garment in her hands. The second time in his young life that a piece of clothing was stripped from him at a moment of crisis. The second time that fabric torn from his body became evidence in a case against him. Potiphar's wife held the garment and constructed her story. The Hebrew slave had tried to assault her, had come into the house to force himself on her, and had fled when she screamed, leaving his clothing behind. She told the servants. She told her husband. And Potiphar, hearing his wife's accusation, burned with anger. The text says Potiphar was angry, but it does not say at whom. Interpreters have long noted that Potiphar's response was surprisingly restrained for a man who supposedly believed his wife had been assaulted by his slave. In the ancient Near East, a slave who attempted to rape his master's wife would not have been imprisoned. He would have been executed immediately and publicly as a warning to every other slave in the household. Potiphar did not execute Joseph. He threw him into the king's prison, the facility where Pharaoh's own prisoners were kept, a place that was harsh but survivable, a place where a man could endure rather than die. Whether Potiphar suspected his wife's story was false, whether he chose imprisonment as a compromise between his duty to his wife and his knowledge of Joseph's character, or whether political considerations made a quiet imprisonment preferable to a public execution, the text does not say. It simply records that Joseph went from the overseer's chambers to a prison cell, and that the coat left behind in a woman's hands had destroyed him as thoroughly as the coat stripped from him in a field near Dothan. Prison should have been the end. For most men in the ancient world, imprisonment in a foreign country, without connections, without advocates, without any mechanism of appeal, was a permanent condition, a slow disappearance from the world of the living into a twilight of stone walls and forgotten names. But the text repeats its refrain with a stubbornness that mirrors Joseph's own. The Lord was with Joseph and showed him steadfast love and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. The pattern reasserted itself. Joseph worked. The work prospered. The prison warden noticed, just as Potiphar had noticed, and before long Joseph was running the prison the same way he had run Potiphar's household, managing the other prisoners, organizing the daily operations, carrying responsibility that no inmate should have carried, but that Joseph seemed incapable of not attracting. He was a man whose competence was so conspicuous that even his captors could not ignore it, a slave whose blessedness was so visible that the people who owned him kept handing him authority and then stepping out of the way. 2 new prisoners arrived, Pharaoh's chief cupbearer and his chief baker, palace officials who had somehow offended the king and been thrown into the same facility where Joseph served. One night, both men had dreams that troubled them, and when Joseph saw their anxious faces in the morning, he asked what was wrong. They told him they had dreamed, but had no one to interpret their visions. Joseph's response revealed something about the theological education that had been quietly taking place in the years since Dothan. Do not interpretations belong to God? Please tell them to me. The boy who had once announced his own dreams with reckless pride now attributed the power of interpretation to God rather than to himself, a shift in posture that was subtle but profound. The difference between a teenager who believed the universe revolved around him and a man who had learned, through pit and slavery and prison, that he was an instrument rather than the composer. The cupbearer dreamed of a vine with 3 branches that budded, blossomed, and produced grapes, which he pressed into Pharaoh's cup and placed in Pharaoh's hand. Joseph interpreted the dream. In 3 days, Pharaoh would restore the cupbearer to his position. The baker, encouraged by this favorable reading, shared his own dream. 3 baskets of bread on his head, with birds eating from the top basket. Joseph's interpretation was blunt and terrible. In 3 days, Pharaoh would lift the baker's head from his body, hang his corpse on a tree, and the birds would eat his flesh. Both interpretations proved exactly correct. On the 3rd day, Pharaoh's birthday, the cupbearer was restored and the baker was executed, and the precision of Joseph's readings demonstrated a gift that went beyond cleverness into something that could only be called prophetic. Joseph asked the cupbearer one favor before the man returned to the palace. Remember me. Mention me to Pharaoh. Tell him there is a Hebrew in the prison who was kidnapped from his land and has done nothing to deserve being here. It was a reasonable request, a small thing to ask of a man whose life Joseph had just saved from the terror of not knowing. The cupbearer agreed, walked out of the prison, returned to his comfortable position pouring wine for the king of Egypt, and forgot Joseph completely. The text delivers the fact in a single clause that lands like a door closing. Yet the chief cupbearer did not remember Joseph, but forgot him. 2 full years passed, 730 days in a cell, give or take, during which the man who had interpreted dreams with perfect accuracy waited for a word from the palace that never came, during which he woke each morning and scanned the faces of the guards for any sign that someone had spoken his name in the right ear, during which the silence from above became its own kind of answer, as total and as crushing as the silence of his father's tent had been when he was dragged away screaming toward a caravan heading south. Joseph waited, and nothing happened. And the waiting was perhaps the cruelest of all his trials, because it required him to maintain faith not in the face of dramatic suffering, but in the face of something far harder to endure: irrelevance. He was not being tortured. He was not being threatened. He was being forgotten. And for a man whose identity had been built on being noticed, on being special, on being the one the Father loved and the God dreamed through, being forgotten was a kind of death that left the body intact while it hollowed out everything inside. And then Pharaoh dreamed. The king of Egypt, the most powerful man in the known world, stood on the bank of the Nile in his sleep and watched 7 fat cows emerge from the water, followed by 7 thin cows, so gaunt and wretched that Pharaoh had never seen anything like them in all the land. The thin cows devoured the fat cows and remained just as thin as before. He woke, fell back asleep, and dreamed again. 7 plump ears of grain on a single stalk, followed by 7 thin ears, scorched by the east wind that swallowed the plump ones whole. In the morning, Pharaoh's spirit was troubled, and he summoned every magician and wise man in Egypt, and none of them could tell him what the dreams meant. It was at this moment, with the king of the greatest empire on earth standing baffled before his court, that the cupbearer's memory finally stirred. He told Pharaoh about the Hebrew prisoner, about the dreams in the jail, about the interpretations that had come true to the letter. Pharaoh sent for Joseph immediately. They brought him out of the dungeon, and he shaved and changed his clothes. "Because you did not appear before Pharaoh looking like a prisoner," and then he stood in the throne room of the most powerful court in the ancient world. A Hebrew slave summoned from a hole in the ground to explain to a god king what his own dreams meant. Pharaoh told Joseph the dreams. Joseph listened, and then he spoke. And what he said would save millions of lives across the ancient Near East, including the lives of the very brothers who had thrown him into a pit 13 years earlier. "The dreams of Pharaoh are one," Joseph said. "God has revealed to Pharaoh what he is about to do. 7 years of extraordinary abundance were coming, harvests so plentiful that Egypt would overflow with grain. But they would be followed by 7 years of famine so severe that the abundance would be forgotten entirely, that the land would be consumed, that the plenty would leave no trace in the memory of the starving." The doubling of the dream, 2 visions carrying the same message, meant that the thing was fixed by God and would happen soon. Then Joseph did something no one had asked him to do. He offered a plan. Pharaoh should appoint a wise and discerning man to oversee the land of Egypt, should establish a system of overseers to collect 1/5 of the produce during the 7 good years, and store it in granaries under Pharaoh's authority, building a reserve so massive that when the famine came, the nation would survive. It was policy advice delivered by a prisoner to a king, an act of breathtaking audacity that could have been read as presumption and punished as insolence. But Pharaoh heard the plan, and he looked at Joseph, and he asked his servants a question that contained its own answer. "Can we find a man like this, in whom is the Spirit of God?" The elevation was immediate and total. Pharaoh removed his signet ring and placed it on Joseph's finger. He dressed him in garments of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. He set him in the second chariot and had men cry out before him, "Bow the knee!" Joseph was given an Egyptian name, Zaphanath-Paneah, and an Egyptian wife, Asenath, the daughter of a priest of On. And at the age of 30, 13 years after his brothers had stripped his coat and sold his body, the Hebrew slave became the second most powerful man in the world. The boy who had dreamed of sheaves bowing down was now the man before whom an entire empire would bow, and the symmetry was so precise, so relentless in its fulfillment, that it carried the unmistakable architecture of something greater than coincidence. But Joseph was not finished. The 7 good years began, and he worked through them with the same tireless competence he had displayed in Potiphar's house and in the prison, traveling the length of Egypt, organizing the collection, building granaries, and stockpiling grain in quantities so vast that the scribes eventually stopped counting because it was, the text says, like the sand of the sea, beyond measure. He was preparing for a catastrophe that no one else could see yet, storing food against a hunger that the fat years made impossible to imagine, and the work consumed him so completely that when the famine finally came, exactly as he had predicted, Egypt alone among all the nations had bread. The famine spread across the entire region, reaching northward into Canaan, into the hill country, where an old man named Jacob sat in his tent, with 11 remaining sons and the memory of a 12th who had been, he believed, torn apart by wild animals. The old man looked at his dwindling stores and heard reports that there was grain in Egypt, and he said to his sons the words that would set the final act of Joseph's story in motion. "Why do you look at one another? I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down and buy grain for us there, so that we may live and not die." The brothers rose. They packed their donkeys. They began the long walk south toward Egypt, toward grain, toward survival, and toward a reckoning with a face they would not recognize behind its Egyptian cosmetics and its pharaonic authority. A face that had last looked up at them from the bottom of a dry well while they sat above eating bread. 10 men arrived in Egypt. Jacob had kept Benjamin home, refusing to let Rachel's only surviving son walk into a foreign country from which he might never return. The old man had buried his capacity for risk in the same grave where he believed Joseph lay, and no argument could convince him that sending Benjamin south was anything other than a second invitation to catastrophe. So the 10 older brothers made the journey alone, joining the long lines of foreigners streaming into Egypt from every direction, Canaanites and Amorites and desert nomads, all of them drawn by the same desperate rumor. Egypt had bread, and everywhere else had dust. They were brought before the governor, the man who controlled all grain distribution in the kingdom, the man before whom every buyer in the realm was required to bow. They did not know this man was Joseph. How could they? The boy they had sold was 17, gaunt, weeping, speaking Hebrew, and wearing the rags of a stripped slave. The man before them was 39, clean-shaven in the Egyptian style, dressed in linen so fine it glowed, adorned with the gold chain of pharaonic authority, speaking Egyptian through an interpreter, surrounded by the full apparatus of imperial power. 22 years, and the entire weight of the most sophisticated civilization on earth stood between the brother they remembered and the official they faced. They bowed before him with their faces to the ground, 10 sheaves bending toward the 11th, and they had no idea what they were fulfilling. Joseph recognized them instantly. The text says he knew them the moment they walked in, but he treated them like strangers and spoke roughly to them. "Where do you come from?" he demanded. "From the land of Canaan, to buy food," they answered. And Joseph, looking into the faces of the men who had destroyed his youth, who had listened to him scream and sat down to eat, who had dipped his coat in blood and delivered it to their father and watched the old man shatter, Joseph accused them of being spies. "You have come to see the nakedness of the land," he said, using a phrase that meant they were reconnaissance agents probing Egypt's defenses, mapping its vulnerabilities during the famine. It was a capital accusation, and the brothers' terror was immediate. They protested. They were honest men, they said, 12 brothers from one father in Canaan, the youngest at home and one who was no more. The phrase, "one who is no more," fell from their lips with the practiced ease of a lie, repeated so many times it had begun to feel like truth. And Joseph heard it, standing 3 feet away from them, very much alive, and said nothing. He let the lie hang in the air. Then he told them he would test their claim. One of them would go back to Canaan and bring the youngest brother to Egypt. The rest would remain imprisoned until the brother arrived. He threw all 10 of them into custody for 3 days. On the 3rd day, Joseph altered the terms. He would keep only one brother as hostage. The other 9 could return home with grain for their families, but they must bring Benjamin on their next trip, or the hostage would die and they would never buy grain in Egypt again. The brothers, standing before this terrifying Egyptian official, began to speak to one another in Hebrew, not realizing that Joseph understood every word. "In truth, we are guilty concerning our brother," they said. "In that we saw the distress of his soul when he begged us and we did not listen. That is why this distress has come upon us." Reuben added his own recrimination. "Did I not tell you not to sin against the boy? But you did not listen. So now there comes a reckoning for his blood." They were confessing to each other in front of the man they had wronged, believing he could not understand them, and Joseph turned away from them and wept. It was the first of several times he would break down during the brothers' visits. each time stepping out of the room to compose himself, each time returning with his mask back in place. The Egyptian official reassembled over the weeping Hebrew brother. He chose Simeon as the hostage, had him bound before their eyes, and sent the 9 away with grain. But he also gave secret orders to his stewards: fill their sacks, return each man's silver to the top of his bag, and give them provisions for the journey. The returned silver was a test within a test, a trap designed to increase their anxiety, to make them feel the weight of unexplained generosity from a man who had accused them of espionage. When one of the brothers opened his sack at a lodging place along the road and found his money sitting on top of the grain, their hearts sank. "What is this that God has done to us?" they whispered. And the question revealed how deeply the guilt of Joseph's sale had penetrated their understanding of how the universe worked. Every misfortune was now legible as punishment. Every strange occurrence carried the fingerprints of divine retribution. They had spent 22 years interpreting their lives through the lens of what they had done to their brother, and the silver in the sack was simply the latest confirmation that God had not forgotten and was not finished. They returned to Jacob and told him everything: the harsh governor, the accusation of espionage, Simeon held hostage, the demand for Benjamin. When they emptied their sacks and every man's bundle of silver tumbled out, Jacob's face went white. "You have bereaved me of my children," he said. "Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more, and now you would take Benjamin. All this has come against me." It was the cry of a man who saw conspiracy in every direction, who believed the universe was systematically stripping him of everything he loved, and who trusted his remaining sons about as far as he could see them, which, given his failing eyesight, was not far at all. Reuben made his offer of his 2 sons' lives as collateral for Benjamin's safety, and Jacob dismissed it without consideration. Months passed. The grain ran out. The famine tightened its grip. Jacob and his household began to starve, and still the old man refused to send Benjamin south. It was Judah who finally broke the impasse, not with the grand rhetorical gesture he would later deliver in Egypt, but with the quiet, relentless logic of a man who understood that stubbornness was no longer a luxury they could afford. "Send the boy with me," Judah said, "and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and you and also our little ones. I will be a pledge of his safety. From my hand you shall require him. If I do not bring him back to you and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever." The pledge was personal, absolute, and open-ended. Not his sons' lives, but his own reputation, his own standing before his father, his own soul placed on the line for Benjamin's safe return. Jacob, starving and out of options, relented. He told them to take gifts for the Egyptian official, double the silver to cover the money returned in the sacks, and Benjamin. "May God Almighty grant you mercy before the man," he said, "that he may send back your other brother and Benjamin. If I am bereaved of my children, I am bereaved." The brothers returned to Egypt, and when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he instructed his house steward to slaughter an animal and prepare a meal, because the brothers would dine at his table at noon. The invitation terrified them. They assumed they were being brought inside to be attacked, that the returned silver was a pretext for accusing them of theft, that they were walking into an ambush. They cornered the steward at the door and poured out their explanation about the silver, offering to return it, begging him to understand that they had no idea how it got into their sacks. The steward's reply was both reassuring and enigmatic. "Peace to you. Do not be afraid. Your God and the God of your father has put treasure in your sacks. I received your money." Then he brought Simeon out to them, alive and apparently well, and gave them water to wash their feet and feed for their donkeys. When Joseph entered the room, the brothers presented their gifts and bowed to the ground before him. Joseph asked about their father. "Is your father well?" The old man of whom you spoke, is he still alive?" They assured him that their father was alive and well, and they bowed again. Then Joseph looked at Benjamin, his only full brother, the other son of Rachel, the child who had been born as their mother died on the road near Bethlehem. And he said, "Is this your youngest brother, of whom you spoke to me? God be gracious to you, my son." The words were barely out before his composure shattered. Joseph hurried from the room, found a private chamber, and wept. He washed his face, returned, and controlled himself enough to order the meal served. The seating arrangements at the meal were another test, another layer of Joseph's elaborate examination of his brother's character. He seated them in order of their birth, from the eldest to the youngest, and the brothers looked at one another in astonishment, because the chances of a stranger arranging 11 men in their precise birth order by coincidence were essentially zero. Then Joseph sent portions from his own table to each of them, but Benjamin's portion was 5 times larger than anyone else's. It was a deliberate provocation, a recreation of the favoritism that had poisoned the family a generation earlier, one son of Rachel receiving more than the sons of Leah and the handmaids. The old wound reopened to see if it would bleed. The brothers watched the oversized portions arrive at Benjamin's place. They said nothing. They drank freely with Joseph. They ate. Whatever resentment the disproportionate servings may have stirred, they swallowed it along with the food. The next morning, Joseph set the final trap. He sent the brothers away with their donkeys loaded with grain, their silver again returned in their sacks, and one additional item hidden in Benjamin's bag: Joseph's own silver divination cup, a goblet of significant value and ritual importance. The brothers had barely left the city when Joseph sent his steward after them, with instructions to overtake them and accuse them of theft. The steward caught up and delivered the accusation, and the brothers, confident in their innocence, made a rash vow. Whoever was found with the cup would die, and the rest would become slaves. It was the kind of impulsive declaration that desperate men make when they believe truth is on their side, and it turned to ash in their mouths the moment the steward opened Benjamin's sack and the silver cup tumbled out. They tore their clothes, the ancient gesture of unbearable grief, and returned to the city. Every one of them went back. The text notes this specifically. They did not scatter, did not run, and did not abandon Benjamin the way they had abandoned Joseph. They loaded their donkeys and returned together to Joseph's house, and when they arrived, they fell before him on the ground. Joseph's accusation was measured and menacing. "What deed is this that you have done? Do you not know that a man like me can indeed practice divination?" Judah answered for the group, and his words were the words of a man who had stopped trying to escape his own history. "What shall we say to my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how can we clear ourselves? God has found out the guilt of your servants, not the guilt of stealing the cup. They knew they had not stolen the cup. The guilt Judah was confessing to was older and deeper. The guilt of the pit, the guilt of the bloodied coat, the guilt of 22 years of lying to their father. God, Judah said, has found us out. The cup was irrelevant. The reckoning was real." Joseph pressed the point. "Only Benjamin would be detained," he said. "The rest were free to go home in peace." It was the exact structure of the original crime inverted. Once before, the brothers had sent one of Rachel's sons into slavery while they returned to their father with a lie. Now they were being offered the chance to do it again, to sacrifice Benjamin and save themselves, to walk away clean while Rachel's second son disappeared into Egypt just as her first son had. Every thread of Joseph's elaborate test converged on this single moment. Would they do it again? Judah stepped forward. What he said in that throne room has already been recounted in his own section, and it need not be repeated in its particulars here. What matters for Joseph's story is not the content of Judah's speech, but its effect. Judah offered himself as a substitute, his freedom for Benjamin's, his body for the boys. And in doing so, he demonstrated that the brothers had changed, that the men who stood before Joseph were not the same men who had sat eating bread above a screaming boy in a pit. The test was over. The answer was sufficient. Joseph could not hold himself together any longer. He cried out in a voice so loud that the Egyptians outside the hall could hear it, and every attendant and servant was ordered from the room. Alone with his brothers, shaking, weeping with a ferocity that made speech almost impossible, Joseph said the words, "I am Joseph. Is my father still alive?" The brothers could not answer him. They were dismayed, the text says, which is the polite translation of a word that more accurately means they were paralyzed with terror. The man who controlled all the food in Egypt, the man who could have them killed with a nod, the man before whom they had been bowing for days was their brother, the one they had thrown into a pit and sold and written off and lied about for over 2 decades. The sheaves had bowed, the stars had bowed, the dreams were true, every image, every detail, and the brothers stood frozen in the presence of their fulfillment. Joseph told them to come closer, and they came, and he said it again, "I am your brother, Joseph, whom you sold into Egypt." Then, before the terror could calcify into permanent dread, before the brothers could begin calculating what vengeance a man in Joseph's position could exact, he reframed the entire story with a theological vision so generous it still takes the breath away. "Do not be distressed or angry with yourselves because you sold me here. For God sent me before you to preserve life. For the famine has been in the land these 2 years, and there are yet 5 years in which there will be neither plowing nor harvest. And God sent me before you to preserve for you a remnant on earth, and to keep alive for you many survivors. So it was not you who sent me here, but God." 3 times he said it. God sent me. Not you, God. The brothers had acted out of jealousy and cruelty and the petty desire to silence a boy who annoyed them, and Joseph was telling them, with tears streaming down his face, that their worst act had been co-opted by a purpose so vast it swallowed their malice whole. He was not excusing what they had done. He was not pretending it had not hurt. He was saying that the pain had been repurposed, that the pit and the slavery and the prison and the forgetting had all been folded into a plan that aimed at preservation, at survival, at keeping alive a family that would have starved to death in Canaan if one of its members had not been positioned through suffering at the right hand of Pharaoh. Joseph kissed all his brothers and wept on them. And after that, the text says, his brothers talked with him. The sentence is easy to skip and impossible to overstate. For the first time in over 2 decades, the sons of Jacob sat in a room together and simply talked. No lies, no schemes, no tests, no disguises. The wall that had stood between them since the day they sold him had been demolished in a single afternoon, and in the rubble they found, improbably, the ability to speak to one another like brothers. Pharaoh heard the news and was pleased, telling Joseph to bring his entire family to Egypt, to give them the best of the land, to send wagons for their wives and children and their father. Joseph loaded his brothers with provisions, changes of clothing, donkeys bearing grain and bread, and sent them north. To Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of clothing. The excess, again, deliberate. Joseph refusing to pretend that he did not love Rachel's son more than the others, because some truths, once acknowledged, should not be hidden simply to avoid discomfort. As they departed, he called after them, "Do not quarrel on the way." He knew his brothers. He knew that the moment the shock wore off, the recriminations would begin, each man blaming the others, each man reconstructing his version of the story in which he was the least guilty. Joseph's final instruction was not theological. It was familial. The older brother telling the younger ones to behave themselves on the long ride home. They reached Canaan and walked into their father's tent and said, "Joseph is still alive, and he is ruler over all the land of Egypt." Jacob's heart went numb. He did not believe them. The text uses a word that suggests his heart stopped, that the news was so far outside the boundaries of what he thought possible that his body shut down before his mind could process it. But they kept talking, and they repeated Joseph's words, and then Jacob saw the wagons, the Egyptian wagons sent by Pharaoh himself, and something in the physical evidence accomplished what words alone could not. The old man's spirit revived. "It is enough," he said. "Joseph, my son, is still alive. I will go and see him before I die." Jacob packed up his household, his remaining sons and their families, his flocks and herds and possessions, and began the journey south. At Beersheba, on the border between Canaan and the Negev wilderness, he stopped to offer sacrifices, and God spoke to him in a night vision, the last recorded divine communication to Jacob in the entire narrative. "I am God, the God of your father," the voice said. "Do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for there I will make you into a great nation. I myself will go down with you to Egypt, and I will also bring you up again, and Joseph's hand shall close your eyes." The promise was fourfold: nationhood, divine presence, eventual return, and a final intimacy with the son he had mourned for 22 years. Jacob rose and continued south, and 70 souls in all, the text records, went down into Egypt with him. 70 members of a family that would, in the furnace of Egyptian slavery, multiply into a people numbering in the hundreds of thousands, a nation forged in oppression and delivered through signs and wonders, a people whose story was just beginning even as its patriarch's story was nearing its end. Joseph rode out to meet his father in Goshen, the fertile delta region east of the Nile that Pharaoh had designated for the Hebrews. When the chariot appeared and Jacob saw his son, the old man fell on Joseph's neck and wept for a long time. His words were as spare and as full as anything he had ever spoken. "Now let me die, since I have seen your face and know that you are still alive." It was not a death wish. It was a completion. The closing of a wound that had been open for more than 2 decades. The arrival at a destination he had given up believing existed. Jacob had seen God's face at Peniel and survived. He had seen Esau's face on the plains and been embraced. Now he saw Joseph's face in Goshen and declared that his life had found its final sufficiency. Joseph settled his family in Goshen, the best grazing land in Egypt, presenting his father and 5 of his brothers to Pharaoh, who received them with the courtesy due to the family of his most valued official. Jacob, when asked his age, told Pharaoh that the years of his sojourning had been 130, and that they had been few and evil, and had not attained to the years of his fathers. It was the summary of a man who had lived one of the most eventful lives in the ancient world, and who saw in all of it not triumph, but toil, not victory, but endurance. The long pilgrimage of a man who had started running from his brother's fury and had never entirely stopped. The family planted itself in Egyptian soil, and for a generation, and then for many generations, they grew. Joseph administered the famine with the same relentless competence he had brought to every task in his life, buying up the livestock, the land, and eventually the freedom of the Egyptian people themselves in exchange for grain, consolidating Pharaoh's power to an extent that reshaped the entire social structure of the kingdom. He was 30 when he entered Pharaoh's service, and he lived to 110, long enough to see his great-grandchildren, long enough to hold the infants who would grow up in an Egypt that had forgotten the Hebrew governor who saved it, long enough to know that the land of his exile would one day become the land of his people's bondage. Before he died, Joseph made his brothers swear an oath. When God visited them and brought them up out of Egypt to the land he had promised to Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, they must carry his bones with them. He would not rest in Egyptian soil. His body would wait, embalmed in a coffin in the land of the Nile, for the day when his descendants would march out of slavery and carry him home. It was a final act of faith from a man who had spent his life being displaced, who had been ripped from Canaan and planted in Egypt, and who now, in his last breath, declared that Egypt was not home, had never been home, and that the promise God had made to his grandfather Abraham was more real than the tomb Pharaoh would build for him. Joseph died, and they embalmed him, and they put him in a coffin in Egypt, and the coffin waited. It would wait for 400 years. The story of Joseph is the bridge between the family and the nation, the hinge on which the book of Genesis swings shut and the book of Exodus prepares to open. When the brothers walked into Egypt to buy grain, they were a clan. When they settled in Goshen, they were the seed of a people. Joseph's life was the mechanism by which God moved the family from Canaan to Egypt, from famine to plenty, from a dozen tents to a territory within the most powerful kingdom on earth, positioning them for the explosion of growth that would occur over the next 4 centuries and the cataclysmic deliverance that would follow. Without Joseph's suffering, the family would have starved. Without his forgiveness, it would have splintered. Without his administrative genius, it would have had no land in which to multiply. He was the throne behind the throne, the Hebrew hand guiding the Egyptian state, and the 12 tribes that would eventually march out of Egypt carried within their collective memory the knowledge that they owed their existence to a dreamer who had been sold by his own blood and who had repaid the betrayal with bread. But Joseph would not become a tribe. His name would be carried forward not as a single line, but as 2, split between his sons, divided by a grandfather's crossed hands and a blessing that overturned the expected order yet again. Ephraim and Manasseh, the boys born in Egypt to an Egyptian mother and a Hebrew father, were about to be adopted, elevated, and set on a course that neither their father nor their grandfather could fully control. The double portion that should have gone to Reuben was coming to rest on Joseph's house, and the way it arrived, through an old man's deliberate reversal of his own hands, would echo the original theft of a blessing that had started the entire saga 3 generations earlier. Jacob was dying in Egypt, but his mind was in Canaan, and before he gathered all 12 sons for the blessings that would seal their futures, he had one piece of unfinished business that could not wait for the full assembly. He summoned Joseph alone. What the old man intended to do in this private meeting would reshape the tribal map of Israel more dramatically than any single act since the births themselves. Because Jacob was about to reach past his own sons and claim his grandsons, pulling 2 boys out of Joseph's household and grafting them into the patriarchal line as though they had been born not to Joseph in Egypt, but to Jacob himself in Canaan. Joseph brought his 2 sons to the bedside, Manasseh, the firstborn, and Ephraim, the younger. They were boys born in a foreign land to an Egyptian mother, Asenath, daughter of Potipherah, priest of On. They had grown up speaking Egyptian, wearing Egyptian linen, eating Egyptian food, and absorbing the culture of the Nile Delta the way children absorb everything around them, without effort and without resistance. They were, by every outward measure, Egyptian boys, and what Jacob was about to do was insist, with the full weight of his patriarchal authority, that they were not. They were his. They were Israelite. They belonged to the covenant, and the covenant belonged to them, regardless of the land of their birth or the blood of their mother. Ephraim and Manasseh shall be mine, Jacob told Joseph, as Reuben and Simeon are mine. The statement was a legal adoption, ancient and binding, and its implications were enormous. By elevating Ephraim and Manasseh to the status of his own sons, Jacob was effectively splitting the tribe of Joseph into two, doubling its representation among the tribes, giving Joseph's house two allotments of land instead of one. This was the double portion, the inheritance of the firstborn, the privilege that Reuben had forfeited through his recklessness and that now, by Jacob's deliberate act, was being transferred to Joseph's line. The firstborn's share did not go to Judah, who received the scepter, or to Levi, who received the priesthood. It went to Joseph, the son Jacob loved most, through the mechanism of making Joseph's two sons equal in standing to the other tribal heads. Joseph would not be a tribe. He would be two tribes, and together they would hold more territory, more population, and more political weight than any other single group in the nation. Jacob's eyes were dim with age, the same affliction that had blinded Isaac and enabled the deception with the goatskins. And when Joseph positioned his sons before the old man, he arranged them carefully. Manasseh, the firstborn, at Jacob's right hand, the hand of precedence and power. Ephraim, the younger, at Jacob's left. The positioning was deliberate. Joseph, who had spent his entire life navigating the consequences of a father's preference for one son over another, who had been sold into slavery because of a coat and a dream, and an old man's inability to distribute his love evenly, was now trying to ensure that his own sons received their blessings in the correct order, that the firstborn got what the firstborn was owed, that the terrible cycle of displaced birthright that had haunted his family for 3 generations would stop here with him in this room. Jacob reached out his hands and crossed them. The old man, blind or nearly so, stretched his right hand across his body and placed it on the head of Ephraim the younger, and his left hand on the head of Manasseh the firstborn. He crossed his arms deliberately, knowingly, with the calm precision of a man who understood exactly what he was doing and had decided to do it before the boys entered the room. It was not a mistake. It was not senility. It was the same pattern that had governed his family since the beginning. The younger over the elder, the second over the first, Isaac over Ishmael, Jacob over Esau, Rachel over Leah, Joseph over Reuben, and now Ephraim over Manasseh. The God of this family had a persistent preference for overturning the expected order, and Jacob, who had been both the beneficiary and the victim of that preference, was now its instrument. He blessed them with words that wove Joseph's name into the fabric of the patriarchal chain. The God before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who has been my shepherd all my life long to this day, the angel who has redeemed me from all evil, bless the boys. And in them let my name be carried on, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. Let them grow into a multitude. The Hebrew phrase yidgu larav carries the image of fish multiplying in water, a teeming, uncountable abundance. And it was this blessing of sheer numerical increase that Jacob placed on Ephraim's head with his right hand, the hand of power, while Manasseh received the left. Joseph saw the crossed hands and was displeased. He reached for his father's right hand to move it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's, saying, "Not this way, my father, since this one is the firstborn. Put your right hand on his head." It was a moment of excruciating intimacy, a son trying to physically correct his dying father's hands, trying to rearrange the blessing to match the birth order, trying to prevent the kind of disruption that had cost his own family so much pain. Joseph knew what happened when younger sons were elevated over older ones. He had lived it. He had nearly died from it. And now he was watching his father do it again, to his own children, and everything in him screamed that this was wrong, that the cycle had to be broken, that someone had to stand up and insist that the firstborn receive what the firstborn was owed. Jacob refused. "I know, my son, I know," he said, and the repetition carried a weight that went beyond the immediate moment. I know what it costs to overturn the order. I know what Esau's cry sounded like. I know what my mother did and what I did and what it set in motion. I know all of it, and I am doing this anyway, because the knowledge that God has given me about these two boys overrides everything I have learned from my own suffering. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great, Jacob said of Manasseh. Nevertheless, his younger brothers shall be greater than he, and his offspring shall become a multitude of nations. Manasseh would be great. Ephraim would be greater. The right hand remained where Jacob had placed it, and the blessing stood, and Joseph could do nothing but watch his father repeat the pattern that had shaped and nearly destroyed every generation of their family. The crossing of the hands was the last great reversal in the book of Genesis, the final iteration of a theme that had been running since Cain and Abel. The firstborn displaced, the younger elevated. The expected order subverted by a God who seemed to delight in confounding human assumptions about who deserved what. But unlike the earlier reversals, this one carried no deception. Isaac had been tricked by goatskins. Jacob had been tricked by a veil. Here, Jacob crossed his hands in full awareness, in daylight, with the boy's own father watching, and he did it not to steal something, but to bestow it, not to deceive, but to prophesy. The crossed hands were not a theft. They were a coronation. And the crown they placed on Ephraim's head would prove heavier than either the grandfather or the grandson could have imagined. Manasseh, for all that he received the lesser blessing, would become a formidable tribe in his own right. His descendants would split across the Jordan, one half settling in the lush highlands of Bashan and Gilead east of the river, the other half occupying the hill country north of Ephraim on the western side. The eastern half-tribe of Manasseh controlled some of the finest grazing land in the entire region, the oak forests of Bashan where cattle grew fat, and the highland meadows where flocks multiplied in the cool mountain air. The western half held territory that included the fertile plain of Sharon and the approaches to the Jezreel Valley, giving Manasseh a presence on both sides of the Jordan that no other tribe could match. The splitting of Manasseh across the river was both a strength and a vulnerability. It gave the tribe broad geographic reach, but also divided its loyalties, its resources, and its ability to respond as a unified force when crises came from either direction. The Manassite clan of Machir, specifically, became renowned as warriors, the first to settle the Transjordanian highlands, driving out the Amorite inhabitants with a ferocity that earned them Moses' personal commendation. Machir's descendants held the northern portion of Gilead, the wild country where Jephthah would later emerge as judge, and their martial reputation persisted through the centuries. In Deborah's song, Machir is listed among the tribes that answered the call to war against Sisera, the clan name used interchangeably with the tribal name, a testament to how thoroughly Machir's identity had become fused with Manasseh's western presence. But it was Ephraim that dominated, just as Jacob's crossed hands had decreed. Ephraim became the largest, most powerful, and most self-regarding of the northern tribes, a people whose sense of their own importance was so pronounced that it functioned simultaneously as their greatest asset and their most dangerous flaw. The tribe's territory in the central hill country was the strategic heart of the land. Whoever controlled the Ephraimite highlands controlled the north-south route through the mountains, the access to the major east-west passes, and the agricultural surplus that the hill country's terraced slopes produced in abundance. Shiloh, where the tabernacle rested for the first centuries after the conquest, sat within Ephraim's borders, giving the tribe a claim to religious centrality that reinforced its political ambitions. Shechem, the site of the covenant renewals under Joshua, was Ephraimite territory. Bethel, where Jacob had dreamed of the latter, sat on Ephraim's southern boundary. The tribe was geographically, historically, and spiritually positioned to lead, and it knew it, and it never let anyone forget it. Joshua himself was the tribe's greatest son, the Ephraimite who had led the conquest, divided the land, renewed the covenant, and died at 110, and his legacy cast a long shadow over the tribe's self-image. Ephraim had produced the man who finished what Moses started, the general who brought the people into the land, the leader whose faithfulness at Kadesh Barnea had earned him the right to see what an entire generation was denied. The tribe carried Joshua's memory the way Judah carried the scepter prophecy, as a birthright, as proof of their special status, and as justification for the primacy they demanded and the resentment they displayed whenever that primacy was challenged. The resentment surfaced repeatedly during the Judges period, a pattern of aggrieved entitlement that made Ephraim one of the most difficult tribes to manage and the most dangerous to ignore. The confrontation with Gideon, after the Midianite victory, where Ephraim demanded to know why they had not been summoned from the start, was diffused only through Gideon's flattery. The confrontation with Jephthah over the same grievance ended in the Shibboleth massacre, 42,000 Ephraimites dead at the fords of the Jordan, killed by Gileadites, who were tired of being lectured by a tribe that considered itself too important to be left out of any fight and too proud to accept a secondary role in any victory. The pattern was consistent. Ephraim wanted to be first, expected to be consulted, and reacted with fury when the other tribes acted without its permission. It was the behavior of a tribe that had internalized Jacob's right-hand blessing so completely that any arrangement in which Ephraim was not preeminent felt like a violation of the divine order. The name Ephraim itself became, over time, a synonym for the entire northern tribal confederation. When the prophets spoke of the northern kingdom after the split, they often called it not Israel but Ephraim, using the tribal name as shorthand for the 10 tribes that followed Jeroboam away from the house of David. Hosea, whose entire prophetic career was directed at the northern kingdom, used Ephraim dozens of times, more often than any other designation, and his use of the name carried a particular ache, because Hosea saw in Ephraim not merely a political entity, but a beloved child gone astray. When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more they were called, the more they went away. The tribe that had received the right-hand blessing, the tribe that was supposed to grow into a multitude of nations, the tribe that sat at the center of the promised land, with the tabernacle in its territory, and the memory of Joshua in its blood, had become the exemplar of apostasy, the poster child for what happened when divine favor was received without divine obedience. Jeroboam, the man who would lead the northern secession and establish the rival kingdom, was an Ephraimite, and his rebellion was, in a sense, the ultimate expression of Ephraim's refusal to accept Judah's supremacy. The scepter had been given to Judah. The throne was in Jerusalem. David's dynasty ruled by divine decree. But Ephraim had the right hand. Ephraim had the numbers. Ephraim had the territory. And Ephraim had never, from the day Jacob crossed his arms in that Egyptian bedroom, accepted the idea that any tribe was greater than itself. The split between North and South, when it came, was many things: a tax revolt, a labor dispute, a clash of regional interests. But at its root, it was Ephraim's right hand against Judah's scepter, the double portion against the royal line. Two halves of Jacob's legacy at war with each other, because the old man had distributed his gifts in a way that made each son feel cheated by the other. The daughters of Zelophehad, 5 women from the tribe of Manasseh, created a legal precedent during the wilderness period that would affect inheritance law for all the tribes for the rest of Israelite history. Their father had died in the wilderness without sons, and under the existing rules, his allotment would pass to his nearest male relatives, leaving his daughters with nothing. The 5 women, Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah, stood before Moses and Eleazar and the entire congregation at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and made their case. Why should their father's name disappear from his clan simply because he had no son? Why should they be disinherited because of their sex, when their father had done nothing to forfeit his share? Moses brought the case before God, and God's answer was unequivocal. The daughters of Zelophehad are right. You shall give them possession of an inheritance among their father's brothers, and transfer the inheritance of their father to them. The ruling was then expanded into a general statute. Whenever a man died without sons, his inheritance would pass to his daughters, and if he had no daughters, to his brothers, and if no brothers, to his father's brothers, and so on, through the kinship network. 5 women from Manasseh had changed the law of the land by the simple act of standing up and insisting that justice required it. Ephraim's later history was the history of the northern kingdom itself, a story of golden calves and foreign alliances and prophetic warnings ignored and Assyrian armies advancing, and that story belongs to the sections that will follow. Manasseh's eastern territory would be among the first swallowed by Assyrian expansion, its people deported and scattered alongside Reuben and Gad, while the western Manassites shared the fate of the other northern tribes when Samaria fell. The 2 sons of Joseph, the boys who had stood before a blind grandfather while he crossed his hands and rearranged their futures, would carry the weight of that moment through centuries of tribal rivalry, political fragmentation, and eventual exile. The right hand and the left hand of a blessing that gave them abundance without giving them the wisdom to hold it together. What remained after the exile, what survived when the 10 northern tribes vanished into the Assyrian hinterland, was the south, Judah and Benjamin, the scepter and the wolf, the 2 tribes that had been positioned next to each other in the tribal camp and would cling to each other through the centuries that followed. But before the exile, before the division, before the slow collapse of the northern kingdom under the weight of its own idolatry, the 12 tribes would experience their single greatest moment of unity under a king who was neither Ephraimite nor Judahite, but Benjaminite, a man who stood head and shoulders above every other Israelite and who could not, in the end, stand the weight of the crown he wore. But before that crossing of the hands, before Ephraim and Manasseh received what Reuben had lost, there was one more son to reckon with, the last of the 12, the youngest of them all, the boy who cost his mother her life, and who would grow into a tribe so fierce, so volatile, and so beloved that Israel nearly destroyed itself, trying to punish him, and nearly destroyed itself again, trying to save him. He was Benjamin. And his story begins not in a tent or a field or a palace, but on a road, in blood, with a woman dying and a father breaking. Rachel had been pregnant when the family left Bethel, heading south toward Hebron, toward the old ancestral territory where Isaac still lived. The journey should not have been dangerous. The distance was manageable, the road well-traveled, and Jacob's household was large enough and wealthy enough to command respect from anyone they encountered along the way. But somewhere near Ephrath, the town that would later be called Bethlehem, Rachel went into labor, and the labor went wrong. The midwife told her not to fear, that she was bearing a son, another boy, another answer to the prayer she had prayed since the day she realized her womb was closed. But Rachel was beyond hearing comfort. Her life was pouring out of her with each contraction, and she knew it. And with her last conscious breath, she named the child Benoni, son of my sorrow. It was the only name among the 12 that a mother gave as a death sentence, the only naming that was also a farewell. The only moment in the long saga of births and blessings where the joy of a new son was inseparable from the grief of a lost wife. Rachel, who had demanded children from Jacob with the ferocity of a woman for whom motherhood was oxygen, who had declared she would die without sons, was dying because of one. The irony was as sharp as any blade in the patriarchal narratives, and it cut both ways. Rachel got her second son, the one whose coming she had prophesied in Joseph's name, when she said, "May the Lord add to me another," and the addition killed her. Jacob buried Rachel by the road, not in the family tomb at Machpelah, where Abraham and Sarah and Isaac and Rebekah lay, but right there, on the highway near Bethlehem, marking the grave with a pillar that travelers would see for centuries afterward. The location has been debated endlessly. Why not carry her body to Hebron, only a few miles farther south, and lay her beside the other matriarchs? Some traditions say the labor came too suddenly and the death too quickly for travel. Others suggest that Jacob, in his grief, wanted Rachel's presence to remain on the road, a sentinel watching over her children's future journeys, particularly the journey into exile that the prophets would later describe, when Jeremiah would write that Rachel was weeping for her children from her grave, refusing to be comforted because they were no more. Whatever the reason, Rachel's tomb became one of the most enduring landmarks in the land, a place of pilgrimage and tears that persists to this day. And the boy she died bearing grew up motherless, carrying a name his father had, changed from sorrow to strength. Jacob refused to let the child be called Ben-Oni. He renamed him Benjamin, son of the right hand. The right hand, in the ancient world, was the hand of power, of favor, of the place of honor beside a king. To be the son of the right hand was to be the chosen one, the protected one, the child who sits closest to the father's strength. Jacob had lost Rachel, the only woman he ever truly loved, and the grief of that loss concentrated itself into a ferocious, consuming love for the boy who had survived her. Benjamin became the repository of everything Jacob had felt for Rachel, all the tenderness and all the preference and all the desperate protectiveness of a man who had already lost one of her sons and could not, would not, survive the loss of another. If Jacob's favoritism toward Joseph had been obvious enough to poison the household, his attachment to Benjamin was nuclear, a force so intense that it warped the behavior of every other family member who came near it. Benjamin grew up in the shadow of a dead mother and a missing brother. Joseph was gone, sold into Egypt before Benjamin was old enough to remember him clearly, and the coat dipped in blood, and the story of the wild animal that had supposedly killed him hung over the household like a permanent winter. Benjamin was Rachel's living legacy, the proof that she had existed, the face that most resembled hers, and Jacob held him close with the grip of a man who had learned, through a lifetime of loss and deception, that the things you love most can be taken from you between one heartbeat and the next. The older brothers watched this attachment with whatever mixture of resentment and resignation they had learned to carry, knowing that Benjamin occupied a place in Jacob's heart that none of them, not even Judah, not even Reuben, could ever reach. The drama of Benjamin's near loss in Egypt has already been told from Joseph's and Judah's perspectives, and there is no need to walk through the mechanics of the silver cup and the false accusation again. But it is worth pausing on what that crisis looked like from Benjamin's own vantage point, to the extent that we can reconstruct it from the silences in the text. Benjamin was the one in the room who had done nothing wrong, the brother who had not participated in Joseph's sale, who had been a child when the crime was committed, who had grown up as the unknowing beneficiary of his brother's guilt and his father's grief. He stood in the Egyptian throne room with a cup in his sack that he had not stolen, facing a charge he could not refute, watching his older brothers tear their clothes in despair, and then watching Judah offer to take his place as a slave. Benjamin said nothing during the entire sequence. Not a word of his is recorded. He was the still center of a storm that had been raging for 22 years, the innocent around whom the guilty circled, and his silence in the text is the silence of a man who does not yet understand why any of this is happening to him. When Joseph revealed himself, Benjamin was the one he wept over longest. The text specifies, "He fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept upon his neck. The other brothers received kisses and tears, but Benjamin received the particular grief and joy of a man reuniting with the only person in the world who shared both his blood and his loss, the only other son of Rachel, the only brother who had not betrayed him." Whatever passed between them in that embrace was private, wordless, and complete. Two motherless sons of the same dead woman holding each other in a foreign palace, while the older brothers stood around them, trying to process the fact that reality had just inverted itself. Jacob's deathbed prophecy over Benjamin was startling in its violence, all the more so because it was spoken over the youngest, the baby, the son of the right hand, the one Jacob had clutched to his chest for decades. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he devours the prey, and in the evening he divides the spoil. A ravenous wolf, not a lamb, not a dove, not any of the gentle images one might expect for a patriarch's most protected child, but a predator, a hunter, a creature that kills in the morning and is still eating when the sun goes down. It was as though Jacob could see through the softness of Benjamin's youth to something harder, something fiercer, something that the centuries would bring out of this tribe with an intensity that the quiet boy in the tent gave no indication of possessing. The wolf was sleeping inside the beloved son, and Jacob, whose prophetic vision pierced the veil of time at the end of his life, could see it stirring. The tribe of Benjamin would fulfill the wolf prophecy with a thoroughness that verged on the terrifying. The territory Benjamin received was small, a narrow strip of rocky highland wedged between Ephraim to the north and Judah to the south, containing within its modest borders some of the most strategically important locations in all of Canaan. Jerusalem sat on Benjamin's southern boundary, or perhaps just across it, the precise border between Benjamin and Judah being one of the most argued-over lines in biblical geography. Jericho, the first city conquered by Joshua, was within Benjamin's allotment. Bethel, the site of Jacob's ladder dream, sat on the northern edge. Gibeah, where the sun famously stood still during Joshua's battle, was a Benjaminite city. Mizpah, where the tribes assembled for judgment, was Benjaminite. The tribe held less land than almost any other, but the land it held was disproportionately significant. A dense concentration of sacred sites and military choke points packed into a territory barely 20 miles across. The Benjaminites became legendary warriors, celebrated throughout the biblical record for a specific and unusual skill. They could fight with either hand. The book of Judges describes them as 700 chosen men who were left-handed, every one of whom could sling a stone at a hair's breadth and not miss. The book of Chronicles lists Benjaminite soldiers who could shoot arrows and sling stones with both the right hand and the left. In a world where combat was overwhelmingly right-handed, where shields were held on the left and weapons swung from the right, an ambidextrous warrior was disorienting to fight, unpredictable, capable of attacking from angles that a conventionally trained soldier would not anticipate. It was guerrilla warfare avant la lettre, the serpent's cunning married to the wolf's ferocity, and it made Benjaminite fighters feared out of all proportion to their numbers. The most famous Benjaminite warrior was also one of the most memorable assassins in Scripture. Ehud, son of Gera, was a left-handed man, which in Hebrew is described with a phrase that literally means restricted in his right hand, And he was raised up by God as a judge to deliver Israel from 18 years of oppression under Eglon, the king of Moab. Ehud strapped a short, double-edged sword to his right thigh, hidden under his robes, where no guard would think to search because weapons were carried on the left side by right-handed men. He approached Eglon with tribute, gained a private audience by claiming to have a secret message from God, and when the obese king leaned forward to hear, Ehud drew the hidden blade with his left hand and drove it into Eglon's belly so deep that the hilt went in after the blade and the fat closed over it. The text describes the scene with a visceral specificity that borders on the grotesque. The fat swallowing the sword, the contents of Eglon's bowels releasing, Ehud locking the doors and escaping through a side passage while the servants waited outside, assuming their king was using the toilet. By the time they broke down the doors, Ehud had rallied the Israelites, seized the fords of the Jordan, and cut down 10,000 Moabites. It was the wolf in the morning devouring the prey, and it was carried out with the left-handed cunning that was Benjamin's particular gift to the art of war. But the most shattering chapter in Benjamin's history was not a foreign war. It was a civil one, and it nearly erased the tribe from existence. The events are recorded in the final chapters of the book of Judges, and they represent the lowest point in the entire period between the conquest and the monarchy. A descent into barbarism so complete that the narrator frames the entire episode with the refrain, "In those days there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what was right in his own eyes." A Levite man, traveling through Benjaminite territory with his concubine, stopped for the night in the town of Gibeah, a Benjaminite settlement. An old man offered them hospitality, bringing them into his house. But as the evening wore on, the men of the city surrounded the house, pounding on the door and demanding that the old man send out his guest so they could sexually assault him. The echo of Sodom is deliberate and devastating. The same crime, the same demand, the same violation of the hospitality code, but this time committed not by Canaanites in a cursed city, but by Israelites, by members of one of the 12 tribes, by the sons of Jacob, acting with a depravity that the text refuses to soften or excuse. The Levite pushed his concubine out the door. The men of Gibeah raped her through the night and left her on the threshold at dawn. The Levite found her there in the morning, collapsed across the doorstep, and told her to get up so they could leave. She did not answer. Whether she was already dead or died shortly after, the text leaves in a harrowing ambiguity. The Levite loaded her body onto his donkey, took her home, and then did something so extreme it convulsed the entire nation. He took a knife, divided her body into 12 pieces, and sent one piece to each of the 12 tribes of Israel. The message was wordless and unmistakable. Look at what was done. Decide what you will do about it. The tribes assembled at Mizpah, 400,000 armed men from across Israel, and they demanded that Benjamin hand over the men of Gibeah for punishment. Benjamin refused. The wolf closed ranks around its own, choosing tribal loyalty over justice, defending the indefensible because the alternative, surrendering members of the tribe to outsiders for execution, felt like a violation of kinship that Benjamin's fierce internal solidarity could not accept. It was a catastrophic misjudgment. The 11 tribes declared war on the 12th. The first 2 battles went badly for the alliance. Benjamin, despite being vastly outnumbered, 26,000 Benjaminite warriors against 400,000 from the combined tribes, fought with the savage brilliance that's small. Cornered forces sometimes display, killing 22,000 Israelites on the first day and 18,000 on the second. The wolf was devouring the prey, just as Jacob had prophesied, but now the prey was its own family. The Israelites wept, fasted, offered sacrifices, and asked God whether they should continue. The answer was yes. On the third day, the Israelites used an ambush strategy, drawing the Benjaminite warriors out of Gibeah with a feigned retreat and then springing a hidden force that attacked the city from behind. Gibeah was put to the torch, and when the Benjaminite soldiers saw the smoke rising from their homes, they understood that the battle was lost. The rout was total. 25,000 Benjaminite warriors fell that day, nearly the entire fighting force of the tribe. The Israelites then swept through Benjamin's territory, putting every town to the sword, killing men, women, children, and livestock, leaving nothing alive. The text says, "They destroyed everything they found," a scorched earth campaign conducted by Israelites against Israelites, brothers annihilating a brother in a fury that had passed beyond punishment into extermination. Only 600 Benjaminite men survived, fleeing to the rock of Rimmon in the wilderness, where they huddled for 4 months while the smoke of their burned cities drifted across the ridge. The tribe of Benjamin, the wolf, the son of the right hand, Rachel's last gift, had been reduced to 600 men hiding on a cliff, owning nothing, connected to no one, the smallest remnant that could still technically be called a tribe. And then Israel wept again, but this time for what it had done rather than for what had been done to it. The people came to Bethel and sat before God and lifted up their voices and wept bitterly, saying, "O Lord, the God of Israel, why has this happened in Israel, that today there should be one tribe lacking in Israel?" The question was anguished and self-aware. They had nearly amputated one of their own limbs, had come within 600 men of making the 12 tribes 11, and the horror of what they had done matched the horror of what Benjamin had done. 2 atrocities, stacked on top of each other like stones in a cairn. The problem was compounded by an oath the tribes had sworn in the heat of their fury. No one would give his daughter in marriage to a Benjaminite. Without wives, 600 men would produce no children. And within a generation, the tribe would be extinct, not through violence, but through the slow mathematics of childlessness. The other tribes, desperate to save what they had nearly destroyed, concocted 2 separate schemes to provide Benjamin with women without technically breaking their oath, schemes that involved raiding a city that had not answered the call to arms, and ambushing young women at a festival in Shiloh. Both plans were morally questionable at best, and arguably as violent as the original crime that had started the crisis. But they worked, after a fashion, and the 600 men of Benjamin took wives and returned to their land and began to rebuild. The tribe recovered, more than recovered. Within a few generations, Benjamin produced Saul, the first king of Israel, the tall, handsome son of Kish from the town of Gibeah itself, the very city where the atrocity had occurred, chosen by God and anointed by Samuel to lead the nation in its transition from a loose tribal confederation to a centralized monarchy. The wolf had not merely survived its near extinction, it had risen to the throne. Saul's kingship would be troubled, haunted, and ultimately tragic. But the fact that it existed at all was proof that the tribe's ferocity could not be permanently suppressed, that 600 men on a rock were enough seed to grow a dynasty. The Apostle Paul, writing centuries later, would identify himself as a member of the tribe of Benjamin, a Hebrew of Hebrews, and the identification was not incidental. Paul, who had persecuted the early church with the same concentrated fury that Benjaminites had always brought to their causes, who then reversed course and carried the gospel across the Roman Empire with the same relentless energy, was the wolf in its final and most paradoxical form. The predator turned evangelist, the ravenous one whose appetite was redirected from devouring to proclaiming, the morning killer who became the evening distributor of spoil, sharing the riches of a message he had once tried to destroy. Benjamin's story is the story of a tribe that lived at extremes, the most beloved and the most punished, the smallest and the fiercest. the one closest to the father's heart, and the one that came nearest to annihilation at the hands of its own family. The wolf never learned to be a lamb. It simply learned, over the long centuries, to choose more carefully what it devoured. But the individual stories of the 12 sons, vivid and strange and full of consequence as they are, reach their formal culmination in a single scene. An old man on his deathbed, surrounded by all of them, speaking over each one in turn with words that would shape their descendants' identities for the next 3,000 years. Jacob's final blessings were not afterthoughts. They were prophecies, and the room in which he delivered them was the place where 12 men became 12 destinies. The room smelled of age and linen, and the faint herbal bitterness of whatever medicines the Egyptian physicians had applied to a body that was, by any honest measure, finished. Jacob was 147 years old, and the eyes that had failed Isaac in old age had dimmed in the son as well, though Jacob's mind remained ferociously intact, sharper perhaps in its final days than it had been in decades, as though the approaching end had burned away everything extraneous and left only the essential, the words he needed to speak, the sons who needed to hear them, and the future that needed to be set in motion before his mouth closed forever. He called them all, every one of the 12, wherever they were in Goshen, whatever work they were doing, whatever distance, physical or emotional, lay between them and the old man in the bed, they were summoned and they came. The text presents the scene with a solemnity that rises above the domestic and enters the ceremonial. Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you what shall happen to you in days to come. Assemble and listen, O sons of Jacob. Listen to Israel your father. He used both his names. Jacob, the name of his birth, the heel-grabber, the supplanter, the man he had been before the river. Israel, the name of his transformation, the God-wrestler, the man he became after the angel broke his hip and renamed him at dawn. He was speaking as both men at once, the schemer and the patriarch, the trickster and the prophet, and the words he was about to deliver came from a place deeper than either identity could reach on its own. What followed was not a series of wishes. It was not a father distributing compliments and encouragements to his children as a final act of tenderness. It was prophecy, raw and specific, some of it warm and some of it withering. Each pronouncement calibrated to the character of the son it addressed and to the centuries of history that would flow from that son's line. Jacob was not guessing. He was not speculating. He was seeing, with the clarity that sometimes comes to dying men in the biblical tradition, the long arc of consequence that each son's nature would trace across time, and he was putting that vision into words with the authority of a man who had nothing left to lose and no reason left to be diplomatic. He began with Reuben, as birth order demanded, and the opening words were laced with a sorrow that cut deeper than anger. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, and the first fruits of my strength, preeminent in dignity and preeminent in power. It was an acknowledgement of everything Reuben should have been, a portrait of the firstborn as he existed in potential, in the ideal, in the version of reality where the eldest son inherits the full weight of the father's legacy. But the portrait lasted only a breath before the verdict arrived. Unstable as water, you shall not have preeminence, because you went up to your father's bed, then you defiled it. The transgression with Bilhah, carried in silence for years, spoken aloud at last in front of all 11 brothers, the secret that everyone knew but no one had named, laid bare in the dying man's final decree. The firstborn's preeminence was revoked, not with a formal legal proceeding, but with a metaphor. Water. Reuben was water, pouring in every direction, filling whatever vessel was nearest, incapable of holding its own shape. It was a judgment not of wickedness but of character, and it was irrevocable. Simeon and Levi received their judgment together. as they had committed their crime together, bound in the old man's memory as a single unit of violence. Simeon and Levi are brothers. Weapons of violence are their swords. Let my soul come not into their counsel. Let not my glory be joined to their company. For in their anger they killed men, and in their willfulness they hamstrung oxen. Jacob was distancing himself from what they had done at Shechem, refusing to be associated with it even in death, declaring that their fury was something he had never endorsed and never would. The hamstringing of oxen, a detail not mentioned in the Genesis 34 narrative itself, suggests a wanton destruction that went beyond military necessity into pure spite, the crippling of animals for no purpose other than the pleasure of destruction. Cursed be their anger, for it is fierce, and their wrath, for it is cruel. I will divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel. Both tribes would lose the consolidation that every other tribe would enjoy. Their descendants dispersed among the others denied the dense territorial identity that held a people together. The curse was identical for both, though its outworking, as the centuries would reveal, would diverge in ways that Jacob himself may not have foreseen. Then Judah and the room changed. Whatever atmosphere had pervaded the first three blessings, the sorrow over Reuben, the revulsion at Simeon and Levi, lifted when Jacob turned to his fourth son, and what emerged was the single most consequential prophecy in the entire patriarchal narrative. Judah, your brothers shall praise you. Your hand shall be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's sons shall bow down before you. It was the royal investiture, the moment when the scepter passed from the disqualified firstborn to the son whose name meant praise, and Jacob delivered it with an imagery so dense that interpreters have spent 3 millennia unpacking its layers. Judah is a lion's cub. From the prey, my son, you have gone up. He stooped down. He crouched as a lion and as a lioness. Who dares rouse him? The lion was Judah's emblem from this moment forward, the symbol that would fly on banners and be carved into thrones and pressed into coins for 1,000 years. And then the line that carried more prophetic weight than any other in Genesis. The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until Shiloh comes, and to him shall be the obedience of the peoples. The meaning of Shiloh has been fought over since the sentence was first spoken. Some read it as he to whom it belongs, a reference to a future king who would claim the scepter Judah held in trust. Others read it as a place name, the city where the tabernacle would first rest. Still others read it as a messianic title, the coming one, the figure toward whom all of Judah's royal history was pointing. Jacob did not explain. He simply spoke the word and let it settle into the air like a seed falling into deep soil, its full flowering centuries away. The blessing continued with imagery of abundance so extravagant it bordered on the impossible, binding his foal to the vine and his donkey's colt to the choice vine. He has washed his garments in wine and his vesture in the blood of grapes. His eyes are darker than wine, and his teeth whiter than milk. It was a vision of a land so fertile that a man could tie his donkey to a grapevine without worrying that the animal would eat the harvest, because there was more than enough, because the vines were so loaded with fruit that no donkey could make a dent. Washing garments in wine was an image of surplus so vast that the most precious liquid of the ancient economy could be used for laundry. It was prosperity as theology. The land God had promised would produce in quantities that defied prudence and rewarded faith, and Judah's territory, the hill country around Hebron and the Shephelah slopes, would become the most celebrated wine-producing region in all of Israel. Zebulun and Issachar received their blessings in sequence, their futures already explored in detail, the haven for ships and the strong donkey, the merchant and the farmer, the going out and the staying in. Jacob spoke over them with the confidence of a man who could see the Jezreel valley and the Galilean trade routes as clearly as he could see the walls of the room he was dying in, and the brothers listened, perhaps surprised that the old man who had spent so many years absorbed in the drama of Rachel's children had been paying attention to Leah's quieter sons all along. Dan's blessing brought the serpent, the viper, by the path, and Jacob's startling interruption of his own prophecy with the cry, "I wait for your salvation, O Lord," a moment so raw and so unexpected that the brothers standing around the bed must have exchanged glances, wondering whether the old man was losing his coherence, or whether he had just seen something in Dan's future terrible enough to make him break the liturgical rhythm and call out to God for rescue. Gad received the compact, percussive wordplay of the raider's blessing, each syllable hammering like hoofbeats. Asher received the promise of rich food and royal delicacies, the old man's voice perhaps softening into something warmer as he spoke of olive oil and abundance, the happiest name among the 12 receiving a commensurately happy future. Naphtali was the doe let loose, bearing beautiful fawns, and the brevity of the blessing, the shortest of all 12, carried its own eloquence, as though Naphtali's nature was too swift, too graceful, too free to be contained in a long speech. And Jacob honored that freedom by keeping his words lean and letting the image run. Then Joseph, and now the old man's voice, cracked with an emotion that none of the other blessings had carried. Whatever prophetic detachment Jacob had maintained through the first 10 pronouncements, whatever distance the role of patriarch required, it collapsed when he turned to Rachel's firstborn. The blessing over Joseph was the longest of all 12, longer even than Judah's, and it poured from Jacob in a torrent of imagery that mixed agricultural abundance with martial heroism, with personal grief, with theological exaltation in a way that no other blessing in the sequence approached. Joseph is a fruitful bough by a spring. His branches run over the wall. The image was of a vine so vigorous, so deeply rooted, so abundantly watered that it could not be contained by the wall it grew against, its branches spilling over into neighboring territory, its fruit available to anyone who passed by. It was Joseph's life in miniature. A man planted in suffering who produced abundance. A man confined in pits and prisons and foreign courts whose influence overflowed every boundary placed around him. The archers bitterly attacked him, shot at him, and harassed him severely, yet his bow remained unmoved. His arms were made agile by the hands of the mighty one of Jacob, by the name of the shepherd, the rock of Israel. The archers were the brothers, or Potiphar's wife, or the cupbearer who forgot him, or all of them, every person who had shot at Joseph with malice or indifference or cruelty. They had attacked. They had harassed. They had done everything in their power to bring him down, and his bow remained unmoved. The phrase is almost defiant in its stillness. While the arrows flew, Joseph did not break. His arms were not strengthened by his own resolve, though his resolve was formidable, but by the hands of the mighty one of Jacob, by the shepherd who had watched over Jacob at Bethel and Peniel and Haran, and who now, through Jacob's dying mouth, was claiming Joseph as the recipient of the same protection. Then Jacob reached for every divine title he could summon, stacking them on top of Joseph's blessing like a man building a tower. By the God of your father who will help you, by the Almighty who will bless you with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that crouches beneath, blessings of the breasts and of the womb, blessings from the sky, blessings from the underground waters, blessings of fertility and motherhood, every possible source of abundance invoked at once, the full catalog of divine generosity emptied onto a single son. The blessings of your father are mighty beyond the blessings of my parents, up to the bounties of the everlasting hills. May they be on the head of Joseph. and on the brow of him who was set apart from his brothers. Set apart. The Hebrew word is nazir, the same root that would later describe men consecrated to God through special vows. Joseph was the separated one, the one removed from his brothers by their violence and by God's design, the one whose isolation had become his consecration, and Jacob blessed him with everything a father could give, and then acknowledged in the same breath that what he was giving was more than his own parents had received, a blessing that exceeded Abraham's and Isaac's, a bounty that reached to the everlasting hills and beyond. If anyone in the room doubted that Joseph was the emotional center of Jacob's life, the length and intensity of this blessing eliminated the doubt forever. Judah received the scepter. Joseph received the heart. The two blessings together defined the dual nature of Israel's future. Judah would rule, but Joseph would be blessed. Judah would carry the political and messianic destiny, but Joseph would carry the abundance, the resilience, the fruitfulness that kept the nation fed and growing and alive. The two were not competitors. They were complements, the king and the provider, the lion and the vine, and Jacob, in his final prophetic act, gave each of them exactly what the nation would need from them and nothing more. Benjamin came last, the youngest, the wolf, and the brevity of his blessing after the extended outpouring over Joseph carried its own kind of eloquence. The morning devouring, the evening dividing. It was Jacob's final image, fierce and compact, the old man's last glimpse of the future before the veil dropped and the prophecy ended. When the blessings were complete, Jacob gave his sons one final instruction, and it had nothing to do with prophecy. It was about burial. "I am to be gathered to my people," he said. "Bury me with my fathers in the cave that is in the field of Ephraim the Hittite, in the cave that is in the field at Machpelah, to the east of Mamre in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field from Ephraim the Hittite to possess as a burying place." He named every person already lying in that cave: Abraham and Sarah, Isaac and Rebekah, and Leah, not Rachel. Rachel lay in her roadside grave near Bethlehem. But Leah, the unloved wife, the unwanted bride, the woman Jacob had never chosen, was buried in the patriarchal tomb alongside the grandparents, in the place of highest honor, in the cave that represented the permanent claim on the land of Canaan. Whatever Jacob had felt about Leah during their lives together, he had placed her body where it mattered most, in the ground that Abraham had purchased as the first physical stake in the promised land, and now he was asking to be laid beside her. It was not a romantic gesture. It was something deeper and stranger. The acknowledgement that the woman he had not loved had been, in the end, the one who shared his grave. Jacob drew his feet up into the bed, breathed his last, and was gathered to his people. Joseph fell on his father's face and wept over him and kissed him. Then Joseph commanded the Egyptian physicians to embalm his father, and they did, spending 40 days on the process, and Egypt mourned Jacob for 70 days, a period of mourning normally reserved for royalty, a testament to the respect Joseph's position commanded, and to the grief that the household of Israel carried. The funeral procession that carried Jacob's body back to Canaan was one of the grandest in the biblical record. Joseph and all his brothers, the elders of Pharaoh's household, the elders of Egypt, chariots and horsemen, a great company so large that the Canaanites who saw them pass by said, "This is a grievous mourning by the Egyptians." They buried Jacob in the cave of Machpelah as he had asked, and then they returned to Egypt. And the sons of Israel were left standing in a foreign land with a dead father, a set of prophecies they could barely comprehend, and the uneasy knowledge that the man who had held them together through the sheer force of his complicated, infuriating, inescapable personality was gone. The brothers' first thought after the funeral was fear. With Jacob dead, the old insurance policy was expired. Joseph had forgiven them while their father lived, but would the forgiveness hold without the father's presence to enforce it? They sent a message to Joseph, claiming that Jacob had left a deathbed instruction. "Say to Joseph, please forgive the transgression of your brothers and their sin, because they did evil to you." Whether Jacob actually said this or the brothers invented it as a precaution, the text does not clarify, and the ambiguity is itself revealing, because it shows that even after the revelation and the reconciliation and the years of living together in Goshen, the brothers did not fully trust that forgiveness was permanent, did not fully believe that a man they had sold could love them without reservation, did not fully understand that grace, once given, does not come with an expiration date. Joseph wept when he received the message. The tears were not for the accusation, but for the fact that his brothers still felt the need to make it, that after everything, after the embracing and the weeping and the settling in Goshen and the years of provision, they still saw him through the lens of the pit. "Do not fear," he told them, "for am I in the place of God? As for you, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to bring it about that many people should be kept alive as they are today. So do not fear. I will provide for you and your little ones." He comforted them. He spoke kindly to them. And the family, patched and scarred and held together by threads of grace that none of them fully understood, settled into the long Egyptian sojourn that would transform them from a family into a nation. Jacob was gone. His words remained, hanging over each of his sons like weather systems that would not dissipate, shaping the climate of their descendants' lives for centuries to come. The blessings had done their work. 12 men had been given 12 futures, and none of them would be able to outrun what their father had spoken. But the fulfillment of those words required something the blessings themselves could not provide: time and space, and the crucible of suffering that would fuse 12 separate families into a single people. That crucible was coming. It had a name, and the name was Egypt. And the fire it would kindle beneath the sons of Israel would burn for 400 years before the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob decided that the metal had been tested long enough, and the time had come to bring his people out. The generations turned in Egypt like a millstone grinding slowly. Joseph died, his brothers died. Their children grew old, and their children's children filled the land of Goshen with Hebrew voices and Hebrew prayers and the restless energy of a people multiplying faster than anyone had anticipated, faster than the Egyptians found comfortable, faster than the promises themselves had seemed to allow. The text compresses centuries into a single phrase that carries more weight than most entire chapters. And the people of Israel were fruitful and increased greatly. They multiplied and grew exceedingly strong, so that the land was filled with them. Fruitful. The word Jacob had spoken over Joseph, the word that defined the vine whose branches ran over the wall, had become the defining characteristic of the entire people. They were bursting at the seams of Goshen, spilling into the wider delta, their numbers becoming impossible for the host nation to ignore. Then a new king arose over Egypt, one who did not know Joseph. The phrase is among the most consequential in the Bible because it marks the moment when memory failed and fear replaced gratitude. The Pharaoh who had embraced Joseph's family, who had given them the best land and mourned their patriarch with royal honors, was dead, and his successor looked at the Hebrews not as guests, but as a threat. "Behold, the people of Israel are too many and too mighty for us," he told his advisers. "Come, let us deal shrewdly with them, lest they multiply, and if war breaks out, they join our enemies and fight against us and escape from the land." The solution was slavery, forced labor, state-supervised brutality. The systematic degradation of a free people into a workforce that built Pharaoh's storage cities of Pithom and Ramesses with bricks made from Nile mud and straw, and the crushed spirits of men and women who remembered, dimly, that their ancestors had once been guests here. When the labor did not slow their growth, Pharaoh escalated. He ordered the Hebrew midwives to kill every boy born to an Israelite woman, to strangle the future in its first breath. The midwives, whose names the text preserves while it forgets the name of the Pharaoh who commanded them, Shiphrah and Puah, feared God more than they feared the king and let the boys live. Telling Pharaoh that the Hebrew women were so vigorous, they delivered before the midwives could arrive. Pharaoh responded with a broader decree. Every newborn Hebrew boy was to be thrown into the Nile. The river that watered Egypt's fields and floated its commerce would now swallow Israel's sons. Into this darkness, into a world of brickwork and infanticide, and the slow erasure of everything Joseph had built, a child was born to a Levite couple, a man named Amram and a woman named Jochebed. The boy was beautiful, the text says, using a word that implies something beyond ordinary attractiveness, something luminous, and his mother hid him for 3 months before the hiding became impossible. She wove a basket of papyrus, waterproofed it with bitumen and pitch, placed the child inside, and set it among the reeds at the edge of the Nile, posting his older sister Miriam to watch from a distance. The basket was an ark, the Hebrew word teva being the same word used for Noah's vessel, as though the child, floating on the water, carried within him the same potential for salvation that the great boat had once carried through the flood. Pharaoh's daughter found him. She recognized the child as a Hebrew, knew what finding him meant, knew that her own father had decreed this child's death, and she drew him from the water and claimed him as her own. She named him Moses, Moshe, from the Egyptian root meaning drawn out, because she had drawn him from the river, though the Hebrew ear heard in the name a promise. The one drawn out would one day draw others out, would pull an entire nation from the waters of slavery as surely as he had been pulled from the reeds. Moses grew up in 2 worlds, Egyptian by education and Hebrew by blood, a prince in Pharaoh's court who carried in his veins the memory of brickwork and beatings. The split identity tore at him until the day he saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew slave and killed the Egyptian with his own hands, burying the body in the sand. When the murder was discovered, Moses fled east to Midian, where he spent 40 years as a shepherd, the longest wilderness training in biblical history, a prince reduced to tending another man's sheep in a desert that stretched to every horizon, with nothing to recommend it except silence and the occasional burning bush. The bush burned and was not consumed. God spoke from the fire, identifying himself not by a new name but by the oldest one. I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. The covenant names, the patriarchal chain, the promise that had been made to a wandering Mesopotamian and passed through a son bound on an altar and a grandson who wrestled at a river ford, all of it was still in effect. All of it was active, and God had not been absent during the 4 centuries of silence. I have surely seen the affliction of my people who are in Egypt, God said, and have heard their cry because of their taskmasters. I know their sufferings, and I have come down to deliver them. Come down. The God who had descended on the ladder at Bethel, who had spoken to Jacob in visions and to Abraham under the stars, was now descending into the mud and brutality of Egyptian slavery to extract his people from the kiln. Moses went back. He went with his brother Aaron, a Levite like himself, and together they stood before Pharaoh and delivered the demand that would become the most famous ultimatum in religious history. Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, let my people go. Pharaoh refused. What followed was not a negotiation, but a demolition. God dismantling the theological and economic foundations of Egyptian civilization one plague at a time. Water turned to blood, frogs overrunning the land, gnats from the dust, swarms of flies, pestilence on the livestock, boils on the skin, hail that shattered the crops, locusts that devoured whatever the hail had spared, darkness so thick it could be felt, and finally, the last and most terrible, the death of every firstborn in Egypt, from Pharaoh's heir to the firstborn of the prisoner in the dungeon. Every first son in the land struck down in a single night. The Israelites survived the 10th plague because they had been instructed to kill a lamb, to smear its blood on the doorposts and lintels of their houses, and to eat the roasted meat with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. Dressed and ready to travel, their sandals on their feet and their staffs in their hands, a meal consumed in haste by a people on the edge of deliverance. The blood on the doorpost was a sign, and when the destroying angel moved through Egypt in the darkness, he passed over the houses marked with blood. Passover, Pesach. The meal became the foundational ritual of the nation, repeated every year for the next 3,000 years and counting, the annual reenactment of the night when death visited Egypt and Israel walked free. Pharaoh broke. In the middle of the night, with the wailing of bereaved parents echoing across the delta, he summoned Moses and Aaron and said the words, "Up, go out from among my people, both you and the people of Israel, and go, serve the Lord, as you have said." The Israelites left so quickly that their bread dough had no time to rise, which is why, to this day, unleavened bread is eaten at Passover, a liturgical memory of the speed of deliverance. They carried with them the wealth of Egypt, gold and silver and clothing pressed upon them by their former masters, who were now terrified enough to give them anything they asked for if it would make them leave faster. And they carried something else: Joseph's bones. The oath had been remembered across 400 years, and now Moses himself bore the coffin, fulfilling the promise made to a dying viceroy who had insisted that his body would not rest in foreign soil. 600,000 men on foot, besides women and children, plus a mixed multitude of non-Israelites who joined the Exodus, plus flocks and herds and the accumulated possessions of a people finally unshackled. The column that marched out of Egypt was not an army, but a migration, chaotic and enormous, stretching across the landscape like a living river. God led them not by the direct coastal road, which would have taken them through Philistine territory and into immediate conflict, but by a circuitous southern route toward the wilderness of Sinai, guiding them with a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night, a visible, tangible presence that moved when they moved and stopped when they stopped. The God of the covenant walking with his people for the first time in physical form. Pharaoh changed his mind. The grief that had broken him in the night hardened into fury by morning, and he gathered his chariots, 600 of the best plus all the other chariots of Egypt, and pursued the Israelites toward the sea. The people found themselves trapped, the sea in front, the Egyptian army behind, mountains on either side, and the panic that seized them was the panic of slaves who had dared to believe they were free and now saw that belief about to be crushed under chariot wheels. They turned on Moses. "Is it because there are no graves in Egypt that you have taken us away to die in the wilderness?" It was a bitter joke, Egypt being famous for its elaborate tombs, and it revealed how thin the new identity of freedom was, how quickly a people shaped by 4 centuries of servitude could revert to the posture of victims. Moses said, "Fear not, stand firm, and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will work for you today." Then God told Moses to lift his staff and stretch out his hand over the sea. A strong east wind blew all night, and the waters divided, and the Israelites walked through the sea on dry ground, with walls of water standing on their right and on their left. The Egyptians followed them into the channel, and when the last Israelite had reached the far shore, Moses stretched his hand over the sea again, and the walls collapsed, and the chariots and horses and soldiers of Pharaoh were swallowed by the returning waters. Not one of them survived. On the far shore, standing on the edge of the Sinai wilderness with wet sand beneath their feet and the sound of the sea still roaring behind them, the Israelites sang. Miriam, Moses' sister, took a tambourine and led the women in dance, and the song they sang was the oldest hymn in the Hebrew tradition, a cry of triumph and terror and gratitude so intense that it could only be expressed in music. I will sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider he has thrown into the sea. The people who had been slaves that morning were free that evening, and the 12 tribes of Israel, still unnamed as formal entities, still a mob rather than a nation, walked into the desert as a people reborn. The journey to Sinai took 3 months. During those months, the people complained about water, and God made bitter springs sweet. They complained about food, and God sent manna from the sky, a fine, flaky substance that appeared on the ground each morning like frost and tasted, the text says, like wafers made with honey. They complained about meat, and God sent quail in such numbers that the camp was buried in birds. They fought the Amalekites in a battle where Moses held up his staff on a hilltop, and as long as his arms were raised, Israel prevailed. And when they dropped from exhaustion, Amalek gained ground, until Aaron and Hur sat Moses on a stone and held his arms up for him until the sun went down and the victory was complete. Every step was contested. Every mile required a fresh miracle. The people who had walked through the sea on dry ground needed to be convinced again and again that the God who had split the waters could also provide water from a rock. They arrived at the foot of Mount Sinai, and the mountain burned. Smoke rose from it like the smoke of a kiln, and the whole mountain trembled violently, and there were thunders and lightnings and a thick cloud and a trumpet blast, so loud that everyone in the camp shook with fear. God descended on Sinai in fire, and the mountain was wrapped in smoke, and Moses alone was summoned to climb into the cloud and stand in the presence of the voice that spoke from the flame. What he received there was not a suggestion. It was a constitution, the 10 Commandments, spoken directly by God to the people assembled below, followed by a comprehensive body of laws covering worship, justice, property, slavery, violence, restitution, festivals, and the terms of the covenant relationship between God and the nation he had chosen. The covenant was formally ratified at the base of the mountain. Moses built an altar with 12 pillars, one for each tribe of Israel, and young men offered burnt offerings and peace offerings, and Moses took the blood and threw half against the altar and half on the people, saying, "Behold the blood of the covenant that the Lord has made with you." The 12 pillars were the first formal acknowledgement that the 12 sons of Jacob had become 12 structural units of a nation, each one represented in stone at the foot of the mountain where God had spoken, each one bound by the blood that Moses sprinkled, each one a party to the agreement that would define Israel's relationship with its God for the rest of history. Then Moses went back up the mountain, into the cloud, and he stayed for 40 days and 40 nights, receiving from God the detailed instructions for the tabernacle, the portable sanctuary that would travel with the people through the wilderness and serve as the physical dwelling place of God's presence among them. 40 days, nearly 6 weeks, and in the camp below, without Moses' visible leadership, without the daily reinforcement of his authority, the people began to unravel. They went to Aaron. "Up, make us gods who shall go before us," they demanded. "As for this Moses, the man who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him." The impatience was not merely petulance, it was theological terror. In the ancient world, a God who could not be seen was a God who might have abandoned you, and Moses who was their visible connection to the invisible God, had disappeared into a cloud of fire and had not come back. The people needed something they could see, something they could touch, something that would assure them that divine power was still present and still on their side. Aaron, who should have resisted, who should have stood in the gap as Moses' representative and held the line, capitulated with a speed that suggests he was barely holding on himself. "Take off the rings of gold that are in the ears of your wives, your sons, and your daughters, and bring them to me," he said. They brought the gold, and Aaron melted it and fashioned a golden calf. And the people looked at the calf and said, "These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt." The calf was not a random choice. The bull was one of the most powerful religious symbols in the ancient Near East, associated with strength, fertility, and divine power across Egypt, Canaan, and Mesopotamia. Apis, the sacred bull of Memphis, was one of the most important cult animals in Egypt, and the Israelites, who had lived in Egypt for 400 years, would have been intimately familiar with the imagery. What they built at the foot of Sinai was not an alien idol. It was a reversion, a gravitational pull back toward the religious world they had supposedly left behind, a confession that 4 centuries of Egyptian religion had penetrated deeper into their souls than a few months of miracles and manna could erase. Aaron built an altar before the calf and proclaimed a feast to the Lord, attempting to syncretize the golden image with the worship of the God who had delivered them, as though the two could coexist, as though you could pour the new wine of Sinai into the old wineskins of Egyptian cult practice and not lose both. The people rose early the next morning, offered burnt offerings and peace offerings, and then sat down to eat and drink, and rose up to play. A phrase that carried overtones of the ritual revelry associated with Canaanite and Egyptian fertility worship, the sacred debauchery that the law given on the mountain above them had explicitly forbidden. God told Moses what was happening below. "Go down, for your people, whom you brought up out of the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves." "Your people," God said to Moses, "not my people," as though the golden calf had voided the covenant's possessive pronoun. God's anger burned hot, and he told Moses to step aside so that he might consume the nation and start over with Moses alone. Moses refused. He argued with God, pleaded with God, reminded God of the promises made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, invoked the reputation of God among the Egyptians, who would say that the Lord brought his people out only to kill them in the mountains. It was the most audacious intercession in the entire Bible, a man standing between God's wrath and a people who deserved it and refusing to move, and God relented. Moses came down the mountain carrying 2 tablets of stone inscribed by the finger of God, and as he descended, he heard the noise of the camp, and when he saw the calf and the dancing, his own anger ignited. He threw the tablets to the ground and shattered them at the foot of the mountain, a symbolic destruction of the covenant that the people had already broken with their worship. He burned the calf, ground it to powder, scattered it on the water, and made the people drink it, forcing them to consume their own idolatry, to swallow the evidence of their betrayal. Then Moses stood at the gate of the camp and shouted the words that would change the destiny of one tribe forever. "Who is on the Lord's side? Come to me." And the sons of Levi gathered around him. The Levites came, every one of them, while the other tribes hesitated, while the guilty and the confused and the frightened milled about in the aftermath of Moses' furious return. The sons of Levi walked to Moses' side and stood with him, and Moses gave them an order that was as terrible as anything commanded in the entire wilderness narrative. "Thus says the Lord God of Israel, put your sword on your side, each of you, and go to and fro from gate to gate throughout the camp. And each of you kill his brother and his companion and his neighbor." The Levites obeyed. They drew their swords and moved through the camp. And 3,000 men fell that day, and the tribe that had been cursed by Jacob for the massacre at Shechem The tribe that had been promised scattering as a punishment for its violence now used that same capacity for uncompromising action in the service of God's holiness. Moses told the Levites, "Today you have been ordained for the service of the Lord, each one at the cost of his son and of his brother, so that he might bestow a blessing upon you this day." Ordained. The word meant consecrated, set apart, filled. The tribe of Levi, scattered by Jacob's curse, had been gathered by God's call. The violence that had been their condemnation at Shechem became their consecration at Sinai, because the difference between Shechem and Sinai was not the ferocity of the act, but the authority behind it. At Shechem, Levi had killed to avenge a personal wrong, wielding the sword on his own initiative, serving his own rage. At Sinai, Levi killed at the explicit command of God, delivered through Moses in response to a covenant violation that threatened the existence of the entire nation. The zeal was the same. The direction was transformed. From this moment forward, the tribe of Levi was set apart. They would receive no territorial allotment when the land was divided. Their inheritance was not soil but service. They would attend to the tabernacle, would carry its components through the wilderness, would guard its perimeters, would assist the priests in the sacrificial system, would teach the law to the people, would be scattered across Israel not as a punishment but as a provision, living in 48 Levitical cities distributed among all the other tribes, a priestly presence in every region, a reminder in every community that God's claim on the nation was not abstract but incarnate, embodied in the flesh and blood sons of a man who had once killed an entire city and whose descendants now served an entire people. Within the tribe of Levi, one family was elevated above the rest. Aaron, Moses' brother, was consecrated as the first high priest, and his sons were anointed as priests after him, creating a hereditary priesthood that would manage the sacrificial system, maintain the tabernacle and later the temple, enter the Holy of Holies on the Day of Atonement, and serve as mediators between God and the people. The rest of the Levites served in subordinate roles: gatekeepers, musicians, teachers, administrators, the infrastructure of Israelite worship from the wilderness through the monarchy and beyond. The tribe that Jacob had scattered was now everywhere, and everywhere they were, they carried the presence of God into the daily life of the nation. The organization of the tribal camp around the tabernacle was the physical expression of everything the covenant at Sinai had established. God gave Moses detailed instructions for the arrangement, and the precision was not bureaucratic fussiness, but theological architecture. The way the tribes were positioned around the tabernacle was a statement about who they were and what the presence of God meant to their corporate life. The tabernacle stood at the center, the dwelling place of God, the tent within which the Ark of the Covenant rested, covered by the cloud of God's presence. Immediately surrounding it were the Levites, camped on all four sides, a buffer between the sacred center and the wider camp, guardians who prevented unauthorized approach to the holy space. The Kohathite clan of Levi camped to the south, responsible for carrying the most sacred objects: the ark, the table of showbread, the lampstand, the altars. The Gershonite clan camped to the west, carrying the curtains and coverings. The Merarite clan camped to the north, carrying the frames, crossbars, and bases. Aaron and his sons, the priests, camped to the east, at the entrance of the tabernacle, the direction of the sunrise, the direction from which approach to God was made. Beyond the Levitical ring, the 12 tribes were arranged in 4 groups of 3, each group assigned to a cardinal direction, each group marching and camping under a lead tribe's banner. To the east, the place of honor at the front of the camp, facing the tabernacle entrance, camped Judah, flanked by Issachar and Zebulun. Judah led the march when the camp moved, carrying the lion banner at the head of the column, the tribe of the scepter leading the nation forward. To the south camped Reuben, flanked by Simeon and Gad. To the west camped Ephraim, flanked by Manasseh and Benjamin, the sons and grandsons of Rachel grouped together. To the north camped Dan, flanked by Asher and Naphtali. The arrangement was not random. It placed the two most prominent tribes, Judah and Ephraim, on opposite sides of the tabernacle, east and west, reflecting the dual centers of gravity that would define Israel's political life for the rest of its history. Judah in the south, the royal tribe, the lion; Ephraim in the west, the dominant tribe of the northern confederation, the fruitful bough. Reuben, the displaced firstborn, was positioned to the south, subordinate to Judah's eastern primacy. Dan, the serpent, the tribe associated with the periphery, held the rear of the march, guarding the back of the column. Every tribe had a place, every place had a meaning, and the entire arrangement radiated outward from the presence of God at the center, a living diagram of the theological principle that Israel existed not as a collection of independent groups, but as a unified people whose identity was defined by their relationship to the God who dwelt among them. The census taken at Sinai counted 603,550 men of military age, 20 years and older, drawn from all 12 tribes. The Levites were not included in this count because their role was sacred rather than martial. They were numbered separately, their total of 22,000 reflecting their special status. The census was the first formal enumeration of the tribes as distinct entities, each tribe counted under its own name, each tribe contributing its fighters to the national total, each tribe recognized as a component part of the larger whole. The 12 sons of Jacob had become 12 units of a nation, and the nation had a constitution, a priesthood, a sanctuary, and a military order. What it did not yet have was a land. The land lay to the north, across the wilderness, beyond the desert of Paran and the Negev, up through the hill country that Abraham had once walked, and Isaac had once farmed, and Jacob had once fled. Canaan was waiting, and the promise was old, and the God who had split the sea and burned on the mountain and spoken from fire was now telling his people to march toward it. But between the camp at Sinai and the borders of the promised land stood 40 years of wandering, and the reason for those 40 years, the catastrophic failure of nerve that condemned an entire generation to die in the desert, would be set in motion the moment the 12 tribes sent 12 men to spy out the land they had been promised. 12 spies went into Canaan, one from each tribe, hand-picked by Moses at God's command, each man a leader among his people, each one chosen precisely because his word would carry weight when he returned. Their names are recorded in full, though only 2 of them would be remembered for anything other than cowardice: Caleb, son of Jephunneh, from the tribe of Judah, and Hoshea, son of Nun, from the tribe of Ephraim, whose name Moses changed to Joshua before sending him out, adding the divine prefix that turned salvation into "the Lord is salvation," as though Moses could sense, even before the mission began, that this particular man was going to need God's name attached to his identity for what lay ahead. They entered the land from the south, through the Negev, and climbed into the hill country, and for 40 days they walked the length and breadth of the territory God had promised. They saw Hebron, where Abraham had pitched his tent, and purchased the cave of Machpelah, where the bones of the patriarchs lay waiting for their descendants to come home. They reached the valley of Eshcol, where the grapes grew so large that a single cluster had to be carried on a pole between 2 men, a detail so extravagant that it sounds like exaggeration, until you remember that the whole point of the mission was to prove that the land was worth taking. They saw the cities and the fortifications and the inhabitants, and what they saw divided them into 2 irreconcilable camps. They returned to the camp at Kadesh Barnea, on the southern edge of the promised land, and made their report before the entire assembly. The land was everything God had said, flowing with milk and honey, fertile beyond imagining, rich in fruit and water and pasture. They held up the evidence, the enormous grape cluster, the pomegranates, the figs, and the people leaned forward with hunger in their eyes and hope in their hearts. Then the 10 said the word that undid everything. However, the people who dwell in the land are strong. The cities are fortified and very large. And besides, we saw the descendants of Anak there. The Amalekites dwell in the Negev. The Hittites, the Jebusites, and the Amorites dwell in the hill country, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea and along the Jordan. The report was factually accurate. The cities were fortified. The inhabitants were formidable. The Anakim, whose name was associated in Israelite memory with giants, men of extraordinary stature, were genuinely present in the hill country around Hebron. Nothing the 10 spies said was untrue. The sin was not in the facts, but in the conclusion they drew from them. Caleb tried to stop the bleeding. He silenced the people before Moses and said, "Let us go up at once and occupy it, for we are well able to overcome it." The directness of the statement, its refusal to entertain the possibility of failure, its absolute confidence in the power of the God who had split the sea and drowned Pharaoh's army, hung in the air for a moment before the 10 drowned it out. "We are not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we are," they said. And then they went further, spreading what the text calls a bad report, an evil report among the people. "The land through which we have gone to spy it out is a land that devours its inhabitants, and all the people that we saw in it are of great height. And there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, who come from the Nephilim, and we seemed to ourselves like grasshoppers, and so we seemed to them, grasshoppers." The people who had walked through the Red Sea on dry ground, who had watched God dismantle Egypt with 10 plagues, who ate bread that fell from heaven every morning and drank water that poured from rock, who camped beneath a cloud of divine presence by day and a pillar of fire by night, these people were now told by their own leaders that they were insects. The metaphor did its work. The assembly lifted up their voices and wept that night, crying until the camp was soaked in tears and self-pity, and then the weeping turned to rage, and the rage turned on Moses and Aaron. "Would that we had died in the land of Egypt," they cried, "or would that we had died in this wilderness. Why is the Lord bringing us into this land to fall by the sword? Our wives and our little ones will become a prey. Would it not be better for us to go back to Egypt?" They began to organize, proposing to appoint a new leader and retrace their steps to the land of bondage, choosing slavery over faith, choosing the certainty of chains over the uncertainty of a promise. Joshua and Caleb tore their clothes and addressed the assembly with a desperation that bordered on fury. "The land which we passed through to spy it out is an exceedingly good land. If the Lord delights in us, He will bring us into this land and give it to us, a land that flows with milk and honey. Only do not rebel against the Lord. And do not fear the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their protection is removed from them, and the Lord is with us. Do not fear them. They are bread for us." The imagery was deliberate and provocative. The giants the people feared were not predators but prey, not threats but sustenance, food to be consumed by a nation whose God was stronger than any fortress or any army. But the assembly was beyond persuasion. The congregation said to stone them, and the mob was gathering rocks when the glory of the Lord appeared at the tent of meeting, visible to all, a divine interruption that stopped the lynching in its tracks. God's judgment was swift and comprehensive. The 10 spies who had brought the evil report died of a plague before the Lord, struck down on the spot, their bodies falling in the dust of Kadesh Barnea as immediate and visible proof that the God they had doubted was not a metaphor. But the broader sentence fell on the entire generation. "How long shall this wicked congregation grumble against me? God said to Moses, "As I live, declares the Lord, what you have said in my hearing I will do to you. Your dead bodies shall fall in this wilderness, and of all your number, listed in the census from 20 years old and upward, who have grumbled against me, not one shall come into the land where I swore that I would make you dwell, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh and Joshua the son of Nun." The people had said they wished they had died in the wilderness. God granted the wish. Every adult who had been counted in the census at Sinai, every man 20 years old and older, would die before reaching the promised land. They would wander for 40 years, 1 year for each day the spies had spent in Canaan, and their children, the very ones they had claimed would become prey, would be the ones to inherit the land their parents were too afraid to enter. The sentence was poetic in its cruelty and its precision. The generation that had experienced the plagues, the sea, the manna, the fire on the mountain, that had seen more miracles per capita than any generation in human history, was the generation that would never set foot in the land those miracles were designed to secure. They had been given more evidence of God's power and faithfulness than any people before or since, and they had looked at all of it and said, "Not enough." The wilderness would be their graveyard, and their children, raised on manna and memories of their parents' failure, would finish what the older generation could not. The people, upon hearing the sentence, reversed course with the whiplash inconsistency that characterized their entire wilderness experience. Now they wanted to go up and take the land. Now they were ready to fight. Moses told them not to go, that God was not with them, that the moment of obedience had passed and could not be recaptured through belated enthusiasm. They went anyway, surging up the hill toward the Canaanite and Amalekite positions without the Ark of the Covenant, without Moses, without divine authorization, and they were routed, chased back down the hills and beaten as far as Hormah. The first military engagement of Israel in the Promised Land was a disaster caused by the same people who, the night before, had been too terrified to fight. The pendulum swung from cowardice to presumption without passing through the still point of obedience. And the lesson, which the nation would spend the next 40 years learning, was that courage without divine direction was as useless as fear without divine consolation. The wilderness years that followed were not empty. They were not a blank space between the drama of Sinai and the drama of the conquest. They were a crucible, a long, slow burning, a period in which the institutions, the laws, the rituals, and the tribal identities that would define Israel for the next millennium were hammered into shape on the anvil of desert survival. The tribes marched, they camped, they marched again. The tabernacle was assembled and disassembled and reassembled at each stop, the Levites carrying its components with the practiced efficiency of men who had performed the same task hundreds of times. The cloud lifting when it was time to move and settling when it was time to stop. The rhythm of the journey dictated not by human strategy, but by divine presence. But the desert also produced rebellion on a scale that threatened to tear the nation apart from within. The most dangerous of these uprisings came from a man named Korah, a Levite, a member of the Kohathite clan, the very family entrusted with carrying the most sacred objects of the tabernacle. Korah was not a marginal figure. He was well-connected, well-respected, and close enough to the center of power to see its mechanisms from the inside and resent the fact that the mechanism did not elevate him higher. He gathered around him 250 leaders of the congregation, men of renown, plus 2 Reubenites named Dathan and Abiram, who had their own grievances rooted in the firstborn tribe's loss of primacy, and together they confronted Moses and Aaron with an accusation that was as politically sophisticated as it was spiritually lethal. You have gone too far. For all in the congregation are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Why then do you exalt yourselves above the assembly of the Lord? The argument was elegant. All the people were holy. God dwelt among all of them. Therefore, no one had the right to claim special authority, and Moses and Aaron's leadership was not divine appointment, but self-promotion. It was the language of equality weaponized against hierarchy. The democratic impulse turned into a tool for dismantling the very structures God had established. Korah was not arguing for chaos. He was arguing for the redistribution of sacred authority, for the idea that the priesthood should not be limited to Aaron's family and that leadership should not be concentrated in Moses' hands. It was an argument that would recur throughout Israel's history. The perennial tension between the established order and those who believed they could run it better, and Moses' response was to fall on his face, not in defeat, but in grief, because he understood that the challenge was aimed not at him, but through him at the God who had appointed him. Moses proposed a test. Korah and his company would take censers, fill them with fire and incense, and present themselves before the Lord the following day, and God himself would indicate whom he had chosen. Then Moses sent for Dathan and Abiram, who refused to come, sending back a message dripping with contempt. "Is it a small thing that you have brought us up out of a land flowing with milk and honey, to kill us in the wilderness, that you must also make yourself a prince over us? Moreover, you have not brought us into a land flowing with milk and honey, nor given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Will you put out the eyes of these men?" They called Egypt a land flowing with milk and honey, the exact phrase God had used to describe Canaan, a rhetorical inversion so audacious that it amounted to calling the Exodus itself a mistake. In their telling, Egypt was the promised land, and the wilderness was the punishment, and Moses was the villain who had dragged them from paradise into dust. The next morning, Korah and his company assembled at the entrance of the tent of meeting. Censers in hand, the entire congregation gathered to watch. The glory of the Lord appeared, and God told Moses and Aaron to separate themselves from the congregation so that he could consume them all in a moment. Moses and Aaron fell on their faces and interceded. "O God, the God of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin, and will you be angry with all the congregation?" God relented on the congregation, but not on the rebels. Moses told the people to move away from the tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, and then he spoke the words that would serve as the test of his authority. "If these men die as all men die, then the Lord has not sent me. But if the Lord creates something new, and the ground opens its mouth and swallows them up with all that belongs to them, and they go down alive into Sheol, then you shall know that these men have despised the Lord." The ground opened. The earth split beneath the tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, and swallowed them, their families, their possessions, everything, and they went down alive into the pit, and the earth closed over them, and they perished from the midst of the assembly. Fire came out from the Lord and consumed the 250 men who were offering incense. The people screamed and fled, terrified that the ground beneath their own feet might open next, and the rebellion was over. Not through negotiation or compromise, but through the raw intervention of a God who had been challenged, and who answered the challenge with the geological precision of a surgeon wielding an earthquake. But the people learned nothing. The very next day, the entire congregation grumbled against Moses and Aaron, saying, "You have killed the people of the Lord." A plague broke out, and 14,700 people died before Aaron, at Moses' frantic instruction, grabbed a censer and ran into the midst of the congregation with incense, standing between the living and the dead, a high priest physically interposing himself between the wrath of God and the people it was consuming. The plague stopped at Aaron's feet. The man whose family had been challenged by Korah proved his priesthood not by argument, but by standing in the gap, by placing his body where the death was and refusing to move until it ceased. To settle the question of priestly authority permanently, God instructed Moses to collect a staff from the leader of each tribe, 12 staffs in all, with Aaron's name written on the staff of Levi. The staffs were placed in the tent of meeting overnight, and in the morning Aaron's staff had sprouted, put forth buds, produced blossoms, and borne ripe almonds. It was alive, while the others remained dead wood. The miracle was a visual parable. God's choice of Aaron's line was not arbitrary or political. It was organic, generative, as natural as a branch bearing fruit. And the 11 tribes whose staffs remained dry were given visible proof that the priesthood was not a prize to be seized, but a calling to be received. The 40 years ground on. The generation that had left Egypt aged and died, one by one, their bodies buried in the sand they had been condemned to walk. The wilderness was not a single landscape, but a succession of them. The granite peaks and narrow wadis of the southern Sinai, the flat white expanse of the Paran Desert, the red sandstone canyons near Edom, the scrublands of the Negev, where the horizon shimmered with heat and mirages, promised water that was never there. The tribes moved through these landscapes like a slow tide. Hundreds of thousands of people and animals processing across terrain that was hostile to human settlement and indifferent to human ambition. During these years, Moses continued to receive and deliver laws that would shape every aspect of Israelite life. Rules for sacrifice, for purity, for agriculture, for the treatment of slaves and strangers, for warfare, for marriage, for inheritance. The tribes were not merely walking. They were being formed, shaped by daily rituals and weekly observances and annual festivals into a people with a shared identity, a common law, and a collective memory that would prove strong enough to survive conquest, exile, and dispersion. The manna fell every morning except the Sabbath, a 6-day-a-week reminder that dependence on God was not a temporary arrangement, but a permanent posture. That the bread of heaven was not a reward for good behavior, but a gift sustained by grace. Moses himself was not exempt from the consequences of failure. At Meribah, when the people complained yet again about water, God told Moses to speak to a rock and water would come forth. Instead, Moses struck the rock with his staff, twice, in what appears to have been a moment of frustrated anger. "Hear now, you rebels! Shall we bring water for you out of this rock?" The water came, but God's verdict was immediate and irreversible. "Because you did not believe in me, to uphold me as holy in the eyes of the people of Israel, therefore you shall not bring this assembly into the land that I have given them." Moses, the man who had argued with Pharaoh and interceded with God and carried the nation on his back for 40 years, would not enter the promised land. He would see it from a distance, from the top of a mountain, and then he would die, and the task of leading Israel across the Jordan would fall to someone else. Aaron died first, on Mount Hor, at the edge of Edom, and the entire congregation mourned him for 30 days. His priestly garments were stripped from him and placed on his son Eleazar. The transfer of authority enacted through the transfer of clothing, the white linen and the breastplate with its 12 stones, one for each tribe, passing from the dying father to the living son on a mountaintop, while the people wept below. As the 40th year approached, the new generation, the children of the condemned, now grown into adults who had known nothing but desert life, prepared to do what their parents could not. A second census was taken, a new counting of the tribes, and the numbers told a story of both continuity and change. The total fighting force was 601,730, slightly lower than the 603,550 of the first census. But the tribal proportions had shifted significantly. Simeon, as noted earlier in its own section, had collapsed from nearly 60,000 to barely 22,000, the sharpest decline of any tribe, a demographic catastrophe linked to the plague at Baal Peor. Manasseh had grown substantially. Dan remained large. Judah was the most numerous tribe at 76,500, its lion's share of the population already presaging the political dominance to come. The incident at Baal Peor itself was the final great apostasy of the wilderness period, and it struck with a specificity that implicated particular tribes more than others. Camped on the plains of Moab, within sight of the Jordan River and the promised land beyond it, the Israelite men began to have sexual relations with Moabite women, who invited them to the sacrifices of their gods. The men ate and bowed down to Baal of Peor, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. Moses ordered the judges to execute every man who had yoked himself to Baal, and while the congregation stood weeping at the entrance of the tent of meeting, a Simeonite prince named Zimri walked past them all, in full view of Moses and the assembly, and brought a Midianite woman named Cosbi into his tent. The brazenness of the act was a deliberate provocation, a public rejection of both Moses' authority and God's commands. And Phinehas, the grandson of Aaron, grabbed a spear, followed Zimri into the tent, and drove the spear through both of them in a single thrust. The plague that had been raging through the camp stopped immediately, but not before 24,000 had died. Phinehas' act of violent zeal was rewarded by God with a covenant of perpetual priesthood, a promise that his descendants would serve as priests forever. Once again, as at Sinai, zeal expressed through violence was the quality that God honored in the priestly line, the willingness to act decisively in defense of holiness and to draw the weapon when others wept and hesitated. It was Levi's inheritance in its most concentrated form. The fire that had burned Shechem, redirected at Sinai, now channeled through Phinehas into a permanent covenant of sacred service. Moses delivered his final addresses to the nation on the plains of Moab, a series of speeches that constitute the book of Deuteronomy, a retelling of the law, a recounting of the journey, and a series of blessings and warnings that would serve as Israel's constitutional document for the rest of its history. He blessed each tribe individually, his blessings softer and in some cases more generous than Jacob's, reflecting a different relationship. Jacob had spoken as a father addressing his sons. With all the complicated love and disappointment that fatherhood entails, Moses spoke as a leader addressing his people, with a mixture of pride and anxiety that a commander feels when handing his troops over to a successor. Then Moses climbed Mount Nebo, east of the Jordan, and God showed him the entire land, Gilead as far as Dan, all of Naphtali, the territory of Ephraim and Manasseh, all the land of Judah as far as the western sea, the Negev, and the plain of the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees, as far as Zoar. This is the land of which I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. I will give it to your offspring. God said, I have let you see it with your eyes, but you shall not go over there. Moses died on the mountain. God buried him in a valley in the land of Moab, and no one knows his burial place to this day. The people mourned him for 30 days, and then the mourning ended, and they turned their faces toward the river. Joshua stood at the head of the nation, a man from the tribe of Ephraim, one of only 2 adults who had been alive at the Exodus and were still breathing, the other being Caleb of Judah. The 2 faithful spies, the 2 men who had refused to call themselves grasshoppers, were about to lead the conquest that their cowardly colleagues had delayed by 4 decades. The Jordan River lay before them, swollen with the spring floods, and beyond it the walled cities and fortified hills of Canaan, the land of the promise, the land where 12 tribes would become 12 territories, and the wandering would finally end. God spoke to Joshua with the directness of a commander briefing his successor on the eve of an invasion. Moses, my servant, is dead. Now therefore arise. Go over this Jordan, you and all this people, into the land that I am giving to them, to the people of Israel. Every place that the sole of your foot will tread upon I have given to you, just as I promised to Moses. The promise was comprehensive, stretching from the wilderness in the south to Lebanon in the north, from the Euphrates in the east to the Mediterranean in the west. It was an empire's worth of territory described in a single breath, and Joshua, the Ephraimite who had stood firm at Kadesh Barnea when the other spies crumbled, was the man charged with making the ancient promise physical, converting the words spoken to Abraham into borders drawn on earth. Joshua sent 2 spies across the Jordan to reconnoiter Jericho, the fortified city that guarded the western approach to the Central Highlands. The spies found shelter in the house of Rahab, a prostitute whose establishment sat against the city wall, the ideal location for men who needed to observe without being observed and to escape in a hurry if discovered. Rahab hid them on her roof under stalks of flax, and when the king of Jericho sent soldiers to find them, lied about their whereabouts, directing the search party toward the fords of the Jordan. In return, she extracted an oath. When Israel took the city, she and her family would be spared. The spies agreed, telling her to tie a scarlet cord in her window as a sign, and when the destruction came, that window and everyone behind it would be passed over. The scarlet cord hanging from a wall in Jericho echoed the blood smeared on doorposts in Egypt, another mark of salvation painted in red against a backdrop of coming judgment. The crossing of the Jordan was Sinai's drama compressed into a single afternoon. The priests, carrying the Ark of the Covenant, stepped into the river, and the waters stopped flowing, heaping up in a wall far upstream at a town called Adam, while the riverbed downstream drained dry. The entire nation crossed on dry ground, an unmistakable repetition of the Red Sea miracle staged for a generation that had not been alive to see the original. Joshua set up 12 stones in the middle of the Jordan where the priests had stood, 1 stone for each tribe, a cairn submerged beneath the returning waters as a permanent memorial, invisible to the eye but known to the memory, a declaration that the 12 tribes had passed this way and that the river had bowed to let them through. They camped at Gilgal, on the plains west of the Jordan, and there Joshua circumcised the new generation, the sons born in the wilderness who had not undergone the covenant rite. And the manna that had sustained them for 40 years ceased the day after they ate the produce of the land. The bread of heaven stopped falling, because the bread of earth was now available, and the transition was as abrupt as a door closing. One morning the ground was covered with the fine, a flaky substance that tasted of honey, and the next morning it was bare, and the people ate grain that had grown in Canaanite soil, and the wilderness was over. Jericho fell not through siege engines or scaling ladders, but through liturgy. God's instructions to Joshua were militarily absurd and theologically precise. The armed men would march around the city once a day for 6 days, the 7 priests carrying 7 trumpets of ram's horns before the ark. And on the 7th day they would march around the city 7 times, and the priests would blow the trumpets, and the people would shout, and the walls would collapse. Joshua obeyed without modification. For 6 days the silent processions circled Jericho. No sound from the Israelite column except the steady blast of the horns, the feet of the soldiers on the packed earth, and the ominous presence of the Ark of the Covenant moving past the walls like a weapon that had not yet been fired. The people of Jericho watched from the ramparts and understood nothing except that whatever was happening was not normal warfare. On the 7th day, on the 7th circuit, at the blast of the trumpets, Joshua commanded the people to shout, and they shouted, and the walls fell down flat, every section collapsing simultaneously, and the Israelites charged straight in, every man going up from where he stood. They devoted the city to destruction, killing everything that breathed, man and woman, young and old, ox and sheep and donkey, a total warfare that the modern mind recoils from, but that the ancient text presents as the execution of divine judgment on a civilization whose corruption had reached its terminal stage. Only Rahab and her family survived, pulled from the house with the scarlet cord by the 2 spies who had given their word, and Rahab was absorbed into Israel, eventually marrying into the tribe of Judah and appearing in the genealogy of David, a Canaanite prostitute woven into the royal line by an act of courage and a rope dyed red. The conquest was not a single campaign but a series of them, and they did not go smoothly. The first setback came immediately after Jericho, at the small city of Ai, where an Israelite force was routed and 36 men were killed. A minor loss by military standards, but a catastrophic one for morale. Joshua fell on his face before the ark and cried out to God, and God told him to get up. The problem was not military, but moral. Someone in the camp had taken forbidden plunder from Jericho, violating the ban that had declared all the city's wealth dedicated to God. A tribe by tribe, clan by clan, family by family investigation narrowed the guilt to a man named Achan from the tribe of Judah, who had hidden a beautiful cloak, 200 shekels of silver, and a bar of gold beneath his tent. Achan and his family and his livestock were taken to the valley of Achor and stoned and burned, and the defeat at Ai was reversed, and the lesson was seared into the national memory. The tribes did not act as individuals. The sin of one man from one tribe contaminated the entire people, and the entire people bore the consequences until the contamination was removed. After Ai, Joshua led the nation in a covenant renewal ceremony at Shechem, the ancient site where Abraham had first received the promise and where Simeon and Levi had committed their massacre. The tribes were divided between 2 mountains, half standing on Mount Gerizim to pronounce blessings, and half on Mount Ebal to pronounce curses. The entire people positioned in the landscape like 2 halves of a congregation, facing each other across a valley, hearing the terms of the covenant read aloud and responding with their assent. It was the first national assembly held in the Promised Land, and the location was deliberate. Shechem sat at the geographic center of the country, in the narrow pass between the 2 mountains, at the crossroads where the north-south and east-west routes intersected. The nation was planting its covenant at its own heart. The central campaign targeted the hill country between Jerusalem and Bethel, the spine of the land, the high ground from which everything else could be controlled. The southern campaign swept through the Shephelah and the Negev, defeating a coalition of 5 Amorite kings who had united against the Gibeonites, an indigenous people who had tricked Joshua into making a peace treaty by pretending to be travelers from a distant land. It was during this southern campaign that the sun famously stood still over Gibeon and the moon over the valley of Aijalon, granting Joshua an extended day in which to complete the destruction of the fleeing armies. The northern campaign struck the coalition of Canaanite kings assembled at the waters of Merom under Jabin, king of Hazor, the largest city in Canaan, and the Israelites attacked suddenly and shattered them, hamstringing the horses and burning the chariots, eliminating the military technology that had given the Canaanites their greatest advantage. The text summarizes the conquest with a list of 31 kings defeated by Joshua, a catalog of vanquished city-states that reads like a surveyor's inventory of the land now open for settlement. But the summary is deceptive in its completeness, because the book of Joshua itself acknowledges, in passages that the book of Judges would later expand, that the conquest was not total. Many Canaanite enclaves remained, many cities were not taken, many indigenous populations continued to live in and around the territories assigned to the tribes. The conquest gave Israel control of the hill country and the major routes, but the coastal plain, the deep valleys, and the fortified lowland cities remained contested, and the work of actually possessing the land would fall to each individual tribe in its own territory, a task that some tribes completed and others never did. The division of the land was conducted at Shiloh, where the tabernacle had been set up as the central sanctuary, and the process was overseen by Joshua, Eleazar the priest, and the heads of the tribal families. The method was sacred lot, a system believed to be guided by God, in which the allotments were determined not by negotiation or military precedence, but by the casting of lots before the Lord, the ancient equivalent of placing the decision in God's hands and accepting whatever came. The lots were cast, the territories were drawn, and the 12 tribes received their inheritances, each one a piece of the land that God had promised to Abraham when the patriarch was still a childless wanderer looking at stars. Judah received the largest and most strategically significant allotment, the entire southern hill country from Jerusalem to the Negev desert, including Hebron and its surrounding highlands, the Shephelah foothills facing the Philistine plain, and a stretch of the Negev that reached toward the wilderness of Zin. It was rugged, defensible, well-watered in its northern reaches, and perfectly suited to the tribe that would produce the monarchy. Caleb, the faithful spy, personally claimed Hebron and its surrounding territory, driving out the Anakim, the very giants whose presence had terrified the other spies 45 years earlier. Caleb was 85 years old, and still fighting, still claiming that he was as strong as he had been the day Moses sent him into the land, a living rebuke to every man who had called himself a grasshopper. Ephraim and Manasseh, Joseph's 2 sons who had been adopted by Jacob and elevated to tribal status, received the central hill country, the heartland of the Promised Land. Ephraim's allotment ran through the richest highland territory, centered around Shechem and Shiloh, well-watered and fertile, the most productive agricultural region between the Jezreel Valley and the Judean hills. Manasseh received territory on both sides of the Jordan. The half-tribe east of the river held the lush forests and pastures of Gilead and Bashan alongside Gad and Reuben, while the western half-tribe received the hill country north of Ephraim, extending toward the Jezreel Valley. Together, the 2 Joseph tribes controlled more territory than any other single tribal group. The double portion made geographic, the fruitful boughs branches running over every wall in sight. Benjamin's narrow strip between Judah and Ephraim has been described in its own section, but the significance of its position in the larger tribal map deserves emphasis here. Benjamin was the hinge between north and south, the buffer zone that both Judah and Ephraim needed to control if they wanted access to the other half of the country. Jerusalem sat on or near the boundary between Benjamin and Judah, and the city's eventual capture by David would exploit this liminal position, making the capital a city that belonged to neither tribe exclusively and therefore could serve as the capital of all. The northern tribes received their allotments in the Galilee and the Jezreel region. Zebulun and Issachar held the lower Galilee and the Great Valley, respectively. Naphtali received the upper Galilee and the western shore of the Sea of Chinnereth. Asher received the coastal strip north of Carmel toward Sidon. Dan's original allotment in the southwestern foothills, its failure, and the tribe's subsequent migration to the far north have already been recounted. Simeon's allotment was unique among all the tribes. It was not an independent territory, but a collection of cities carved from within Judah's borders. The lot assigned Simeon towns in the Negev and the southern Shephelah, all of them surrounded by Judean territory, making Simeon functionally a sub-tribe within Judah's domain. Jacob's prophecy of scattering was already taking physical form. Simeon would never have borders of its own, never have the contiguous territory that gave the other tribes their distinct identity, and within a few generations, the Simeonite population would be so thoroughly mingled with Judah's that the separate tribal identity effectively disappeared. Reuben and Gad had received their Transjordanian territories before the crossing, the deal struck with Moses in which they promised to fight alongside the other tribes before returning to the eastern bank. Their allotments ran along the eastern side of the Jordan, from the Arnon River in the south, which bordered Moab, through the highlands of Gilead, with Gad occupying the central section and Reuben the southern. It was good grazing land, as they had claimed, but it was also exposed land, separated from the main body of the nation by the Jordan River, the first territory to be attacked by eastern enemies, and the last to receive help from the western tribes. The geographic separation would have political consequences. The eastern tribes would always feel slightly detached from the national center, slightly peripheral, slightly suspect in the eyes of their western brothers. This suspicion nearly erupted into civil war before the ink on the territorial maps was dry. When the eastern tribes crossed back over the Jordan after the conquest, they built a great altar on the riverbank, an imposing structure visible from a distance. The western tribes interpreted the altar as an act of apostasy, a rival worship site that violated the commandment to sacrifice only at the tabernacle in Shiloh. They mobilized for war, assembling the full national army at Shiloh with the intention of attacking Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh for their perceived betrayal. A delegation led by Phinehas the priest was sent to confront the eastern tribes before the swords were drawn, and the confrontation was charged with the memory of Baal Peor. What is this breach of faith that you have committed against the God of Israel in turning away this day from following the Lord by building yourselves an altar this day in rebellion against the Lord? The eastern tribes were appalled. The altar, they explained, was not for sacrifice. It was a memorial, a witness, a monument erected precisely because they feared that future generations of Western Israelites would look across the Jordan and say to their children, "What have you to do with the Lord, the God of Israel? For the Lord has made the Jordan a boundary between us and you, you people of Reuben and people of Gad. You have no portion in the Lord." The altar was a hedge against exclusion, a visible, permanent declaration that the tribes east of the Jordan were still Israelites, still part of the covenant, still worshippers of the same God. They named the altar Witness, because it stood as a witness between them that the Lord is God. The western tribes were satisfied, the army stood down, and the crisis passed. But the underlying anxiety, the fear that geographic distance would become spiritual distance, that the river would become a fault line, never fully went away. The Levitical inheritance was distributed according to a different principle entirely. Levi received no tribal territory because God himself was Levi's inheritance, a formulation that was both spiritually exalted and practically specific. Instead of a contiguous block of land, Levi received 48 cities scattered throughout the other tribes' territories, with surrounding pasture lands for their livestock. The distribution was intentional. Every tribe would have Levites living among them, teaching the law, maintaining local worship, serving as the connective tissue that held the national covenant together across distances that might otherwise have fragmented the people into 12 separate communities with 12 separate identities. Among the 48 Levitical cities, 6 were designated as cities of refuge, 3 on each side of the Jordan, placed at intervals that ensured no one in the land would be more than a day's journey from one. The cities of refuge addressed a specific and urgent problem. In a culture governed by blood vengeance, where the nearest male relative of a murdered person was obligated to hunt down and kill the murderer, what happened when the killing was accidental? A man swinging an axe whose head flew off and struck a bystander, a hunter whose arrow went astray, a builder whose wall collapsed on a passerby. These were not murderers. But the Blood Avengers Code did not distinguish between intent and accident. The cities of refuge provided sanctuary. The manslayer could flee to the nearest one, present his case to the elders at the gate, and if the killing was judged unintentional, he could live within the city's boundaries, safe from the avenger, until the death of the current high priest, at which point he was free to return home. The institution was simultaneously a concession to the ancient custom of blood vengeance, which was too deeply rooted in tribal culture to abolish outright, and a corrective to it, inserting a judicial process into what would otherwise be an endless cycle of retaliatory killing. Kedesh in Naphtali served the far north, Shechem and Ephraim served the central hill country. Hebron in Judah served the south. East of the Jordan, Bezer in Reuben's territory, Ramoth in Gad's territory, and Golan in the half-tribe of Manasseh's territory completed the network. The placement was precise. The cities were spaced so that the maximum distance any person would have to travel to reach one was roughly proportional, a geographic equity that reflected the theological principle that justice was not a privilege of the centrally located, but a right available to every person in every tribe. Joshua, now old and advanced in years, gathered the nation at Shechem one final time and delivered an address that recounted the entire history of God's relationship with Israel, from Abraham's departure from Mesopotamia, through the slavery in Egypt, through the conquest of Canaan, and then posed the question that would define the period to come. Choose this day whom you will serve, whether the gods your fathers served in the region beyond the river, or the gods of the Amorites in whose land you dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. The people answered that they would serve the Lord, and Joshua made a covenant with them that day, writing the words in the book of the law of God and setting up a great stone under the oak at Shechem as a witness. Then Joshua died at the age of 110, the same age at which Joseph had died, and they buried him in his own inheritance at Timnath-Serah in the hill country of Ephraim. And the bones of Joseph, which the people of Israel had brought up from Egypt, were buried at Shechem, in the plot of ground that Jacob had bought from the sons of Hamor for 100 pieces of money. The bones had waited 4 centuries for this moment, carried through the desert and across the Jordan and up into the hills, and now they rested in Canaanite soil at last. In the land the dreamer had never seen but had always known was home. The land was divided. The tribes were settled. The tabernacle stood at Shiloh. The law had been given, the covenant renewed, the cities of refuge established, the Levites distributed, and the bones of the patriarchs laid in the ground they had been promised. Everything was in place for the 12 tribes to flourish as a nation under God, to keep the covenant and possess the land and become the blessing to all nations that Abraham's call had envisioned. Everything was in place, and almost immediately everything began to fall apart. Joshua was dead, and the elders who had served with him were dying, and the generation that rose after them did not know the Lord or the work that he had done for Israel, and the long, chaotic, violent, faithless, intermittently heroic period of the judges was about to begin. The pattern announced itself almost immediately, and once it began, it repeated with the mechanical regularity of a wheel turning in mud. Israel would abandon God, God would hand them over to an oppressor, the people would cry out in their suffering, God would raise up a deliverer, the deliverer would liberate them, the land would have rest for a generation, and then the deliverer would die, and the people would abandon God again, and the wheel would turn, and the cycle would start over. Each revolution cutting the groove a little deeper, each apostasy a little more brazen, each period of faithfulness a little shorter, until the nation was lurching between deliverance and disaster with the rhythm of a drunk man trying to walk a straight line. The book of Judges covers roughly 300 years of this cycle, from the death of Joshua to the eve of the monarchy, and what it describes is not a unified national history, but a series of tribal crises, each one localized, each one involving some tribes and ignoring others, each one revealing how fragile the Confederacy was when it lacked a central authority to hold it together. The 12 tribes during this period were not a nation in any meaningful political sense. They were a loose alliance of related peoples, bound by covenant and cult but not by government, sharing a religion and a memory but not a king, and the absence of that unifying figure is the refrain that the book returns to again and again with increasing despair. In those days there was no king in Israel. The first oppressor was Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia, whose name is so improbable that some scholars suspect it is a mocking nickname rather than a birth name, meaning something like Cushan of double wickedness. He oppressed Israel for 8 years, and the deliverer God raised against him was Othniel, son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother, a man from the tribe of Judah, who had already distinguished himself by capturing the city of Debir and winning Caleb's daughter Achsah as his wife. Othniel judged Israel and went to war, and the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he defeated Cushan-Rishathaim, and the land had rest for 40 years. It was the cleanest iteration of the cycle, the one that worked exactly as it was supposed to. Oppression, cry, deliverance, peace. Everything after Othniel would be messier. Ehud's left-handed assassination of Eglon and the subsequent liberation from Moabite oppression have been told in Benjamin's story, and the details need not be rehearsed again. What matters for the broader tribal narrative is the pattern Ehud established. A judge who was not a general leading armies, but a solitary operative using cunning and surprise to accomplish what conventional military force could not. The judges were not kings. They had no standing armies, no bureaucracy, no tax revenue. They were charismatic leaders, raised up by God for specific crises, empowered by the Spirit for limited periods, and when the crisis passed, they returned to their farms and their flocks, and the nation returned to its amnesia. After Ehud came Shamgar, son of Anath, who killed 600 Philistines with an ox goad, a single verse of mayhem that receives no elaboration, no tribal affiliation, no narrative context, just the bare fact that a man with a farming tool slaughtered an army and saved Israel. And then the text moves on as though such things happened every Thursday. The Canaanite oppression that followed was the most organized and most dangerous the tribes had yet faced. Jabin, a king of Hazor bearing the same name as the king Joshua had defeated generations earlier, had rebuilt Canaanite military power in the north, and his general Sisera commanded 900 iron chariots, a force that no Israelite tribe could match in the open field. Iron chariots were the ancient equivalent of tanks, mobile, devastating on flat ground, virtually invulnerable to infantry attack, and the Canaanites used them to dominate the Jezreel Valley and the northern plains, cutting off the Galilean tribes from their southern brothers and extracting tribute with the impunity that overwhelming technological superiority provides. The deliverer God raised against Sisera was not a warrior, but a prophetess. Deborah sat under a palm tree between Ramah and Bethel in the hill country of Ephraim, and the people of Israel came up to her for judgment, which means she was functioning as both a spiritual authority and a judicial one. The only judge in the entire book who is described as actually judging in the legal sense, hearing cases and rendering verdicts, before she ever picked up a weapon or summoned an army. She sent for Barak from the tribe of Naphtali and told him that God commanded him to gather 10,000 men from Naphtali and Zebulun and march to Mount Tabor, and that God would draw Sisera and his chariots to the Kishon River and give them into Barak's hand. Barak's response has been debated for 3,000 years. If you will go with me, I will go, but if you will not go with me, I will not go. Cowardice, some have called it. The refusal of a military commander to fight without a woman at his side. Others read it as strategic humility, the recognition that Deborah's prophetic authority was the real weapon, and that without her presence, the troops would not follow. Deborah agreed to go, but told Barak that the glory of the victory would not be his. The Lord would sell Sisera into the hand of a woman. The statement was ambiguous, and Barak may have assumed she meant herself, but the woman who killed Sisera was neither the prophetess nor the general. She was Jael, wife of Heber the Kenite, a non-Israelite woman whose husband's clan had a peace treaty with Jabin's Canaanite kingdom. The battle unfolded as God had said. Barak assembled his forces on Mount Tabor, the northern tribes pouring down from the Galilee highlands, and Sisera brought his chariots into the Kishon valley to meet them. A sudden, violent rainstorm turned the valley floor into a swamp. The Kishon River flooded its banks, and the iron chariots that were supposed to be invincible became death traps, bogged in mud, their wheels locked, their crews helpless as Israelite infantry swarmed down from the hills and cut them to pieces. Sisera himself abandoned his chariot and fled on foot, running north toward friendly territory, and arrived exhausted at the tent of Jael, who welcomed him in, covered him with a blanket, gave him milk to drink, and waited until he fell asleep. Then she took a tent peg and a hammer and drove the peg through his temple and into the ground, pinning the great general to the earth like a butterfly to a board. Deborah's victory song, composed in the aftermath and preserved as one of the oldest surviving pieces of Hebrew poetry, is not merely a hymn of triumph, but a tribal report card, naming each tribe and evaluating its contribution to the battle. The song's praise and blame reveal the fractures in the Confederacy with painful clarity. Ephraim, Benjamin, Machir, a clan of Manasseh, Zebulun, Issachar, and Naphtali are praised for answering the call. But Reuben is singled out for agonized indecision. Among the clans of Reuben there were great searchings of heart. Why did you sit among the sheepfolds to hear the whistling for the flocks? The question is rhetorical and devastating. While their brothers were dying on the slopes of Tabor, Reuben sat east of the Jordan, debating whether to help, listening to their shepherds' pipes instead of the trumpets of war. Gilead, meaning Gad, and the eastern half of Manasseh, stayed beyond the Jordan as well. Dan lingered by his ships, a curious detail that suggests the tribe's original coastal territory still had some maritime activity, even as its grip on the land was slipping. And Asher sat at the coast, guarding his harbors, calculating that trade was more valuable than solidarity. The song's tribal accounting is the earliest evidence of a problem that would plague Israel throughout the Judges period and beyond. The Confederacy could not compel its members to act. Each tribe decided independently whether to answer a call to arms, and the decision was based on self-interest as much as solidarity. If the threat was in someone else's territory, if the enemy was someone else's problem, if the cost of fighting outweighed the cost of not fighting, a tribe could simply sit it out, and no authority existed to punish the abstention. The system worked only when the threat was overwhelming enough to make every tribe feel imperiled. And for most of the Judges' period, the threats were regional rather than national, which meant that the nation fought its battles in pieces rather than as a whole. Gideon's story, from the tribe of Manasseh, illustrated both the power and the absurdity of God's method of deliverance during this period. The Midianites, a nomadic people from the desert east, had developed a devastating raiding strategy. Each year, at harvest time, they would sweep into Israel in vast numbers, riding camels, destroying crops, stealing livestock, and vanishing back into the wilderness before the Israelites could organize a response. The raids were so severe that the Israelites took to hiding in caves and mountain strongholds, abandoning their farms during the harvest season, effectively surrendering the agricultural economy that sustained them. God chose Gideon, the youngest son of an obscure family in an obscure clan of Manasseh, a man who was threshing wheat in a winepress to hide it from the Midianites when the angel of the Lord appeared and addressed him with what must have sounded like sarcasm. "The Lord is with you, O mighty man of valor." Gideon, hiding his grain in a hole, was nobody's idea of a mighty man, and his response was the response of every Israelite who had grown up under Midianite oppression. If the Lord is with us, why then has all this happened to us? And where are all his wonderful deeds that our fathers recounted to us? It was an honest question, and God did not answer it with theology, but with a commission. Go in this might of yours, and save Israel from the hand of Midian. Gideon required signs. He asked for fire from a rock, and God gave it. He asked for dew on a fleece and dry ground around it, and God gave it. He asked for dry fleece and wet ground, reversing the test, and God gave it again. Each sign was a negotiation. Gideon bargaining with God the way his ancestor Jacob had bargained at Bethel, requiring proof at every step, and God indulging the requests with a patience that bordered on the amused. When Gideon finally assembled an army, 32,000 men from the northern tribes, God told him the force was too large. If Israel won with 32,000, they would claim the victory as their own. God reduced the army first to 10,000 by sending home everyone who was afraid, and then to 300 by selecting only the men who lapped water from the river like dogs, cupping it in their hands, rather than those who knelt down to drink. 300 men against an army described as being as numerous as locusts, whose camels were without number as the sand that is on the seashore. The attack came at night. The 300 divided into 3 companies, each man carrying a trumpet and an empty jar with a torch hidden inside. At Gideon's signal, they blew the trumpets, smashed the jars, held up the torches, and shouted, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon!" The Midianite camp, jolted from sleep by the noise and the sudden ring of fire surrounding them on 3 sides, panicked. In the darkness and confusion, the Midianites turned their swords on each other, and the rout was total, the army disintegrating into a fleeing mob that the Israelites pursued across the Jordan and into the desert. It was a victory so lopsided that the only rational explanation was divine intervention, which was precisely the point. God had stripped away every conventional military advantage so that when the victory came, its authorship would be unmistakable. The aftermath revealed a different side of the tribal dynamic. The men of Ephraim confronted Gideon with furious indignation. Why had he not called them to fight from the beginning? Their resentment was not about the battle, but about the glory, about being excluded from a victory that would be celebrated for generations, about the largest and most prestigious of the northern tribes being relegated to a cleanup role, while Manasseh, their junior partner, claimed the headline. Gideon diffused the confrontation with diplomacy. Is not the gleaning of the grapes of Ephraim better than the grape harvest of Abiezer? He said, meaning that Ephraim's secondary role in capturing the fleeing Midianite princes was more valuable than anything Gideon's own small clan had accomplished. The flattery worked, but the underlying tension, Ephraim's insistence on primacy among the northern tribes and its rage at any perceived slight, was a fissure that would widen with every generation. The Israelites, intoxicated by the Midianite victory, asked Gideon to rule over them as king, the first explicit offer of monarchy in the biblical record. Gideon refused. "I will not rule over you, and my son will not rule over you. The Lord will rule over you." The refusal was theologically correct and personally noble, but the desire for a king that prompted it was not going away, and Gideon's own behavior in the years that followed made the gap between his words and his actions grotesque. He collected gold earrings from the Midianite plunder, melted them down, and fashioned an ephod, a priestly garment or cultic object, and set it up in his hometown of Ophrah. All Israel went whoring after it, the text says, and it became a snare to Gideon and his family. The man who had refused the crown built an idol. The deliverer became the trap. Gideon fathered 70 sons by many wives, and after his death, one of those sons, Abimelech, whose mother was a concubine from Shechem, slaughtered all 69 of his brothers on a single stone, the only survivor being Jotham, the youngest, who hid. Abimelech made himself king of Shechem, the first man to claim the title of king in Israel, and his reign was a preview of everything that could go wrong with monarchy: fratricide, tyranny, rebellion. and a death as absurd as his rule was violent. He was killed when a woman dropped a millstone on his head from a tower during the siege of a town called Thebes, cracking his skull. Dying, Abimelech ordered his armor-bearer to run him through with a sword so that no one could say a woman had killed him. It was vanity's last gasp, the final act of a man who cared more about how his death would be narrated than about the fact that he was dying. After Gideon and the Abimelech disaster, the judges who followed were a mixture of the memorable and the obscure. Tola, from the tribe of Issachar, judged Israel for 23 years, and the text says nothing about his tenure except that he lived in the hill country of Ephraim and that he died and was buried. Jair, a Gileadite, judged for 22 years and had 30 sons who rode 30 donkeys and controlled 30 cities, a detail that suggests a degree of dynastic wealth and political influence, but that the text offers without comment or evaluation. Then came Jephthah, and with him one of the most disturbing stories in the entire book. Jephthah was a Gileadite, the son of a prostitute, driven out of his father's house by his legitimate brothers who refused to share the inheritance with the child of a harlot. He fled to the land of Tob on the eastern frontier and became the leader of a band of outlaws, worthless fellows the text calls them, men who had fallen outside the boundaries of respectable society and survived by raiding and intimidation. When the Ammonites massed for war against Gilead, the elders of the region came to Jephthah and begged him to return and lead their defense. The same men who had expelled him now crawling back because the outcast was the only man fierce enough to save them. Jephthah negotiated his terms, demanded confirmation that he would remain their leader after the battle, and received it. Before the battle, Jephthah made a vow to God. If the Lord gave the Ammonites into his hand, whatever came out of the doors of his house to meet him when he returned in peace would be offered as a burnt offering. The vow was reckless, unthinking, the kind of bargain a desperate man makes with God when he does not trust God's willingness to deliver without a price, and the price, when it came due, was more than Jephthah could bear to pay. He defeated the Ammonites, devastating 20 cities, and returned home in triumph. And the first thing that came out of his house to greet him was his daughter, his only child, dancing with tambourines. Jephthah tore his clothes. "Alas, my daughter," he cried, "you have brought me very low, and you have become the cause of great trouble to me, for I have opened my mouth to the Lord, and I cannot take back my vow." His daughter's response was devastating in its composure. "My father, you have opened your mouth to the Lord. Do to me according to what has gone out of your mouth." She asked only for 2 months to wander the mountains with her companions, mourning not her death but her virginity, the children she would never bear, the line that would end with her. When the 2 months were over, Jephthah fulfilled his vow. The text says, "He did with her according to his vow that he had made, and she had never known a man." It became a custom in Israel that the daughters of Israel went year by year to lament the daughter of Jephthah for 4 days each year. Whether Jephthah actually killed his daughter or dedicated her to a life of perpetual virginity at the tabernacle has been debated across centuries of interpretation. The text is deliberately ambiguous, or perhaps deliberately unambiguous, and the ambiguity is in the reader's desire to find a less terrible meaning. What is clear is that Jephthah's vow was a failure of faith dressed as an act of devotion, a man trying to buy God's help with a promise he had not thought through, and the consequence fell on the person least responsible for the bargain. It was the judges' period in miniature, impulsive, violent, suffused with religious sincerity that kept expressing itself in catastrophically wrong ways. Jephthah's confrontation with Ephraim echoed Gideon's, but ended in blood rather than diplomacy. The Ephraimites again complained that they had not been called to fight. again insisted on their right to participate in every military action regardless of geography. And this time, Jephthah did not flatter them. He fought them. The Gileadites seized the fords of the Jordan, and when fleeing Ephraimites tried to cross, subjected them to a linguistic test. Say Shibboleth. The Ephraimites could not pronounce the sh sound, saying Sibboleth instead, a dialectal difference that betrayed their tribal identity as surely as a brand on the skin. 42,000 Ephraimites died at the fords, killed by their own kinsmen over a pronunciation, and the civil conflict between Ephraim and the Transjordanian tribes added another layer of blood to the ground that was already soaked with it. Samson's story, belonging to Dan, has been told in that tribe's section. The Nazarite whose strength was squandered on personal vendettas, whose victories over the Philistines were spectacular and useless, whose life ended in a temple's rubble without having accomplished the deliverance he was born to achieve. The Danite migration, the 600 warriors who abandoned their allotment and marched north to seize Laish, carrying stolen idols and a poached Levite, has likewise been recounted. Both stories belong to the end of the Judges period, when the cycles of apostasy had accelerated to the point where the deliverers themselves were compromised, where the judges God raised up were as flawed as the people they were sent to save, where the gap between the ideal of the covenant and the reality of the nation had become a chasm. The minor judges who appear between the major narratives, Ibzan of Bethlehem, who had 30 sons and 30 daughters, Elon of Zebulun, who judged for 10 years without incident, Abdon of the hill country of Ephraim, who had 40 sons and 30 grandsons, who rode on 70 donkeys, served as quiet reminders that not every period of Israelite history was dominated by crisis. There were decades of stability, years when the law was administered and disputes were settled and crops were harvested, and the tribes coexisted without anyone reaching for a sword. These periods did not generate stories because peace does not generate stories, or at least not the kind that survive in a national epic. And so the minor judges appear as names and numbers and donkeys, placeholders for the long stretches of ordinary life that the dramatic narratives leap over on their way to the next disaster. The Book of Ruth, set during the Judges period, offers a glimpse of this ordinary life at its most intimate and its most theologically significant. A woman of Moab, married into a Judahite family that had emigrated during a famine, lost her husband and chose to follow her mother-in-law Naomi back to Bethlehem, binding herself to Naomi's people and Naomi's God with words that rank among the most beautiful in all of Scripture. Where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God, my God. Ruth gleaned in the fields of a man named Boaz, a kinsman of Naomi's dead husband, and through the mechanism of the Levirate law, the same institution that had governed the Tamar and Judah episode generations earlier, Boaz married Ruth and raised up a son in the name of the dead. That son was Obed, father of Jesse, father of David. The Moabite woman, the foreigner, the outsider who chose Israel's God when Israel itself was busy forgetting him, was woven into the royal line of Judah in the same quiet way that Rahab had been, without fanfare, without tribal negotiation, without anyone's permission except God's. The period of the Judges was not a failure. It was a revelation, a 300-year demonstration of what a covenant people looked like when the covenant was the only thing holding them together and the people kept forgetting that it mattered. The tribes fought their enemies, and fought each other, and fought God, and through all of it, the basic structures survived. The tabernacle at Shiloh, the Levitical cities, the annual festivals, the memory of Sinai, the identity of the 12 tribes as components of a single people. The system was chaotic, violent, undisciplined, and intermittently heroic, and it produced in the spaces between the disasters, moments of extraordinary beauty and faith. But it was not sustainable. The wheel was wearing out. The cycles were accelerating. And the question the book kept asking, in those days there was no king in Israel, was no longer merely a description. It was becoming a prescription. The people wanted a king. The tribes needed a center. The confederacy required a government. And the question was no longer whether Israel would have a monarchy, but what kind of monarchy it would be, and which tribe would sit upon the throne, and what the crown would cost the nation that demanded it. The answer would come from the least likely of sources. A tall, handsome, deeply insecure man from the smallest tribe, chosen by God, anointed by a prophet, and doomed from the start by the very qualities that made him look like a king without making him capable of being one. The civil war that nearly annihilated Benjamin has been told from within, from the perspective of the tribe that suffered it, the wolf cornered and mauled by its own pack. But the war looked different from outside, from the vantage point of the 11 tribes that waged it, and the scars it left on the national body were as deep and as lasting as those it left on Benjamin itself. What happened at Gibeah, and in the days that followed, was not merely a tribal crisis, it was a constitutional one. The moment when the Confederacy's internal mechanisms were tested to destruction and found, by every measure, to be inadequate for the task of holding 12 tribes together, when the darkest impulses of one of them demanded a response from all the rest. The assembly at Mizpah, where 400,000 armed men gathered from across the nation, was the largest military mobilization in Israelite history to that point. Larger than any force Joshua had commanded during the conquest, larger than anything the judges had assembled against foreign oppressors. The sheer scale of the muster revealed something critical about the tribal system. It could, when sufficiently provoked, generate an enormous collective response. The problem was that the provocation required to trigger that response was itself a catastrophe, and the response, once triggered, had no mechanism for proportionality, no governor to prevent righteous anger from accelerating into annihilation. The 11 tribes came to Mizpah furious and unified, and in their fury they made decisions that would haunt them the moment the fury passed. The oath sworn in the heat of that assembly, that no man among them would give his daughter in marriage to a Benjaminite, was a case study in the danger of collective vows made under emotional duress. It was spoken before a single sword had been drawn, before the first battle had been lost, before anyone had reckoned with the actual cost of the war, and it was irrevocable. The ancient world treated oaths with a seriousness that the modern mind struggles to grasp. A vow made before God was not a statement of intention, but a binding spiritual contract, and breaking it invited divine punishment that no practical consideration could justify. The tribes had locked themselves into a position from which no graceful exit was possible. If they won the war, Benjamin would have no wives. If Benjamin had no wives, Benjamin would cease to exist. And if Benjamin ceased to exist, the 12 tribes would become 11, and the covenant structure that God had established, the 12 pillars at Sinai, the 12 stones in the Jordan, the 12 allotments in the land, would be permanently broken. The role of Phinehas in the crisis deserves attention that Benjamin's own narrative could not provide. Phinehas, son of Eleazar, grandson of Aaron, the same priest whose spear had stopped the plague at Baal Peor, stood before the Ark of the Covenant during the war and inquired of God on behalf of the assembled tribes. It was Phinehas who asked, "Shall we go out once more to battle against our brothers, the people of Benjamin, or shall we cease?" And God answered, "Go up, for tomorrow I will give them into your hand." The priestly system was functioning. The ark was present. The inquiry was conducted through proper channels. And yet the outcome was a bloodbath that left the nation weeping over its own actions. The war against Benjamin demonstrated that having the right institutions, the right priests, the right procedures for consulting God, did not guarantee wisdom if the people operating those institutions were driven by a wrath that had outstripped their capacity for restraint. The two defeats the 11 tribes suffered before their final victory were themselves a theological puzzle that the text does not fully resolve. God told them to go up and fight, and they went up and were slaughtered, 22,000 the first day and 18,000 the second. Why would God send them into battle only to let them be destroyed? The text does not explain, but the pattern suggests a purgation. The tribes needed to learn that victory was not automatic, that numerical superiority did not guarantee success, that the God who authorized the war was not a weapon they controlled, but a sovereign whose purposes were his own. Each defeat drove the people to deeper levels of prayer, fasting, and sacrifice, stripping away the presumption that had accompanied their initial mobilization and replacing it with the humility that actual loss produces. By the third day, when they wept before the Lord and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings, they had been broken enough to be useful, and only then did the victory come. The devastation of Benjamin's territory after the battle, the systematic destruction of every town, every village, every settlement within the tribal allotment, was not military necessity, but theological execution. The same pattern of total warfare, the cherem or ban that had been applied to Canaanite cities during the conquest. The 11 tribes treated Benjamin's towns as they would have treated Jericho or Ai, devoting them to destruction, as though the Benjaminites had become Canaanites, as though the sin of Gibeah had placed an Israelite tribe outside the boundaries of the covenant community. It was the most extreme internal application of the holy war concept in the entire biblical record, and it raised a question that the text allows to hang without resolution. At what point does the punishment of sin become a sin in its own right? The aftermath was grief, compounded by geometry. 600 men on the rock of Rimmon, no wives, no mechanism for acquiring them without breaking the oath. And the tribes, who had been so ferocious in their prosecution of the war, were now equally ferocious in their determination to undo the consequences without technically violating the vow they had made. The solution they devised for the first group of wives, the attack on Jabesh-Gilead, was itself a war crime committed to remedy the results of a previous war crime. Jabesh-Gilead had failed to send men to the assembly at Mizpah, and the tribes, seizing on a second oath they had sworn, that anyone who did not come to Mizpah would be put to death, sent 12,000 warriors to destroy the city and bring back every virgin girl they found. 400 young women were taken from the rubble of their homes and given to Benjaminite survivors at Rimmon. The text records this without commentary, without moral judgment, without any indication that the narrator sees the symmetry between what the men of Gibeah did to the Levite's concubine and what the 11 tribes did to the young women of Jabesh-Gilead. Both were acts of violence against women conducted by men who believed their cause justified the means. The second group of wives was obtained through the ambush at the annual festival of the Lord at Shiloh, where the Benjaminites were told to hide in the vineyards and seize the young women who came out to dance. The elders of Israel assured the remaining Benjaminites that if the fathers or brothers of the captured women came to complain, they would be told to be gracious, because the women were not technically given, which meant the oath was not technically broken. It was the kind of legal hair-splitting that Jacob himself might have admired, the letter of the law preserved while its spirit was eviscerated, a solution built on the fiction that kidnapping a woman from a religious festival was categorically different from giving her in marriage. The entire episode reads like a parody of the covenant community, a people so entangled in their own contradictions that the only way forward involved pretending that words meant something other than what everyone knew they meant. The connection between the Benjaminite crisis and the city of Jabesh-Gilead would echo forward in ways that no one at the time could have anticipated. When Saul, the Benjaminite who would become Israel's first king, heard that the Ammonites had besieged Jabesh-Gilead and threatened to gouge out the right eye of every inhabitant, he flew into a rage, so consuming that he cut a yoke of oxen into pieces and sent them throughout Israel with the message, "Whoever does not come out after Saul and Samuel, so shall it be done to his oxen." The parallels with the Levites' dismembered concubine are unmistakable. Another body divided and sent through the tribes as a summons to war. Another crisis centered on the threat of physical violation. Another moment when the nation's collective conscience was shocked into action by the deliberate display of mutilated flesh. But this time the call came from a king, and the response was unified, and the people of Jabesh-Gilead were saved rather than destroyed. The city that had been massacred by the 11 tribes during the Benjaminite War was rescued by a Benjaminite king, and the gratitude of Jabesh-Gilead toward Saul's house would persist through the generations, a bond forged in the ironic symmetry of a city that had suffered at Israel's hands and was delivered by the very tribe that Israel had tried to extinguish. Jabesh-Gilead's loyalty to Saul would manifest most movingly at the very end of his reign. When the Philistines killed Saul and his sons on Mount Gilboa and hung their bodies on the wall of Beth-shan, it was the valiant men of Jabesh-Gilead who marched all night, recovered the bodies, brought them home, burned them with proper rites, and buried the bones under a tamarisk tree, fasting for 7 days. The city remembered what Saul had done for them, and they repaid it with the only currency that mattered in the ancient world. They honored his body when no one else would. The war against Benjamin was the Confederacy's severest test, and the Confederacy passed it only in the narrowest technical sense. The crisis was resolved, the tribe was preserved, the nation remained 12. But the cost was staggering, not only in lives, but in moral credibility. The system that was supposed to maintain justice among the tribes had instead produced a cascade of atrocities: the rape at Gibeah, the dismemberment of the concubine, the annihilation of Benjamin's cities, the massacre of Jabesh-Gilead, the kidnapping of women at Shiloh. Each act was undertaken in response to the previous one, each escalation justified by reference to the last, and the cumulative effect was a people who had demonstrated with terrible clarity that they could not govern themselves. The institution that should have prevented the crisis, the central sanctuary at Shiloh where the tabernacle stood and the Ark of the Covenant resided, had been present throughout but had proved unable to contain the chaos. The priests had been consulted, the sacrifices had been offered, the proper procedures had been followed, and still the nation had torn itself nearly in half. The religious infrastructure was intact. The moral infrastructure was in ruins. And between those two facts lay the gap that would eventually be filled by a monarchy, by the centralized authority that the tribal system had never provided and that the people were now, after centuries of judges and disasters, desperate enough to demand. Samuel, the last of the judges and the first of the prophets who would anoint kings, grew up in the Shiloh tabernacle, dedicated there as a child by his mother Hannah, a woman from the tribe of Ephraim whose barrenness and subsequent miraculous conception echoed Rachel and Leah and every other matriarch who had waited in anguish for a child that only God could provide. Samuel heard God's voice as a boy, lying in the tabernacle near the ark, and the message he received was a judgment on the house of Eli, the elderly priest whose sons, Hophni and Phinehas, had corrupted the sacrificial system, sleeping with women at the tabernacle entrance and seizing offerings by force. The priesthood itself was compromised. The very institution that was supposed to mediate between God and the people, now staffed by men who treated the sacred offerings as their personal buffet and the female worshippers as their personal harem. The Philistine crisis brought everything to a head. The Philistines, the sea people who controlled the coastal plain, and possessed iron-working technology that gave them military superiority over the bronze-equipped Israelites, inflicted a devastating defeat on Israel at the Battle of Aphek. In desperation, the elders sent to Shiloh for the Ark of the Covenant, believing that the physical presence of the Ark on the battlefield would guarantee victory. Treating the most sacred object in Israelite religion as a magical talisman, a good luck charm to be deployed when conventional tactics failed. The Ark was brought to the camp, and the Israelites shouted so loudly that the earth shook, and the Philistines were terrified, saying, "A god has come into the camp!" But the Ark did not save them. The Philistines attacked with the fury of men fighting for their lives, killed 30,000 Israelite foot soldiers, captured the Ark, and killed Hophni and Phinehas. When the news reached Shiloh, Eli fell backward off his chair, broke his neck, and died. And his daughter-in-law, giving birth as the news arrived, named her son Ichabod, meaning the glory has departed from Israel, and died in childbirth, the last act of a collapsing dynasty. The Ark's capture was the lowest point in Israelite history since the golden calf. The dwelling place of God's presence, the object that had led the people through the wilderness, that had caused the Jordan to part and the walls of Jericho to fall, was sitting in a Philistine temple next to a statue of Dagon, and Israel was leaderless, priestless, and defeated. The tabernacle at Shiloh was apparently destroyed, either by the Philistines or abandoned in the aftermath, and when the Ark was eventually returned by the Philistines, who found that its presence in their cities brought plagues and tumors and panic, it did not go back to Shiloh, but was housed in a private home in Kiriath Jearim, where it would remain for 20 years, a sacred object in storage, the glory of Israel collecting dust in an obscure hill town. It was in this vacuum, this landscape of military defeat and spiritual exhaustion and institutional collapse, that the people came to Samuel at Ramah and made their demand, "Behold, you are old, and your sons do not walk in your ways. Now appoint for us a king to judge us like all the nations." Samuel's sons, like Eli's, had proved corrupt, taking bribes and perverting justice, and the people had run out of patience with a system that depended on the personal integrity of individual leaders and kept producing leaders without any. They wanted what every other nation had: a permanent institution, a hereditary office, a man on a throne who would fight their battles and maintain their borders and give them the stability that 300 years of judges had failed to provide. Samuel was displeased. He took the request as a personal rejection, and God confirmed that it was indeed a rejection, but not of Samuel. "They have not rejected you, but they have rejected me from being king over them." The invisible kingship of God, the theocratic ideal in which the 12 tribes answered to no human sovereign, but only to the Lord who dwelt among them in the tabernacle, was being traded in for something visible, tangible, and profoundly ordinary. God told Samuel to grant their request, but to warn them what a king would cost. He would take their sons for his armies, their daughters for his kitchens, their fields and vineyards for his officials, 1/10 of their grain, and flocks for his treasury, and their freedom for his convenience. "And in that day you will cry out because of your king whom you have chosen for yourselves. But the Lord will not answer you in that day." The people heard the warning and said, with the determined obliviousness of a people who had made up their minds, "No, but there shall be a king over us, that we also may be like all the nations, and that our king may judge us and go out before us and fight our battles." The tribe that would supply this first king was the one still bearing the marks of its near extinction, still rebuilding from 600 survivors and stolen wives, still carrying the stigma of Gibeah and the memory of being hunted through its own hills by its own brothers. Benjamin, the smallest tribe, the wolf that had been beaten to the edge of oblivion, was about to place one of its sons on the throne of Israel, and the choice was either a cruel irony or a divine mercy. depending on whether you believe that God worked through the broken pieces of a nation's worst failures or merely tolerated them. Saul, son of Kish, did not go looking for a crown. He went looking for donkeys. His father's donkeys had wandered off, as donkeys do, and Kish sent his tall, handsome son to find them, and Saul took a servant and walked through the hill country of Benjamin and the land of Shalisha and the land of Shalim and the territory of the Zuphites, searching ridge after ridge, valley after valley, finding nothing. It was the most mundane errand imaginable, a farmer's son chasing livestock through the brush, and it would end with oil poured on his head and a kingdom dropped into his lap like a weight he had not asked to carry and would never learn to hold. When the donkeys remained unfound, and Saul was ready to turn back, his servant mentioned that a man of God lived in a nearby town, a prophet whose words always came true, and suggested they ask him for directions. The man of God was Samuel, and God had spoken to Samuel the day before Saul arrived. "Tomorrow about this time I will send to you a man from the land of Benjamin, and you shall anoint him to be prince over my people Israel. He shall save my people from the hand of the Philistines, for I have seen my people, because their cry has come to me." The donkeys, the wandering, the servant's suggestion, the timing of Saul's arrival at the gate of the town just as Samuel was heading up to the high place for a sacrifice, every detail had been orchestrated. The sovereign God of Israel, using a pair of lost donkeys as the mechanism by which a king was delivered to a prophet's doorstep. Samuel saw Saul, and the Lord confirmed it. "Here is the man of whom I spoke to you. He it is who shall restrain my people." Samuel invited Saul to the feast, seated him at the head of the table above 30 invited guests, gave him the choicest portion of meat that had been reserved specifically for him, and then, early the next morning, walked Saul to the edge of town, sent the servant ahead, and poured a flask of oil over Saul's head in a private anointing that no one else witnessed. "Has not the Lord anointed you to be prince over his people Israel?" Samuel said. "And you shall reign over the people of the Lord, and you will save them from the hand of their surrounding enemies." The word he used was Nagid, prince or commander, not Melech, king, a distinction that may have been theological rather than merely linguistic. Saul was being appointed as God's military representative, not as a sovereign in his own right. The ultimate king was still God. Saul was the visible instrument of an invisible authority, and the tension between those two roles would destroy him. Samuel gave Saul 3 signs to confirm the anointing. On the road home, Saul would meet 2 men near Rachel's tomb who would tell him the donkeys had been found. Further on, he would meet 3 men going up to God at Bethel carrying 3 young goats, 3 loaves of bread, and a skin of wine, and they would give him 2 loaves. Then, at Gibeah, Saul's own hometown, the town whose name was still stained with the memory of the atrocity that had nearly destroyed his tribe, he would meet a band of prophets, coming down from the high place with harps, tambourines, flutes, and lyres, and the Spirit of the Lord would rush upon him, and he would prophesy with them, and be turned into another man. All 3 signs came true exactly as Samuel described, and the last one was the most startling. Saul, the farmer's son searching for donkeys, fell into a prophetic ecstasy so uncharacteristic of his known personality that the people who saw him asked in astonishment, "What has come over the son of Kish? Is Saul also among the prophets?" The question became a proverb in Israel, a permanent marker of the day when the most unlikely candidate for any form of spiritual leadership was seized by God's Spirit and turned, briefly and bewilderingly, into something he had never been. The public selection took place at Mizpah, where Samuel gathered all the tribes and conducted a sacred lottery, narrowing the field from tribe to clan to family to individual, the lots falling in sequence. The tribe of Benjamin, the clan of the Matrites, the household of Kish, and finally Saul, son of Kish. But when they went to bring the chosen man forward, he could not be found. He was hiding among the baggage, crouching behind the carts and bundles and pack animals of the tribal assembly, a man who stood a full head taller than everyone else in the nation, attempting to make himself invisible at the moment of his coronation. They found him and dragged him out, and he stood before the people, towering over them. And Samuel said, "Do you see him whom the Lord has chosen? There is none like him among all the people." The crowd shouted, "Long live the king!" And the monarchy was born, and its first act was to pull its king out from behind a pile of luggage. Not everyone was convinced. A contingent of worthless fellows, the text calls them, said, "How can this man save us?" And they despised him and brought him no gifts. Saul held his peace, which could be read as either wisdom or paralysis, the ability to ignore dissent or the inability to confront it, and the distinction between those two readings would prove to be the defining question of his reign. He went home to Gibeah and took up his life as a farmer. And for a period that the text does not specify, the new king lived as though nothing had happened, plowing his fields and tending his cattle, while the nation he had been anointed to lead waited for him to act like a king. The crisis that activated Saul's kingship was the Ammonite siege of Jabesh-Gilead. When messengers brought the news that Nahash the Ammonite had offered the people of Jabesh-Gilead a treaty whose terms included gouging out every man's right eye as a mark of permanent subjugation, the Spirit of God rushed upon Saul, and his anger was greatly kindled. He butchered a yoke of oxen, sent the pieces throughout Israel as a summons to war, and the people came out as one man, 330,000 strong. Saul divided them into 3 companies, attacked the Ammonite camp in the morning watch, and by the heat of the day the enemy was so thoroughly routed that no 2 of them were left together. The farmer had become a general overnight, and the victory was so complete that the people who had doubted Saul now wanted to find the dissenters and execute them. Saul refused. "Not a man shall be put to death this day, for today the Lord has worked salvation in Israel." It was generous, magnanimous, and characteristic of the Saul who existed in the early days of his reign, before the crown began to corrode the qualities that had made him suitable to wear it. Samuel formally confirmed the monarchy at Gilgal, renewing the kingship in a public ceremony, then stepped back, delivering a farewell address in which he laid down his authority as judge, while warning the people one final time about the monarchy they had demanded. He called down thunder and rain during the wheat harvest, an impossibility in the dry season, as proof that the Lord was displeased with their request for a king, and the people trembled. And Samuel told them not to be afraid, but to serve the Lord with all their hearts. The old prophet's voice carried the weight of a man handing over something he loved to someone he did not entirely trust. Saul's kingdom was a wartime government, from the first day to the last. The Philistines occupied garrisons throughout Israelite territory, their iron weapons and professional military organization giving them a standing advantage that Saul could never fully overcome. The Israelites had no smiths. The Philistines had forbidden any blacksmith from working in Israelite territory, forcing the Hebrews to go to Philistine cities even to sharpen their plowshares and sickles. On the day of battle, neither sword nor spear was found in the hand of any of the people with Saul and Jonathan, except for Saul and Jonathan themselves. The king of Israel went to war, leading an army that was, for the most part, unarmed. Jonathan, Saul's son, proved to be everything his father intermittently was and ultimately was not: decisive, courageous, faithful, and willing to act on God's authority without requiring institutional confirmation. Jonathan's surprise attack on the Philistine garrison at Michmash, accompanied by only his armor-bearer, was a feat of reckless bravery that triggered an earthquake and a Philistine panic and turned a defensive standoff into a rout. But Saul, rather than capitalizing on the momentum, had placed the army under a rash oath. No one was to eat until evening. Jonathan, unaware of the oath, ate honey he found dripping from a forest tree. When the lot revealed Jonathan as the oath-breaker, Saul declared that his own son must die, and only the physical intervention of the people saved Jonathan's life. The incident revealed a rigidity in Saul's character that would prove fatal. He was a man who clung to the form of obedience so tightly that he lost sight of its purpose, who would kill his own son to honor a foolish vow rather than admit that the vow had been foolish. The defining crisis of Saul's reign came with the Amalekite campaign. Samuel delivered God's command with absolute clarity. Go and strike Amalek. Devote to destruction all that they have. Kill man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. The command was the herem, the total ban, applied now to the ancient enemy whose attack on Israel's stragglers during the wilderness march had earned a divine sentence of annihilation. Saul went. He defeated the Amalekites from Havilah to Shur, and then he made the choice that ended his dynasty. He kept the best of the sheep and the oxen and the fattened calves, and he captured Agag the Amalekite king alive. And he devoted to destruction only the despised and worthless things. When Samuel came to meet him, Saul greeted the prophet with bright confidence. Blessed be you to the Lord. I have performed the commandment of the Lord. Samuel's reply was devastating. What then is this bleating of sheep in my ears and the lowing of oxen that I hear? The sound effects alone convicted him. Saul scrambled for justification. The people had kept the livestock to sacrifice to the Lord, he said, deflecting blame onto the army, wrapping disobedience in the language of worship. Samuel's response was one of the most important theological statements in the entire Old Testament. Has the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of the Lord? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to listen than the fat of rams. For rebellion is as the sin of divination, and presumption is as iniquity and idolatry. Because you have rejected the word of the Lord, he has also rejected you from being king. The sentence was irrevocable. Saul's dynasty was over. The wolf had reached the throne, and then, through the very insecurity and people-pleasing that had driven Saul to spare the livestock rather than risk his army's displeasure, had thrown it away. Saul grabbed at Samuel's robe as the prophet turned to leave, and the fabric tore, and Samuel seized the moment. The Lord has torn the kingdom of Israel from you this day, and has given it to a neighbor of yours who is better than you. The neighbor was not named. Saul did not know yet who would replace him. But God had already told Samuel where to look. The house of Jesse, in Bethlehem, in the tribe of Judah. The scepter was coming home. Samuel went to Bethlehem, trembling with fear that Saul would kill him if he learned the purpose of the visit, and he invited Jesse to a sacrifice, and he looked at Jesse's sons one by one. When he saw Eliab, the eldest, tall and handsome, Samuel thought, "Surely the Lord's anointed is before me." But God said, "Do not look on his appearance or on the height of his stature, because I have rejected him. For the Lord sees not as man sees. Man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart." 7 sons passed before Samuel, and none was chosen. "Are all your sons here?" Samuel asked. "There remained the youngest," Jesse said, "and he was out keeping the sheep." They sent for him, and David came in from the fields, ruddy, with beautiful eyes and a good appearance. And the Lord said, "Arise, anoint him, for this is he." Samuel anointed David in the midst of his brothers, and the Spirit of the Lord rushed upon David from that day forward. Saul's remaining years were a slow, agonizing disintegration, the portrait of a man who knew he had been rejected but could not bring himself to stop performing the role he had lost the right to play. The Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and a harmful spirit from the Lord tormented him, plunging him into fits of depression and paranoia so severe that his servants sought a musician to soothe him. They found David, and Saul loved him greatly, not yet knowing that the boy playing music in his throne room was the man anointed to take his crown. David's victory over Goliath, the Philistine giant from Gath whose challenge paralyzed Saul's army for 40 days, made the young man a national hero overnight, and the women of Israel greeted the returning army with a song that drove the first spike into Saul's fragile composure. Saul has struck down his thousands, and David his 10,000s. From that day, Saul eyed David with suspicion, and the suspicion curdled into jealousy, and the jealousy into murderous intent. He threw a spear at David twice while David played the lyre. He sent David on increasingly dangerous military missions, hoping the Philistines would kill him. He offered his daughter Michal in marriage, with a bride price of 100 Philistine foreskins, calculating that David would die in the attempt. David survived everything, came back stronger each time, grew more beloved by the people with each exploit, and Saul's fear deepened into a fixation that consumed the remainder of his reign. Jonathan, Saul's own son and heir, loved David as he loved his own soul, a friendship so deep and so pure that it defied the dynastic logic that should have made them enemies. Jonathan knew that David would be king, that his own claim to the throne had been superseded by God's choice, and he accepted it with a grace that his father was incapable of. He made a covenant with David, gave him his own robe and armor and sword and bow and belt, stripping himself of the symbols of his princely status and handing them to the man who would wear the crown in his place. It was the most selfless act of the early monarchy, a prince voluntarily abdicating for a shepherd, and the friendship between Jonathan and David would remain one of the few unblemished things in a story otherwise drenched in blood and betrayal. David fled. He spent years as a fugitive, hiding in caves and wilderness strongholds, gathering around him a band of 400 men, then 600, outcasts and debtors and the discontented. Saul pursued him with the full resources of the crown, deploying 3,000 chosen men to catch one fugitive. Twice David had the opportunity to kill Saul, once in a cave at En-Gedi, and once in Saul's camp at the hill of Hachilah. Both times David refused to harm the king. "The Lord forbid that I should put out my hand against the Lord's anointed," he said. And the restraint was not merely tactical, but theological. David believed that the anointing was sacred regardless of the character of the man who bore it, that the crown was God's to give and God's to take, and not David's to seize by force. Saul's pursuit of David consumed so much of the kingdom's energy that the Philistines were able to regroup and advance. The final battle came at Mount Gilboa, in the territory of Issachar, overlooking the Jezreel Valley. The Philistines massed their forces in the plain, and Saul, facing a battle he knew he could not win, sought guidance. He inquired of the Lord, but the Lord did not answer him, not by dreams, nor by Urim, nor by prophets. The silence of God was the most terrible punishment Saul would endure, worse than the harmful spirit, worse than the jealousy, worse than the knowledge that his dynasty had been revoked. In desperation, Saul went to the medium at Endor, disguised himself, and asked the woman to summon the spirit of Samuel. The shade of the dead prophet rose from the earth, and Samuel's ghost delivered the final verdict. "The Lord has torn the kingdom out of your hand and given it to your neighbor, to David. Moreover, the Lord will give Israel also with you into the hand of the Philistines, and tomorrow you and your sons shall be with me." Saul collapsed on the ground, full length, filled with fear, his strength gone. The Battle of Gilboa was a massacre. The Philistines overwhelmed the Israelite positions, and the men of Israel fled, and many fell dead on the mountain. Jonathan fell, alongside his brothers Abinadab and Malchishua, 3 of Saul's sons killed in a single afternoon. The archers found Saul, badly wounded, and he turned to his armor-bearer and said, "Draw your sword, and thrust me through with it, lest these uncircumcised come and mistreat me." The armor-bearer was too terrified, and Saul took his own sword and fell upon it. The first king of Israel died by his own hand, on a mountain overlooking the valley where Deborah's rainstorm had once bogged down Canaanite chariots. And the Philistines found his body, and cut off his head, and fastened his corpse to the wall of Bethshan. David's lament for Saul and Jonathan, composed when the news reached him in Ziklag, was not the triumphant hymn of a rival who had outlasted his persecutor. It was a dirge, raw and beautiful, and generous in its grief, a poem that refused to gloat over a fallen enemy and instead honored the man who had spent years trying to kill him. "How the mighty have fallen," David sang. "Saul and Jonathan, beloved and lovely. In life and in death they were not divided. They were swifter than eagles. They were stronger than lions." He mourned Jonathan with a personal intensity that transcended the political. "I am distressed for you, my brother Jonathan. Very pleasant have you been to me. Your love to me was extraordinary, surpassing the love of women." He commanded the men of Judah to teach the song, called it the Song of the Bow, and ordered that no one tell it in Gath or publish it in Ashkelon, lest the Philistine women rejoice over Israel's dead. It was the most magnanimous act of David's career, the moment that proved he was fit to be king, not because he could conquer, but because he could mourn, not because he could seize power, but because he could honor the man who had held it before him, even when that man had done everything in his power to destroy him. Benjamin's moment was over. The throne was empty, and Judah was about to claim it, not through a palace coup or a tribal war, but through the anointing that Samuel had poured on a shepherd boy's head in a house in Bethlehem, the oil running down David's face while his brothers watched and his father stood in the background. And none of them understood, not yet, that the smallest son of an unremarkable family from an unremarkable town was about to become the most important king the ancient world would ever produce. David did not become king of Israel the day Saul died. He became king of Judah. The distinction matters because it reveals the fault line that had been running through the 12 tribes since the days of Jacob's tent, the line between the sons of Leah and the sons of Rachel, between the southern highlands and the northern plains, between the tribe that held the scepter prophecy and the tribe that held the double portion. Saul's death did not unite the nation behind David. It split it in two. David inquired of the Lord and was told to go up to Hebron, the ancient city in the Judahite hill country where Abraham had pitched his tent and where the patriarchs lay buried in the cave of Machpelah. He went with his 2 wives and his men and their families, and the men of Judah came to Hebron and anointed him king over the house of Judah. He was 30 years old, and his kingdom consisted of a single tribe, a mountain stronghold, and the loyalty of the 600 men who had followed him through the wilderness years. Everything beyond Judah's borders belonged to someone else. That someone else was Ishbosheth, Saul's surviving son, whom Abner, the commander of Saul's army, had installed as king over the remaining tribes. Abner took Ishbosheth to Mahanaim, east of the Jordan, away from the Philistine-dominated lowlands, and from that Transjordanian base proclaimed him king over Gilead, over the Asherites, over Jezreel, over Ephraim, over Benjamin, and over all Israel. The nation was now formally divided. Judah under David in Hebron, the other tribes under Ishbosheth in Mahanaim, and between them a cold war that occasionally turned hot, fought through proxies and assassinations. and the slow erosion of Ishbosheth's authority, as it became increasingly clear that Abner was the real power behind the northern throne, and the Saulide prince was merely the name on the kind. Door. The war between the house of David and the house of Saul was long, the text says, and David grew stronger and stronger, while the house of Saul grew weaker and weaker. The turning point came through Abner's defection. The general quarreled with Ishbosheth over Rizpah, one of Saul's concubines, and the accusation that Abner had slept with her, true or not, carried the political implication that Abner was positioning himself to claim the throne. Furious at the ingratitude of the prince he had installed, Abner sent messengers to David and offered to bring all Israel over to his side. David agreed, on one condition. Michal, Saul's daughter and David's first wife, whom Saul had given to another man during David's exile, must be returned to him. The demand was both personal and political. Michal was David's link to the Saulide dynasty, the living proof that the house of Saul had once recognized David as family, and her presence in David's household would strengthen his claim to legitimacy over the northern tribes. Ishbosheth complied, taking Michal from her second husband Paltiel, who followed her weeping all the way to the border before Abner sent him home. Abner came to Hebron, feasted with David, and departed in peace to rally the northern tribes. But Joab, David's general, a man whose loyalty to David was surpassed only by his capacity for ruthless violence, murdered Abner at the gate of Hebron, stabbing him in the stomach in revenge for Abner's killing of Joab's brother Asahel during the civil war. David was appalled. He cursed Joab publicly, mourned Abner with a lament, fasted and wept at the grave, and the whole nation saw that the king had no part in Abner's death. The display of grief was both genuine and strategic. David could not afford to be seen as a man who eliminated his rivals through assassination, not when the northern tribes were on the verge of joining him voluntarily. The people took note. All that the king did pleased all the people. Ishbosheth, hearing of Abner's death, lost all courage. His hands became feeble, and all Israel was dismayed. Two of his own captains, Rechab and Baanah, entered his house while he was taking his midday rest, stabbed him in the stomach, cut off his head, and brought it to David at Hebron, expecting a reward. They received the opposite. David ordered them executed, their hands and feet cut off, their bodies hung by the pool at Hebron. He had Ishbosheth's head buried in Abner's tomb, a gesture of respect that linked the fallen prince to the fallen general, and signaled to the northern tribes that David honored Saul's house even when its members were delivered to him dead. With Ishbosheth gone, and no viable Saulide heir remaining, the elders of all the tribes came to Hebron and made their case to David in terms that acknowledged both divine appointment and practical reality. Behold, we are your bone and flesh. In times past, when Saul was king over us, it was you who led out and brought in Israel. And the Lord said to you, You shall be shepherd of my people Israel, and you shall be prince over Israel. David made a covenant with them before the Lord, and they anointed him king over all Israel. He was 37 years old. It had taken 7.5 years to get from the throne of Judah to the throne of the nation, and the unification had been achieved not through conquest, but through patience, through the slow accretion of legitimacy, through the careful demonstration that David was a man who honored his enemies' bodies and mourned his rivals' deaths and waited for God to deliver what God had promised rather than seizing it with a sword. But David understood, with the instincts of a man who had survived both Saul's court and the wilderness, that a kingdom stitched together from jealous tribes needed a capital that belonged to none of them. Hebron was Judah's city. Shechem was Ephraim's. Gibeah was Benjamin's. Every existing city of significance was identified with a particular tribe, and establishing the capital in any of them would be an act of favoritism that the other tribes would resent. David needed a city that was neutral ground, a place that owed its allegiance to no tribe and therefore could command the allegiance of all. He found it in Jerusalem. The city sat on the border between Judah and Benjamin, in a position so ambiguous that both tribes could claim it, and neither could claim it exclusively. It was occupied by the Jebusites, a Canaanite people who had held the fortified hilltop since before the conquest, their presence a stubborn reminder that the tribes had never fully completed the work Joshua had begun. The Jebusites were confident in their walls, so confident that they taunted David as he approached, "You will not come in here, but the blind and the lame will ward you off," a boast that implied even the disabled could defend their fortress against the Israelite king. David attacked, and his men entered the city through the water shaft, a tunnel cut through the rock that connected the city's interior to the Gihon spring below, a passage so narrow and steep that the Jebusites had not thought to guard it. Joab, characteristically, led the assault through the shaft, and the city fell, and David took the stronghold of Zion, and it became the city of David. The name Zion would grow until it encompassed more than any single hill. It would become synonymous with Jerusalem itself, then with the entire promised land, then with the dwelling place of God, then with the messianic hope, then with the eternal city that the prophets envisioned descending from heaven at the end of all things. But on the day David captured it, Zion was a hilltop fortress, barely 13 acres in size, a ridge so narrow that it could be crossed on foot in minutes. Perched above the Kidron Valley to the east and the Tyropoion Valley to the west, its water supply limited to the single spring that David's men had used as their entry point. It was not impressive by the standards of Egyptian Thebes or Mesopotamian Babylon or even Canaanite Hazor, but it was David's, personally his, conquered by his own men and beholden to no tribe, and that was exactly what the kingdom needed, a city that belonged to the king and through the king to everyone, a neutral center for a nation that had never had one. David built up the city, extending its fortifications, constructing a palace with cedar wood sent by Hiram, king of Tyre, and establishing Jerusalem as both the political and religious capital of the united monarchy. The religious centralization required a dramatic gesture, and David provided one by bringing the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem, the sacred object that had been sitting in the house of Abinadab in Kiriath-Jearim since its return from the Philistines. The transfer was a national event, David leading the procession with 30,000 chosen men. The ark carried on a new cart pulled by oxen, the king and all the house of Israel celebrating before the Lord with songs and lyres and harps and tambourines and castanets and cymbals. The first attempt ended in disaster. When the oxen stumbled, a man named Uzzah reached out his hand and steadied the ark, and God struck him dead on the spot. The death was shocking, seemingly disproportionate, and David was both angry and afraid, unwilling to bring the ark any further. He left it in the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite, where it remained for 3 months, during which time God blessed Obed-Edom's household so visibly that David's fear turned to desire, and he went and brought the ark up to Jerusalem with joy. This time David himself danced before the ark as it entered the city, leaping and whirling with all his might, wearing only a linen ephod, the ceremonial garment of a priest, rather than the royal robes of a king. He danced with such abandon that Michal, watching from a window, despised him in her heart. When David returned home, flushed with worship and exhilaration, Michal greeted him with acid. How the king of Israel honored himself today, uncovering himself today before the eyes of his servants, female servants, as one of the vulgar fellows shamelessly uncovers himself. David's response was pointed and deliberately hurtful. It was before the Lord, who chose me above your father and above all his house, to appoint me as prince over Israel, the people of the Lord, and I will celebrate before the Lord. The mention of her father was not accidental. David was reminding Michal and, through her, the entire Saulide legacy, that God had made a choice, and the choice was David, and the old dynasty was over. Michal had no children to the day of her death, a barrenness that the text presents as divine judgment, the final sealing of the Saulide womb, and the biological full stop on Benjamin's royal line. With the ark in Jerusalem, the city became the center of Israelite worship, the place where heaven and earth met, the location that every subsequent generation would orient itself toward in prayer. David wanted to build a permanent house for the ark, a temple of cedar and stone to replace the portable tent that had sheltered God's presence since the wilderness. He told the prophet Nathan his intention, and Nathan initially encouraged him, "Go, do all that is in your heart, for the Lord is with you." But that night, God spoke to Nathan and reversed the encouragement with a message that would become the theological cornerstone of the entire Davidic dynasty. "Go and tell my servant David, thus says the Lord, would you build me a house to dwell in? I have not lived in a house since the day I brought up the people of Israel from Egypt to this day, but I have been moving about in a tent for my dwelling." God did not need a house. God had been perfectly content in a tent. But then the message pivoted, and the pivot changed everything. "Moreover, the Lord declares to you that the Lord will make you a house, not a house of cedar, but a house of dynasty, not a building, but a bloodline. When your days are fulfilled, and you lie down with your fathers, I will raise up your offspring after you, who shall come from your body, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son, forever." The promise was unconditional in a way that no previous covenant had been. The Sinai covenant was bilateral. If Israel obeyed, they would be blessed. If they disobeyed, they would be cursed. The Davidic covenant was unilateral. God would establish David's throne forever, regardless of the behavior of individual kings. When he commits iniquity, I will discipline him with the rod of men, with the stripes of the sons of men, but my steadfast love will not depart from him, as I took it from Saul, whom I put away from before you. And your house and your kingdom shall be made sure forever before me. Your throne shall be established forever. The punishment for sin would be discipline, not rejection. The rod would fall, but the love would not depart. David's line would never be permanently cut off the way Saul's had been. The scepter that Jacob had promised to Judah, the scepter that would not depart until Shiloh came, was now permanently housed in the family of David, and no failure of any future king could undo what God had decreed. David's response was a prayer of stunned humility that ranks among the most beautiful in Scripture. "Who am I, O Lord God, and what is my house, that you have brought me thus far?" The shepherd who had tended his father's sheep in the hills around Bethlehem, who had been forgotten when Samuel asked Jesse to present his sons, who had been sent to the battlefield with cheese and bread for his brothers and stumbled into a fight with a giant, who had hidden in caves and survived on charity and lived with the Philistines to escape his own king. This man sat before the Ark of the Covenant in a tent in Jerusalem and asked God why. The question had no answer except the answer God had already given. "Because I chose you, because I wanted to, because my steadfast love is not a transaction but a gift, and the gift is irrevocable." David's military campaigns extended the kingdom to its greatest territorial extent, from the border of Egypt in the south to the Euphrates in the north, conquering or subjugating the Philistines, the Moabites, the Ammonites, the Edomites, the Arameans of Damascus and Zobah, creating an empire that fulfilled, for the first time in history, the geographic scope of the promise God had made to Abraham. The 12 tribes were united under a single king, worshiping at a single center, defended by a professional army, administered by a royal bureaucracy, and connected by trade routes that brought wealth flowing into Jerusalem from every direction. It was the golden age, the high water mark, the moment when everything God had promised seemed to be coming true all at once. And then David saw Bathsheba bathing on a rooftop. The king was in Jerusalem when he should have been at war. The text is specific about the timing. In the spring of the year, the time when kings go out to battle, David sent Joab and his servants with him, and all Israel. He sent them. He stayed behind. The king who had once led every charge and fought every battle was now comfortable enough, established enough, powerful enough to delegate the dying to others while he walked on his palace roof in the evening air. He saw the woman. He inquired about her. He was told she was Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah the Hittite, one of David's own elite soldiers, a man fighting in the field at David's command. David sent messengers and took her, and she came to him, and he lay with her, and she returned to her house, and she sent word to David, "I am pregnant." The cover-up was as methodical as the sin was impulsive. David recalled Uriah from the front, hoping the soldier would go home to his wife, and the pregnancy could be attributed to a conjugal visit. But Uriah, with a loyalty that shamed his king, refused to sleep in his own house while his comrades were camped in the open field. David got him drunk, and Uriah still would not go home. The integrity of the soldier exposed the corruption of the king, and David, running out of options, sent Uriah back to the front carrying his own death sentence. A sealed letter to Joab, ordering that Uriah be placed in the most dangerous part of the battle, and then abandoned. Joab obeyed. Uriah died. David married Bathsheba. But the thing that David had done displeased the Lord. The prophet Nathan came to David with a parable about a rich man who stole a poor man's only lamb. And David, hearing the story, blazed with anger. "As the Lord lives, the man who has done this deserves to die." Nathan pointed his finger at the king and said 4 words that have echoed through every century since. "You are the man." The rich man was David. The lamb was Bathsheba. The poor man was Uriah. And the punishment, Nathan declared, would be proportional to the crime but extended across generations. The sword would never depart from David's house. Evil would be raised up against him from within his own family, and the child Bathsheba had conceived would die. David's confession was as immediate as Judah's had been before Tamar, and as complete. "I have sinned against the Lord." No excuses, no deflection, no attempt to explain the circumstances or mitigate the guilt. Nathan told him the Lord had put away his sin. He would not die, but the child would. 7 days after its birth, the baby fell ill, and David fasted and lay on the ground and refused to eat, pleading with God for the child's life. On the 7th day, the child died. David rose from the ground, washed, anointed himself, changed his clothes, and went into the house of the Lord and worshipped. His servants were bewildered. He had grieved while the child lived and composed himself after the child died. David's answer was pragmatic and theological at once. "While the child was still alive, I fasted and wept, for I said, 'Who knows whether the Lord will be gracious to me, that the child may live? But now he is dead. Why should I fast? Can I bring him back again? I shall go to him, but he will not return to me.' Bathsheba conceived again, and the second child was Solomon, and the Lord loved him. And Nathan the prophet came and gave him a second name, Jedediah, beloved of the Lord. The child born of sin and repentance, the son of a union that began in adultery and murder, was the child God chose to build the temple, to sit on David's throne, to receive the wisdom that would make his name a synonym for sagacity. The pattern of the family reasserted itself. The first child rejected, the second chosen, the younger over the elder. God's grace routing around human expectation one more time. The consequences Nathan had prophesied descended on David's house with the relentless precision of a curse working itself out. Amnon, David's firstborn, raped his half-sister Tamar, and David, who knew something about the abuse of power in matters of desire, did nothing. Absalom, Tamar's full brother, waited 2 years and then murdered Amnon, and David mourned but did not act. Absalom fled, returned, was received by David with half-hearted reconciliation, and then launched a full-scale rebellion, stealing the hearts of the people of Israel through charm and political manipulation, declaring himself king at Hebron, the very city where David had been crowned over Judah, and driving his father out of Jerusalem in the most humiliating episode of David's entire reign. The rebellion had a tribal dimension that revealed how thin the national unity was. Absalom's support was strongest in the northern tribes, among men who felt that David's administration favored Judah and that the house of David treated the rest of the nation as a resource to be taxed rather than a partnership to be honored. A man named Sheba, a Benjaminite, later crystallized this resentment into an explicit slogan: "We have no portion in David, and we have no inheritance in the son of Jesse. Every man to his tents, O Israel." It was the cry that would eventually split the kingdom. The northern grievance stated in its purest form: David is Judah's king, not ours. David survived Absalom's rebellion through the loyalty of his personal guard, the Cherethites and Pelethites, mercenary troops, who owed their allegiance to David personally rather than to any tribe, and through the strategic blunders of Absalom's advisors. The decisive battle was fought in the forest of Ephraim, east of the Jordan, where Absalom's larger force was broken by David's veterans, fighting in terrain that favored experience over numbers. Absalom himself, riding through the forest on a mule, caught his head in the low branches of an oak tree, the mule running out from under him and leaving him suspended between heaven and earth. Joab found him there and drove 3 javelins through his heart, killing the prince against David's explicit orders. David's grief for Absalom was so extreme that it threatened to alienate the army that had just saved his throne. "Oh, my son Absalom! My son Absalom! Would I had died instead of you, O Absalom, my son, my son?" Joab confronted him with brutal frankness. "You have today covered with shame the faces of all your servants, who have this day saved your life. You love those who hate you and hate those who love you." It was the one criticism of David that no one could refute. His love for his children was limitless and indiscriminate, extending even to the ones who tried to destroy him. And the generosity of that love, which in another context might have been beautiful, was in a king a form of dereliction, a refusal to distinguish between the claims of family and the claims of the kingdom. David returned to Jerusalem, but the scars of Absalom's rebellion never healed. Sheba's subsequent revolt, though quickly suppressed by Joab, demonstrated that the northern tribe's loyalty was conditional and could evaporate the moment a charismatic leader gave them permission to defect. The united monarchy was David's personal achievement, held together by his charisma, his military genius, his religious authority, and his network of personal loyalties. And every one of those bonds was rooted in David himself, rather than in any institutional structure that could outlast him. When David died, the bonds would hold only if his successor possessed the same combination of qualities. If he did not, the kingdom would come apart at the seams that David had spent a lifetime stitching together. David grew old. He could not keep warm. They covered him with blankets, and he shivered. They found a beautiful young woman named Abishag the Shunammite to attend him and lie beside him, and the text adds, with its characteristic precision, that the king knew her not. The warrior was spent. The poet was silent. The man who had killed lions and bears with his bare hands, who had stood before Goliath with a sling and 5 smooth stones, who had danced before the ark with all his might, who had conquered an empire and composed psalms that would be sung for 3,000 years, lay in his bed, too cold to move and too old to love. The succession crisis was settled through the machinations of Bathsheba and Nathan, who intervened to ensure that Solomon was crowned rather than Adonijah, David's eldest surviving son, who had already begun to act as king without his father's authorization. David gave the order from his deathbed. Solomon was to ride on David's own mule to the Gihon spring, the same spring whose water shaft had been the entry point for the conquest of Jerusalem, and Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet were to anoint him there. The trumpet was blown, and the people shouted, "Long live King Solomon!" And the sound of the celebration was so great that Adonijah's guests heard it from across the valley and knew before anyone told them that the throne had been decided. David's last words to Solomon were a mixture of the spiritual and the ruthless. "Be strong and show yourself a man," he said, "and keep the charge of the Lord your God, walking in his ways and keeping his statutes." Then he gave Solomon a list of people to deal with, debts to be settled and threats to be neutralized, a dying king's unfinished business handed to his heir like a ledger of accounts that needed closing. David died and was buried in the city of David, and the throne passed to Solomon. And the kingdom that had been stitched together by a shepherd from Bethlehem now rested on the shoulders of a young man who had never fought a battle, never fled through a wilderness, never slept in a cave, and who would need an entirely different set of gifts to hold together what his father had built. Solomon's first acts as king were not wise. They were efficient, which is a different thing entirely, and the difference between the two would define the paradox of his entire reign. He moved quickly to eliminate the threats his dying father had identified. Adonijah, the elder brother who had attempted to seize the throne before Solomon's anointing, was executed after making a request for Abishag the Shunammite, David's final companion, a petition that Solomon interpreted, perhaps correctly, as a veiled claim to the kingship, since taking a king's concubine was, in the ancient Near East, a declaration of succession. Joab, David's lifelong general, who had backed Adonijah and who carried the blood of Abner and Amasa on his hands, fled to the altar of the Lord and grabbed the horns, claiming sanctuary, and Solomon sent Benaiah to kill him there, in the sacred precinct at the foot of the altar, a violation of the sanctuary principle so brazen that it announced to every potential rival that Solomon's authority would not be restrained by convention. Shimei, a Benjaminite who had cursed David during Absalom's rebellion, was placed under house arrest in Jerusalem and executed the moment he violated its terms by leaving the city to retrieve runaway slaves. Each killing was justified by reference to old offenses, old blood debts, or old curses, but the cumulative effect was unmistakable. Solomon was clearing the board, removing every piece that could check him, and the kingdom that David had held together through charisma and covenant, Solomon intended to hold together through administration and force. Once the consolidation was complete, Solomon went to Gibeon, where the great high place stood, the site where the tabernacle's bronze altar had been set up while the ark remained in Jerusalem. He offered 1,000 burnt offerings on the altar, an extravagance that signaled the scale of ambition he brought to everything, and that night God appeared to him in a dream and said, "Ask what I shall give you." It was the most open-ended invitation in the entire biblical narrative, a blank check from the creator of the universe offered to a young king in his sleep, and Solomon's response has been celebrated for 3 millennia as the gold standard of royal humility. Give your servant, therefore, an understanding heart to judge your people, that I may discern between good and evil. For who is able to judge this your great people? God was pleased. Because Solomon had asked for wisdom rather than long life, riches, or the death of his enemies, God gave him all four: a wise and discerning mind unlike any before or after, and also the wealth and honor he had not requested, so that no king in his lifetime would compare to him. The promise came with a condition, and the condition would prove to be the hairline fracture that would eventually bring the entire structure down. If you will walk in my ways, keeping my statutes and my commandments, as your father David walked, then I will lengthen your days. If the promise of longevity was conditional, the wisdom was given freely, and the gap between unconditional gift and conditional promise would become the gap through which Solomon's kingdom would eventually fall. The wisdom made Solomon famous beyond the borders of Israel. He composed 3,000 proverbs and 1,005 songs. He spoke of trees, from the cedar of Lebanon to the hyssop that grows out of the wall, and of beasts and birds and reptiles and fish. People came from all nations to hear his wisdom, sent by kings who had heard reports of his discernment. The most famous demonstration came when two prostitutes appeared before him, each claiming to be the mother of a living infant, the other's child having died in the night. Solomon ordered a sword brought, and the living child cut in two, half given to each woman. One mother agreed. The other cried out, "O my lord, give her the living child, and by no means put him to death." Solomon gave the child to the woman who would rather lose him than see him destroyed. And all Israel heard of the judgment and stood in awe, because they saw that the wisdom of God was in him to do justice. It was a story that would be retold in every culture that encountered it, a parable of discernment so perfect that it transcended its original context and became a universal emblem of judicial brilliance. But Solomon's defining project was not a judgment or a proverb. It was a building. The temple that David had dreamed of and God had deferred to the next generation now became the consuming obsession of Solomon's reign. The construction project that would absorb the kingdom's wealth, labor, and attention for 7 years, and produce a structure so magnificent that its memory would haunt Israel for the rest of its history, a standard against which every subsequent generation would measure itself and find itself wanting. The preparations alone were staggering. Solomon made an alliance with Hiram, king of Tyre, the Phoenician ruler whose craftsmen were the finest in the ancient world, and negotiated a contract for Lebanese cedar and cypress, the premium building materials of the era, to be cut in the mountains of Lebanon, floated down the coast in rafts, and delivered to the port nearest Jerusalem. In exchange, Solomon provided Hiram with wheat and olive oil, 20,000 cores of wheat and 20 cores of pure oil each year, a quantity so vast that it represented a significant portion of the kingdom's agricultural output redirected to feed a foreign nation's workers. The arrangement made economic sense. Israel had grain, Tyre had timber and expertise, and the trade was mutually beneficial. But it also established a pattern that would define Solomon's reign. The kingdom's resources, including its people, were instruments to be deployed in service of the king's vision, and the king's vision was grand enough to consume everything it touched. Solomon raised a levy of forced labor out of all Israel, 30,000 men, sent to Lebanon in shifts of 10,000 per month, 1 month in Lebanon and 2 months at home. 80,000 men quarried stone in the hill country. 70,000 men carried loads. 3,300 supervisors oversaw the work. The numbers are enormous, and even accounting for the inflation that tends to attach to royal building records in the ancient Near East, the scale of the labor mobilization was unprecedented in Israelite history. These were not slaves. They were Israelite citizens, free men from every tribe, conscripted by their own king for manual labor in service of a construction project that, however glorious its purpose, turned farmers and herders and craftsmen into quarry workers and porters and woodcutters for months at a time. The forced labor, the mass, was the policy that would destroy Solomon's kingdom. Samuel had warned about it, standing before the people who demanded a king and telling them exactly what a king would take. He will take your sons and appoint them to his chariots, and to be his horsemen, and to run before his chariots. He will take your daughters to be perfumers, and cooks, and bakers. He will take the best of your fields and vineyards and olive orchards, and give them to his servants. The people had accepted the terms. But accepting terms in the abstract, when the king is hypothetical and the labor is theoretical, is a very different thing from accepting them in practice, when the king is real, and the labor is your eldest son hauling stones up a mountain in the July heat. The northern tribes, which provided the bulk of the conscripted workforce, felt the burden most acutely, and the resentment they carried in their muscles and their bones would ferment into political rage the moment a voice gave it permission to speak. The temple itself was a masterwork. Built on Mount Moriah, the site where tradition held that Abraham had bound Isaac for sacrifice, it rose from the hilltop in limestone and cedar and gold, its dimensions following a plan that God had given David and David had passed to Solomon. The interior was 60 cubits long, 20 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high, paneled entirely in cedar, carved with gourds and open flowers, the stone walls invisible beneath the wood. The inner sanctuary, the Holy of Holies, was a perfect cube of 20 cubits in each dimension, overlaid with pure gold, containing 2 enormous cherubim made of olive wood, each 10 cubits tall, their wings spanning the entire width of the room, their tips touching each other and touching the walls, creating a canopy of golden wings beneath which the Ark of the Covenant would rest. The floor was overlaid with gold. The doors were overlaid with gold. The altar was overlaid with gold. Everything that could be covered in gold was covered in gold. The sheer quantity of precious metal so vast that later generations would struggle to believe the figures. The construction took 7 years, and when it was complete, Solomon assembled the elders of Israel, the heads of the tribes, the leaders of the ancestral houses, and brought the Ark of the Covenant up from the city of David. The priests carried the Ark into the Holy of Holies and set it beneath the wings of the cherubim, and when they withdrew, a cloud filled the house of the Lord, so dense that the priests could not stand to minister. For the glory of the Lord filled the temple. The God who had traveled with Israel in a portable tent for nearly 500 years, from the wilderness, through the conquest, through the judges, through the early monarchy, now took up residence in a permanent structure on a hilltop in Jerusalem, and the cloud that settled in the Holy of Holies was the same cloud that had led the people through the desert, the same presence that had descended on Sinai in fire, now enclosed within walls and beneath a roof, domesticated, if such a word could ever apply to the divine, into a dwelling that human hands had built. Solomon's dedicatory prayer was the theological high point of his reign, a speech that combined personal humility with cosmic ambition and political shrewdness in a way that only Solomon could manage. He stood before the altar, spread his hands toward heaven, and prayed not for himself but for every conceivable situation in which the people of Israel might need God's attention. When they sinned and were defeated in battle, when drought struck, when famine came, when plague descended, when individuals were wronged, and when foreigners came to pray at the temple. The prayer for foreigners was particularly remarkable. Likewise, when a foreigner, who is not of your people Israel, comes from a far country for your name's sake, when he comes and prays toward this house, hear in heaven your dwelling place and do according to all for which the foreigner calls to you, in order that all the peoples of the earth may know your name. Solomon envisioned the temple not as a tribal shrine or even a national monument, but as a house of prayer for all nations, a place where the God of Israel would hear the prayers of people from every corner of the earth. It was the most universalist statement any Israelite king would ever make, and it reached back to the original promise to Abraham. Through you, all the families of the earth will be blessed. Fire came down from heaven and consumed the burnt offering and the sacrifices, and the glory of the Lord filled the temple, and the people fell on their faces on the pavement and worshipped, saying, "For he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever." The dedication festival lasted 14 days, and when it was over, Solomon sent the people home, and they went joyful and glad of heart, for all the goodness that the Lord had shown to David his servant, and to Israel his people. It was the apex, the absolute peak, the moment when everything the 12 tribes had been promised, everything they had suffered for, everything they had fought over and wept over and wandered toward for centuries, seemed to have arrived at last. The land was theirs. The temple was built. The king was wise. The God was present. The nation was at peace. And then, slowly, the gold began to tarnish. Solomon's wealth was legendary, and the text catalogues it with the methodical precision of a royal accountant. 666 talents of gold came to Solomon in a single year, not counting the taxes from traders and merchants, and the tribute from the kings of Arabia and the governors of the land. He made 200 large shields of beaten gold, 300 smaller shields of beaten gold, a great throne of ivory overlaid with gold, with 6 steps and a rounded top, with armrests and 2 lions standing beside the armrests, and 12 lions standing on the 6 steps, 6 on each side. All of Solomon's drinking vessels were gold. Silver was as common in Jerusalem as stone, the text says, and cedars as plentiful as sycamores in the Shephelah. He had 40,000 stalls of horses for his chariots, and 12,000 horsemen. He had a fleet of ships that sailed to Tarshish and returned every 3 years with gold, silver, ivory, apes, and peacocks. The queen of Sheba came from the ends of the earth to test him with hard questions, and when she had seen his wisdom and his palace, and the food on his table, and the seating of his officials, and the attendance of his servants, and their clothing, and his cupbearers, and the burnt offerings he made at the temple, there was no more breath in her. The wealth was real, and it was a problem. Not because prosperity was inherently corrupting, though the prophets would later argue that it was, but because the mechanisms required to generate and sustain that level of wealth placed demands on the kingdom that the kingdom's tribal structure could not bear without cracking. Solomon's building projects did not end with the temple. He built his own palace, which took 13 years, nearly twice the time spent on God's house, a detail the text records without comment, but that commentators have noted with raised eyebrows ever since. He built the house of the forest of Lebanon, a great hall supported by cedar columns. He built the hall of pillars, the hall of the throne, a palace for Pharaoh's daughter, his most politically significant wife. He fortified Jerusalem, Hazor, Megiddo, Gezer, Lower Beth-horon, Baalath, and Tamar in the wilderness. He built storage cities, chariot cities, cities for horsemen, and whatever Solomon desired to build in Jerusalem, in Lebanon, and in all the land of his dominion. Every building required labor. Every fortification required stone. Every city required workers, and the workers came, willing or not, from the tribes of Israel. The text attempts a distinction between the forced labor imposed on the surviving Canaanite populations, whom Solomon made permanent slaves, and the labor required of Israelites, whom he made soldiers, officials, commanders, and chariot drivers. But the distinction was thinner than the text admits, because the corvée system, the rotating conscription that pulled Israelite men from their farms for months at a time, was functionally indistinguishable from forced labor in its impact on the families who endured it. A man pulling stone in a quarry does not feel less conscripted because his term is temporary, or because the king classifies his service differently from that of the Canaanite working beside him. The northern tribes, farther from Jerusalem and less invested in Judah's king, felt the weight most heavily and resented it most deeply. Solomon's marriages were the other axis of his downfall. The text says he loved many foreign women, besides the daughter of Pharaoh: Moabite, Ammonite, Edomite, Sidonian, and Hittite women, from the nations concerning which the Lord had said to the people of Israel, "You shall not enter into marriage with them, neither shall they with you, for surely they will turn away your heart after their gods." Solomon clung to these in love. He had 700 wives who were princesses and 300 concubines. The numbers are staggering, and maybe formulaic rather than literal, but their function in the text is clear. Solomon's heart was divided, pulled in 1,000 directions by the religious loyalties of 1,000 women, and as he grew old, his wives turned his heart after other gods, and his heart was not wholly true to the Lord his God, as the heart of David his father had been. He built a high place for Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, on the mountain east of Jerusalem. He built one for Molech, the abomination of the Ammonites. He did the same for all his foreign wives, who burned incense and sacrificed to their gods. The king who had built the temple, who had prayed the prayer, who had watched fire fall from heaven and the glory fill the Holy of Holies, was now constructing shrines to foreign deities within sight of the house he had raised for the God of Israel. The altars on the Mount of Olives, looking down at the temple across the Kidron Valley, were a permanent visual affront. Two religious systems staring at each other across a ravine. And Solomon saw no contradiction, because Solomon's wisdom, which had once discerned between two mothers' claims to a living child, had been blunted by the accumulated compromises of a man who believed he could hold everything together by sheer breadth of mind. God's response was direct and devastating. "Since this has been your practice, and you have not kept my covenant and my statutes that I have commanded you, I will surely tear the kingdom from you and will give it to your servant. Yet for the sake of David your father I will not do it in your days, but I will tear it out of the hand of your son. However, I will not tear away all the kingdom, but I will give one tribe to your son, for the sake of David my servant, and for the sake of Jerusalem that I have chosen. One tribe, 1 out of 12. The Davidic covenant was unconditional in its guarantee that the dynasty would never be permanently ended, but it was not unconditional in its guarantee that the dynasty would hold the entire kingdom. Solomon's sin would cost his son 10 tribes, leaving the house of David with Judah alone, and even that reduced inheritance was preserved not because Solomon's son deserved it, but because David's faithfulness had earned a mercy that extended beyond his own lifetime. The agent of the coming division was already in motion. Jeroboam, son of Nebat, an Ephraimite, a man of standing whom Solomon had placed in charge of the forced labor of the house of Joseph, was walking outside Jerusalem one day when the prophet Ahijah the Shilonite met him on the road. Ahijah was wearing a new garment, and in a dramatic prophetic action he seized the garment and tore it into 12 pieces. "Take for yourself 10 pieces," Ahijah told Jeroboam, "for thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, behold, I am about to tear the kingdom from the hand of Solomon and will give you 10 tribes. 10 tribes to Jeroboam, 1 tribe to Solomon's son." The arithmetic left 1 tribe unaccounted for, and the ambiguity has been debated ever since. Benjamin is usually identified as the extra tribe that remained with Judah, making 1 tribe a rounded figure for Judah plus Benjamin, though some interpreters assign the missing tribe to Simeon, whose territory was already embedded within Judah's. Ahijah's prophecy came with the same conditional promise that had been offered to Solomon. If you will listen to all that I command you, and will walk in my ways, and do what is right in my eyes, by keeping my statutes and my commandments, as David my servant did, I will be with you, and will build you a sure house, as I built for David, and I will give Israel to you. If. The word that had defined Solomon's conditional promise now defined Jeroboam's. The Ephraimite was being given the chance to build a dynasty as enduring as David's, provided he kept the covenant. He would not. But the offer itself revealed that God's commitment to Israel was not exhausted by the Davidic line, that the northern tribes were not being abandoned but redirected, given a new leader and a new chance, one more opportunity to be the covenant people they had been called to be. Solomon heard about Ahijah's prophecy and sought to kill Jeroboam, the same response Saul had shown when he learned that David was his replacement. The reflexive violence of a king who discovers that his crown has an expiration date. Jeroboam fled to Egypt, to the court of Pharaoh Shishak, and waited there until Solomon died. The man who had received God's wisdom, who had built God's temple, who had judged with discernment and ruled with splendor and been visited by queens and admired by kings, spent his final years haunted by the knowledge that his kingdom was already torn, that the forced labor and the foreign wives and the high places on the Mount of Olives had broken something that his wisdom could not repair, and that the son who would succeed him would inherit not the united golden kingdom, but the diminished remnant of a glory that his father's sins had squandered. Solomon died and was buried with his fathers in the city of David, and his son Rehoboam sat on the throne, and the question that had been building since the first Israelite man was pulled from his field to quarry stone for the king's palace was about to be asked aloud, and the answer would split the 12 tribes into 2 kingdoms that would never be reunited. Rehoboam went to Shechem, and the choice of location told the story before a word was spoken. He did not summon the northern tribes to Jerusalem, his capital, his father's city, the seat of Judahite power. He went to them, to Shechem, the ancient meeting place in the heart of Ephraim's territory, the city where Joshua had renewed the covenant, and where the bones of Joseph lay buried in the field Jacob had purchased centuries before. Shechem was northern ground, and Rehoboam's willingness to travel there suggested either a political awareness that the northern tribes needed to be courted, or, more likely, a recognition that the northern tribes had already made their attendance at his coronation conditional on his coming to them. The balance of power had shifted. The supplicant was the son of Solomon, and the petitioners were the men whose backs had borne the weight of his father's golden ambition. Jeroboam came back from Egypt. Word had reached him in Pharaoh Shishak's court that Solomon was dead, and he returned to the land that had been promised to him by a prophet's torn garment, and the northern assembly sent for him and made him their spokesman. The delegation that stood before Rehoboam at Shechem was led by the very man God had designated as the future king of the northern tribes, though Rehoboam may not have known this, and the demand they brought was as simple as it was dangerous. Your father made our yoke heavy. Now therefore lighten the hard service of your father and his heavy yoke on us, and we will serve you. The word they used was serve, not obey. They were offering a contract, not pledging unconditional loyalty. They would accept Rehoboam as king if he reduced the labor burden. If he did not, the implication was clear enough without being spoken. They would find someone else. Rehoboam asked for 3 days to consider. It was the wisest thing he would do in the entire crisis, and it was the last wise thing. He consulted 2 groups of advisors. The first were the old men who had served Solomon, the elders who understood the machinery of the United Kingdom and who could read the northern mood with the accuracy of men who had spent decades managing it. Their counsel was unanimous and unequivocal. If you will be a servant to this people today and serve them and speak good words to them when you answer them. Then they will be your servants forever. Be a servant." The phrase was radical in its implications. The old men were telling the king of Israel that the price of unity was humility, that holding 12 tribes together required the man on the throne to serve the people rather than the other way around, that leadership in a covenantal community was not dominion, but stewardship. It was the voice of experience speaking, and Rehoboam listened to it, and then he walked away from it. The second group were the young men who had grown up with him, the peers of his own generation, men who had never known anything but the palace, who had never quarried stone or carried loads, who understood power as entitlement rather than responsibility. Their counsel was the opposite of the elders in every particular. "Thus shall you speak to this people who said to you, 'Your father made our yoke heavy, but you lighten it for us.' Thus shall you say to them, 'My little finger is thicker than my father's thighs. And now, whereas my father laid on you a heavy yoke, I will add to your yoke. My father disciplined you with whips, but I will discipline you with scorpions." It was a speech of such staggering arrogance that it reads 3,000 years later like a parody of royal hubris. "My little finger is thicker than my father's thighs." The boast was sexual as well as political. A young man asserting that his most insignificant appendage exceeded his father's most powerful one. A crude declaration that the labor the people had groaned under was nothing compared to what was coming. Rehoboam chose the young men's advice. When the assembly returned on the third day, he answered them harshly, abandoning the counsel of the elders, repeating the words about whips and scorpions as though cruelty were a policy platform and contempt a governing philosophy. The text pauses to offer its own interpretation. So the king did not listen to the people, for it was a turn of affairs brought about by the Lord that he might fulfill his word, which the Lord spoke by Ahijah the Shilonite to Jeroboam the son of Nebat. The stupidity of the decision was not merely human, it was ordained. God had promised to tear 10 tribes away from Solomon's house, and Rehoboam's arrogance was the mechanism by which the tearing happened. The king's free choice and God's sovereign purpose converging on a single moment of catastrophic misjudgment. The northern response was immediate and final. The people saw that the king would not listen to them, and they answered with words that had been echoing through Israel's tribal tensions since Absalom's rebellion, since Sheba's revolt. Since the first moment, the northern tribes felt that David's dynasty treated them as subjects rather than partners. What portion do we have in David? We have no inheritance in the son of Jesse. To your tents, O Israel. Look now to your own house, David. The phrasing was a declaration of independence, a formal severance of the covenant that had bound the northern tribes to David's line, a renunciation of everything that Hebron and Jerusalem and the Davidic promise represented. They did not negotiate further. They did not propose alternative terms. They walked out, and the united monarchy, the kingdom David had spent a lifetime building and Solomon had spent a lifetime adorning, collapsed in a single afternoon over a speech about scorpions. Rehoboam, astonishingly, did not immediately grasp the severity of what had happened. He sent Adoram, his chief of forced labor, the very man whose name was synonymous with the corvée system the northern tribes had just rejected, to negotiate. It was the single worst choice of emissary conceivable, the equivalent of sending the tax collector to calm a tax revolt. The northern assembly stoned Adoram to death, and Rehoboam barely escaped with his life, jumping into his chariot and fleeing to Jerusalem at full speed. The king who had threatened scorpions ran from rocks. In Jerusalem, Rehoboam assembled the fighting men of Judah and Benjamin, 180,000 chosen warriors, to make war against the northern tribes and restore the kingdom by force. But the prophet Shemaiah delivered God's word. You shall not go up or fight against your relatives, the people of Israel. Every man return to his home, for this thing is from me. This thing is from me. The split was not a rebellion to be suppressed. It was a judgment to be accepted. God himself had torn the kingdom, and any attempt to stitch it back together by military force would be fighting not the northern tribes, but God. Rehoboam stood down. The army dispersed. And the 12 tribes, which had been one nation under David and Solomon for roughly 80 years, became 2 nations that would never be one again. The northern tribes made Jeroboam king, and the Ephraimite who had fled Solomon's assassination attempt now ruled over the 10 tribes from Shechem, his capital. The kingdom he inherited was the larger, more populous, more agriculturally productive, and more strategically significant of the 2. It controlled the Jezreel Valley, the Galilee, the coastal plain approaches, the Transjordanian highlands, and the trade routes that connected Egypt to Mesopotamia. Judah, by contrast, was a rump state, a mountain fortress centered on Jerusalem and extending south through the Judahite highlands to the Negev, with Benjamin's narrow strip providing a buffer zone to the north. In terms of territory, population, and economic potential, the northern kingdom was the clear superior. In terms of theological legitimacy, the situation was reversed. Judah held Jerusalem, the temple, the Ark of the Covenant, the Levitical priesthood, and the Davidic dynasty, every institutional marker of God's covenant presence. Jeroboam understood the theological problem immediately, and his solution was the decision that would define the religious character of the northern kingdom for the next 2 centuries and eventually contribute to its destruction. If this people go up to offer sacrifices in the temple of the Lord at Jerusalem, he reasoned, then the heart of this people will turn again to their Lord, to Rehoboam, king of Judah, and they will kill me and return to Rehoboam, king of Judah. The logic was political rather than theological. Every Israelite who traveled to Jerusalem for the annual festivals would be walking into the territory of a rival king, worshiping in a rival's capital, reinforcing the religious authority that undergirded the rival dynasty. The pilgrimage system, designed at Sinai to unify the 12 tribes around a single center of worship, had become, in the divided kingdom, a mechanism for undermining the northern state. Jeroboam's response was to create an alternative. He made 2 calves of gold and set one at Bethel, on his southern border near the boundary with Benjamin, and the other at Dan, at the far northern extreme of his kingdom. He presented them to the people with words that consciously echoed the golden calf incident at Sinai. You have gone up to Jerusalem long enough. Behold your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. The calves were not intended as replacements for the God of Israel. They were intended as alternative platforms for worshiping the God of Israel, pedestals on which the invisible deity was understood to stand, much as the Ark of the Covenant served as God's footstool in the Jerusalem temple. But the distinction between a pedestal for God and an idol of God was too fine for popular religion to maintain. And within a generation, the calves at Bethel and Dan had become objects of worship in their own right, magnets for the syncretistic blend of Israelite and Canaanite religion that the prophets would spend the next 2 centuries trying to dismantle. Jeroboam compounded the religious restructuring by appointing priests from among the general population rather than from the tribe of Levi, building high places throughout his territory, and moving the autumn festival from the 7th month to the 8th, creating a liturgical calendar that deliberately diverged from the one God had established at Sinai. The Levites and priests who remained loyal to the Jerusalem temple migrated south, taking their families and their traditions with them and reinforcing Judah's claim to religious orthodoxy. The theological infrastructure that had been distributed across all 12 tribes through the Levitical cities was now concentrated in the south, and the northern kingdom was left with a priesthood of its own invention, a worship system of its own design, and a progressive detachment from the covenant structures that had defined Israel since the wilderness. The text's verdict on Jeroboam is repeated with the regularity of a liturgical refrain throughout the books of Kings, attached to nearly every subsequent northern king like a brand. He walked in the way of Jeroboam, and in his sin which he made Israel to sin. Jeroboam became the template, the originator, the man whose political pragmatism had introduced a religious corruption so durable that no subsequent king of Israel would fully uproot it. The golden calves stood at Bethel and Dan for over 200 years, through 19 kings and 9 dynasties, surviving coups and assassinations and foreign invasions and prophetic denunciations, and outlasting every human authority that tried to remove them or reform around them. Jeroboam's sin was not an act but an institution, not a moment of weakness but a system of worship that became self-perpetuating, and the northern kingdom would carry it like a genetic defect from generation to generation until the Assyrians came and rendered the question moot. The tribal realignment that followed the split was not as clean as the 10-2 division suggests. Simeon, whose territory was embedded within Judah's borders, had no choice but to remain with the southern kingdom. Its people had been functionally absorbed into Judah for generations. Benjamin, despite its historical connections to the northern tribes through Saul's dynasty, stayed with Judah, a decision that likely reflected Benjamin's geographic proximity to Jerusalem and the fact that the temple, the economic engine of the capital, provided the Benjaminites with commercial opportunities that outweighed any residual northern loyalty. Individual families from every tribe who disagreed with Jeroboam's religious innovations migrated south over the following years, the chronicler noting that people from Ephraim, Manasseh, and Simeon, who had set their hearts to seek the Lord, came to Jerusalem when they saw that God was with the southern kingdom. The boundary between north and south was political and religious, but not hermetically sealed. People moved across it in both directions, following their consciences, their economic interests, or their family connections. The two kingdoms settled into a relationship that oscillated between cold hostility and open warfare. Rehoboam fortified the cities on his northern border, building a defensive line that stretched from Bethlehem to Ajalon, a chain of strongpoints designed to protect Judah from northern invasion. Jeroboam fortified Shechem and Penuel, the city on the Jabbok where Jacob had wrestled the angel, establishing an eastern capital that gave him control of the Transjordanian approaches. Skirmishes along the border were constant, with neither side strong enough to overpower the other, but both sides too proud to make a lasting peace. In Rehoboam's 5th year, the external threat that both kingdoms had ignored arrived with devastating force. Pharaoh Shishak of Egypt, the same ruler who had sheltered Jeroboam during his exile, invaded Judah with 1,200 chariots and 60,000 horsemen and infantry beyond counting. He took the fortified cities of Judah, marched on Jerusalem, and stripped the temple and the palace of their treasures, carrying away the gold shields Solomon had made, the accumulated wealth of 2 generations of Davidic rule, the physical embodiment of the kingdom's glory, loaded onto Egyptian carts and hauled south to the Nile. Rehoboam replaced Solomon's gold shields with bronze replicas, and the substitution became a metaphor for the kingdom itself. The gold was gone, and what remained was a cheaper version of the original, polished to look impressive from a distance, but hollow at its core. The northern kingdom's history was a cascade of dynastic instability. Jeroboam's son, Nadab, reigned for 2 years before being assassinated by Baasha, who wiped out Jeroboam's entire family, fulfilling a prophetic judgment against the house that had set up the golden calves. Baasha's son, Elah, reigned for 2 years before being assassinated by Zimri, his chariot commander, who killed Elah while he was drinking himself drunk in the house of his steward. Zimri lasted 7 days on the throne, before the army besieged him in the palace at Tirzah, and he set the building on fire around himself, the shortest and most pyrotechnic reign in Israelite history. The army's general Omri then fought a civil war against a rival claimant named Tibni, won, and established a dynasty that would prove the most politically capable the northern kingdom produced. Omri moved the capital from Tirzah to a new site, a hill he purchased and fortified and named Samaria, a city that would give the northern kingdom its lasting geographical name and serve as its capital for the remainder of its existence. Omri was so significant on the international stage that Assyrian records referred to the northern kingdom as the House of Omri for over a century after his dynasty ended. But the biblical text dismisses him in 6 verses, noting only that he did evil in the sight of the Lord and walked in all the way of Jeroboam. Omri's political achievements were real. His religious failures were, in the narrator's judgment, the only thing that mattered. Omri's son Ahab married Jezebel, daughter of Ethbaal, king of the Sidonians. And the marriage brought into Israel a woman whose name would become the biblical synonym for aggressive paganism. Jezebel did not merely tolerate the Canaanite religion. She promoted it, importing hundreds of prophets of Baal and Asherah and establishing their worship as a court-sponsored institution. She actively persecuted the prophets of the Lord, hunting them down and killing them until the faithful were driven underground, hidden in caves by the steward Obadiah, 50 at a time, fed with bread and water in the darkness, while Baal's prophets dined at the queen's table. The contest between the God of Israel and the gods of Canaan, which had been simmering since the conquest, now reached its crisis point, and the man God chose to meet it was Elijah the Tishbite, from the Gileadite wilderness that had produced Gad's warriors, a prophet who appeared out of nowhere with a message of drought and a confrontation on a mountaintop that would force the nation to choose. Judah's trajectory was different, slower, defined by the Davidic covenant's guarantee that the dynasty would endure even when its kings did not deserve it. Rehoboam's son Abijam reigned 3 years and walked in the sins of his father. Abijam's son Asa reigned 41 years and did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, removing the male cult prostitutes and the idols his fathers had made, even deposing his own grandmother from her position as queen mother because she had made an image for Asherah. Asa was not perfect. He made an ill-advised alliance with Aram Damascus against the northern kingdom and rebuked a prophet who confronted him about it. But the pattern was set. Judah's kings were measured against David, and while many fell short, the dynasty itself endured, the thread of continuity unbroken through good kings and bad, through reform and apostasy, through invasion and recovery. The two kingdoms would coexist for over 200 years, sometimes at war, sometimes in alliance, sometimes intermarried, always watching each other across a border that ran through territory. Benjamin and Ephraim had once shared as brothers. The prophets who arose during this period, Elijah and Elisha in the north, Isaiah and Micah in the south, and many others whose names the text records and whose words the tradition preserved, spoke to both kingdoms with a message that was simultaneously judgment and hope. Judgment for the idolatry and injustice that both kingdoms had embraced in different degrees, and hope for a restoration that would one day reunite the scattered tribes under a king from David's line, a shepherd who would gather the lost sheep of Israel from every direction and bring them home. But before that restoration could come, the scattering had to happen first. The northern kingdom, the larger, the richer, the more exposed, would fall first, consumed by an empire whose appetite for conquest made Pharaoh Shishak's raid look like a pickpocket's grab, an empire that would erase 10 tribes from the visible map of history and create one of the most enduring mysteries the ancient world would ever produce. Assyria rose from the plains of northern Mesopotamia like a fever, slow at first and then consuming. Its heartland lay along the upper Tigris River, centered on cities whose names carried the weight of imperial ambition: Ashur, Nineveh, Nimrud, and Dur-Sharrukin. For centuries, the Assyrians had been a regional power, significant but contained, their expansion checked by the Babylonians to the south, the Hittites to the west, the Elamites to the east, and the sheer difficulty of projecting military force across the vast distances of the Near East. But in the 9th century before the Common Era, a succession of ruthless and capable kings transformed Assyria from a kingdom into a machine, the most efficient apparatus of conquest the ancient world had yet produced, an empire whose armies moved with the precision of an industrial operation, and whose methods of subjugation were designed not merely to defeat, but to terrify. The Assyrians pioneered the art of psychological warfare. They skinned prisoners alive and draped their skins on the walls of conquered cities. They impaled captives on stakes and lined the roads with them as warnings to the next town down the highway. They cut off hands, feet, ears, and noses and stacked them in pyramids at city gates. They blinded kings and led them through the streets on leashes. Their own royal inscriptions boasted of these atrocities with a clinical pride that suggests the cruelty was not incidental to the empire but essential to it, a calculated instrument of policy designed to make resistance feel not merely dangerous but irrational. By the time the Assyrian army appeared on the horizon, most cities had already heard what happened to the ones that refused to surrender, and many opened their gates without a fight, choosing tribute over annihilation, slavery over the stake. The northern kingdom of Israel first encountered Assyrian power during the reign of Ahab, when the Israelite king joined a coalition of Levantine states that fought the Assyrian king Shalmaneser III at the Battle of Karkar in 853. The coalition held, barely, and Assyria withdrew, but the encounter was a preview of what was coming. Over the next century, the Assyrian shadow lengthened across the Fertile Crescent, and the small kingdoms of the Levant, Israel among them, were forced into an increasingly desperate series of calculations: pay tribute and survive as a vassal, or resist and risk obliteration. The northern kingdom's final century was a period of intermittent prosperity and accelerating crisis. Jehu, the general who overthrew the house of Omri in a coup of spectacular violence, killing King Joram, the queen mother Jezebel, and every surviving member of Ahab's family, established a dynasty that lasted 4 generations. His great-grandson, Jeroboam II, presided over the northern kingdom's last golden age, a period of territorial expansion and economic growth that briefly restored the borders to something approaching their Davidic extent. But the prosperity was built on social injustice so severe that the prophet Amos, a shepherd from the Judahite village of Tekoa, was compelled to travel north and denounce it in the streets of Bethel. They sell the righteous for silver and the needy for a pair of sandals. They trample the head of the poor into the dust of the earth and turn aside the way of the afflicted. The wealth of Jeroboam II's court was real. Its distribution was grotesque. And the prophets who observed it understood that a society built on the exploitation of its poorest members was a society that had already condemned itself, regardless of how tall its walls were or how full its granaries. Hosea, the northern prophet whose entire life became a parable of God's relationship with unfaithful Israel, married a woman named Gomer who was, or became, a prostitute, and the marriage was a living metaphor for God's love for a nation that kept running after other gods. Hosea named his children with prophetic names that charted the descent: Jezreel, after the valley where Jehu's coup had been carried out; signaling that blood would be avenged. Lo Ruhamah, meaning not pitied, because God would no longer have pity on the house of Israel. And Lo Ami, meaning not my people, because Israel had ceased to function as God's covenant partner. The names were a countdown, each one a step closer to the edge, and the nation walked past all three without changing course. After Jeroboam II's death, the northern kingdom disintegrated. 6 kings ruled in the final 25 years, 4 of them gaining the throne through assassination. Zechariah, Jeroboam's son, lasted 6 months before being murdered by Shallum, who lasted 1 month before being murdered by Menahem, who held the throne for 10 years through the expedient of paying enormous tribute to the Assyrian king Tiglath-Pileser III, extracting the silver from the wealthy men of Israel at the rate of 50 shekels per head. Menahem's son Pekahiah lasted 2 years before being murdered by Pekah, his military commander. The throne of Israel was now a death sentence. Any man who sat on it did so knowing that the blade or the bowstring might find him before the next harvest. Tiglath-Pileser III, called Pul in the biblical text, was the Assyrian king who transformed the relationship between Assyria and Israel from vassalage to annexation. When Pekah of Israel formed an anti-Assyrian coalition with Rezin of Damascus and tried to force Judah to join by invading Jerusalem, King Ahaz of Judah, in a decision of desperate short-sightedness, sent tribute to Tiglath-Pileser and begged him to intervene. The Assyrian king was delighted to oblige. He attacked Damascus, killed Rezin, and turned on Israel, stripping away the northern and eastern territories in a campaign that the biblical text describes with geographic precision. Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, came and captured Ijon, Abel-Beth-Maacah, Janoah, Kedesh, Hazor, Gilead, and Galilee, all the land of Naphtali, and he carried the people captive to Assyria. The first deportation had begun. Naphtali, the doe let loose, was the first tribe dragged into exile, its people torn from the lakeshore and the mountain meadows and marched east in chains along the trade roads that their ancestors had once traveled as free merchants. The Transjordanian territories followed: Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. The eastern tribes that had chosen their land because it was good for cattle were swept away from the highlands of Gilead and the pastures of Bashan and deported to the Assyrian heartland. The tribes that had always been most exposed, the ones who had settled on the edges and the borders, the ones who bore the first impact of every invasion, were the first to vanish. Jacob's prophecy that Gad would be raided, but would raid at their heels, had been fulfilled for centuries, but there were no heels to raid when the raider was Assyria, and the counterattack never came. What remained of the northern kingdom was a truncated rump state centered on the hill country of Ephraim, the territory around Samaria, stripped of its northern territories, its eastern lands, its major trade routes, and a significant portion of its population. Pekah was assassinated by Hoshea, son of Elah, who became the last king of Israel, a vassal of Assyria who paid tribute with the grudging regularity of a man who knew that the alternative was annihilation. But when Tiglath-Pileser died and was succeeded by Shalmaneser V, Hoshea saw an opening, or thought he did. He stopped paying tribute and sent envoys to So, king of Egypt, seeking an alliance that might free him from Assyrian domination. It was the final miscalculation. Shalmaneser V marched on Samaria and besieged it. The siege lasted 3 years. 3 years of walls holding, 3 years of food dwindling, 3 years of wells running dry and children growing thin, and the horizon empty of the Egyptian army that never came, because Egypt was itself too weak and too divided to challenge Assyria on the battlefield, and had never intended to sacrifice its own forces for the sake of a minor Levantine kingdom that had outlived its usefulness. Inside the walls of Samaria, the people of the northern kingdom, what was left of them, waited for a deliverance that every rational assessment said was impossible. The God who had split the sea and toppled Jericho's walls and sent fire from heaven on Carmel at Elijah's prayer was silent. And the silence was the answer the prophets had been predicting for decades. The covenant had been broken so thoroughly and so persistently that the protection it offered had been withdrawn, and the people who had been told, "Not my people," were about to discover what that name meant in practice. Samaria fell in 722, though whether the final conquest was accomplished by Shalmaneser V or his successor Sargon II is a matter of debate among historians, with the Assyrian records and the biblical account providing slightly different perspectives. What is not in dispute is what happened next. The Assyrians implemented their signature policy of population transfer, the strategy that distinguished their empire from every previous conqueror, and that made their deportations not merely punitive, but permanent. They did not simply kill or enslave the conquered population. They moved them, physically transplanting entire communities from their ancestral lands to distant provinces of the empire, replacing them with deportees from other conquered territories, creating a demographic scramble so thorough that the deported peoples lost their geographic base, their communal structures, their local worship sites, and ultimately their distinct identity. The text records the deportation with the clinical precision of an administrative log. The king of Assyria captured Samaria and carried Israel away into exile to Assyria and settled them in Halah, on the Habor, the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes. Halah was in northern Mesopotamia, near the Assyrian heartland. The Habor was a tributary of the Euphrates, in the region that is now northeastern Syria. The cities of the Medes were in the Zagros Mountains of western Iran, hundreds of miles further east. The northern Israelites were not concentrated in a single location where they might have maintained their communal identity. They were scattered across the breadth of the Assyrian Empire, dispersed among foreign populations, speaking foreign languages, and worshiping foreign gods, diluted like drops of ink in an ocean. The Assyrians then brought in replacement populations, people from Babylon, Cutha, Avva, Hamath, and Sepharvaim, settling them in the cities of Samaria in place of the Israelites. These new inhabitants brought their own gods and their own customs, and when lions attacked them in the depopulated countryside, they interpreted the plague as punishment from the local deity whose land they now occupied. The Assyrian king, in an act of pragmatic theology, sent back one of the exiled Israelite priests to teach the newcomers how to worship the God of the land, and the result was a religious syncretism that blended Israelite practices with the various pagan traditions the settlers had brought from their homelands. They feared the Lord, but also served their own gods. The text summarizes, and the hybrid population that resulted, the people who would eventually be known as the Samaritans, became a permanent source of controversy in Jewish history. Were they Israelites? Were they pagans? Were they something in between? A people who claimed the covenant but practiced it in a form that the returning Judahite exiles would later refuse to recognize? The Samaritan question would persist for centuries, flaring into open hostility during the post-exilic period when the returned Judahites refused to let the Samaritans participate in rebuilding the Jerusalem temple, and simmering through the Roman period when the mutual contempt between Jews and Samaritans was proverbial. The Samaritans built their own temple on Mount Gerizim, the mountain where the blessings had been pronounced during Joshua's covenant renewal, and they maintained their own version of the Torah, their own priesthood, and their own identity as the true Israel, the authentic remnant of the northern tribes who had never been exiled because they had been there all along. A small Samaritan community survives to this day, numbering fewer than 1,000 souls, still offering the Passover sacrifice on Mount Gerizim, still reading from their ancient scroll, still insisting that they are Israel, and that Jerusalem is a usurper, and that the real holy mountain is the one where Joshua stood and the blessings were spoken. But the 10 deported tribes, the ones carried to Halah and the Habor and the cities of the Medes, what happened to them? The honest answer is that no one knows, and the not knowing has generated one of the most extraordinary bodies of speculation, legend, and outright fantasy in the history of human inquiry. The lost tribes of Israel have been identified, at various times and with varying degrees of plausibility, with the peoples of Afghanistan, India, China, Japan, Ethiopia, West Africa, the British Isles, the Americas, and virtually every other region of the globe. The British Israelite movement claimed that the Anglo-Saxon peoples were the descendants of the lost tribes, an assertion that had more to do with Victorian imperial theology than with any credible historical evidence. Various communities in India, Myanmar, and China have claimed Israelite descent, some of them accepted by the modern state of Israel under the law of return. The Beta Israel of Ethiopia, the Lemba of southern Africa, the B'nai Manasseh of northeast India. Each community carries traditions of Israelite origin that range from the historically plausible to the deeply improbable, and the emotional power of those claims, the desire to be connected to the ancient story, reveals how potent the idea of the lost tribes remains, 3 millennia after the Assyrian deportation trucks rolled east. The most likely historical reality is simultaneously the least dramatic and the most theologically significant. The majority of the deported northern Israelites probably did what most deported populations in the ancient world did. They intermarried with the surrounding peoples, adopted local customs and languages, gradually lost their distinct religious practices as the communal structures that sustained those practices dissolved, and within a few generations became indistinguishable from the general population of the regions where they had been settled. They did not vanish in a single catastrophic moment. They faded, the way a sound fades when the source stops vibrating, the way a color fades when the dye is no longer renewed. The process was not dramatic enough to generate records, because assimilation by its nature is invisible to the record keepers. A family that stops circumcising its sons, that stops observing the Sabbath, that marries into the local population and raises children who speak Aramaic rather than Hebrew and worship the local gods rather than the God of Israel, does not appear in the annals of any empire. It simply ceases to be what it was, and the cessation leaves no trace. But traces persisted in unexpected places and unexpected ways. The prophet Ezekiel, writing from Babylonian exile a century and a half after the fall of Samaria, envisioned a future restoration that included all 12 tribes, not merely the 2 that had survived as recognizable entities. His famous vision of the Valley of Dry Bones, in which God reassembles scattered skeletons and breathes life back into them, is explicitly interpreted as a prophecy about the whole house of Israel and the 2 sticks that God tells Ezekiel to join together. One labeled Judah and one labeled Joseph represent the reunification of the southern and northern kingdoms under a single Davidic king. The vision presumes that the northern tribes still exist in some form, that their identity has not been permanently erased, that God's ability to find and restore them is not limited by the apparent totality of their disappearance. The prophetic vision refused to accept the finality of the loss. Jeremiah, speaking to the southern kingdom on the eve of its own destruction, delivered oracles addressed specifically to Ephraim and the northern tribes, promising their return. Is Ephraim my dear son? Is he my darling child? For as often as I speak against him, I do remember him still. Therefore my heart yearns for him. I will surely have mercy on him, declares the Lord. The language is parental, intimate, suffused with a kind of grief that only a parent feels for a child who is gone and who may never come back. but for whom the door is always open and the lamp is always lit. God had not forgotten Ephraim. God had not written off the 10 tribes. The exile was punishment, severe and deserved, but it was not the final word. And the prophets who spoke into the darkness after Samaria's fall insisted, against every visible evidence, that the story was not over. Isaiah had seen it coming, and had woven the northern catastrophe into a larger tapestry of judgment and redemption that encompassed both kingdoms and extended to the ends of the earth. His prophecy of the suffering servant, the figure who would bear the sins of the people and through his wounds bring healing, was addressed to a nation that included all 12 tribes, not merely the surviving 2. His vision of a highway from Assyria on which the remnant of God's people would return, the great ingathering of the scattered, specifically named the regions where the northern exiles had been deposited. In that day the Lord will extend his hand yet a second time to recover the remnant that remains of his people. From Assyria, from Egypt, from Pathros, from Cush, from Elam, from Shinar, from Hamath, and from the coastlands of the sea. Assyria was first on the list, because it was Assyria that held the 10 tribes, and the prophet's insistence that God would recover them from there was a declaration that the empire's population transfer policy, however effective in human terms, could not defeat the purposes of the God who had chosen Israel in the first place. The fall of Samaria was the end of the northern kingdom as a political entity, the end of Ephraim's dominance, the end of Dan's shrine and Bethel's calves, and the Jezreel's harvests belonging to Israelite farmers. The territory that had once been divided among 10 tribes was now an Assyrian province called Samarina, administered by Assyrian governors, populated by a patchwork of transplanted peoples, its Israelite character erased from the administrative records and preserved only in the memories of the exiles who carried it east and in the prophecies of the men who insisted, in the name of a God who did not forget, that the erasing was temporary. The 2 tribes that remained, Judah and Benjamin, huddled in their mountain fortress around Jerusalem, watched the smoke rise from the north and understood that they were next unless something changed. The Assyrian army that had devoured Samaria was now camped on Judah's border, and the question that faced the surviving kingdom was whether the fate of the 10 tribes was a warning to be heeded or a destiny to be shared. Hezekiah saved them, at least for a time. The king who sat on Judah's throne when Samaria fell was one of the finest the Davidic line would ever produce. A reformer who tore down the high places, smashed the sacred pillars, cut down the Asherah poles, and even destroyed the bronze serpent that Moses had made in the wilderness, because the people had been burning incense to it for centuries, treating a relic of deliverance as an idol of worship. Hezekiah saw what the golden calves had done to the north, saw the smoke rising from Samaria, and concluded that Judah's survival depended not on military alliances or diplomatic maneuvering, but on a return to the covenant faithfulness that had been the foundation of the nation since Sinai. The test came in 701, when Sennacherib of Assyria, fresh from campaigns that had subjugated most of the Levant, turned his army toward Jerusalem. He had already taken the fortified Judahite city of Lachish, the second most important fortress in the kingdom, and his siege of that city was so significant that he commemorated it in carved relief panels that still survive in the British Museum. Stone images of Assyrian soldiers scaling walls, prisoners being impaled, and the population of Lachish marching into exile in long lines of bent figures carrying their possessions on their backs. Sennacherib sent his chief officer, the Rabshakeh, to the walls of Jerusalem with a message designed to break the city's will before the siege even began. The Rabshakeh stood within shouting distance of the walls and addressed the defenders in Hebrew, deliberately speaking in the language of the common people rather than the diplomatic Aramaic, ensuring that every soldier and citizen on the ramparts heard the Assyrian argument directly. Hezekiah could not save them, Egypt could not save them, and their God could not save them either, because no god of any nation had saved its people from the hand of Assyria. Has any of the gods of the nations ever delivered his land out of the hand of the king of Assyria? Where are the gods of Hamath and Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, Hena, and Ivvah? Have they delivered Samaria out of my hand? The mention of Samaria was deliberate and devastating. Everyone on the walls of Jerusalem knew what had happened to Samaria. They knew where the 10 tribes were now. They knew that the God of Israel had not intervened to save the northern kingdom, and the Rabshakeh was using that knowledge as a weapon, arguing from recent history that the God of Israel was no different from the gods of the other conquered nations, all of whom had proved impotent against Assyrian iron. It was the most sophisticated theological assault in the biblical record, an argument that struck not at the walls of the city, but at the faith that held the defenders behind them. Hezekiah tore his clothes, put on sackcloth, went into the temple, and spread the Assyrian letter before the Lord, physically laying the threat at God's feet and praying one of the most raw and urgent prayers in Scripture, O Lord, the God of Israel, enthroned above the cherubim, you are the God, you alone, of all the kingdoms of the earth. You have made heaven and earth. Incline your ear, O Lord, and hear. Open your eyes, O Lord, and see, and hear the words of Sennacherib, which he has sent to mock the living God. The prayer was an appeal not to God's love for Jerusalem or for Judah, but to God's own reputation. If Sennacherib destroyed the city, the nations would conclude that the God of Israel was powerless, and the name that had been proclaimed at Sinai and revered across the ancient world would be reduced to a footnote in Assyrian propaganda. Isaiah sent word to Hezekiah, Thus says the Lord concerning the king of Assyria, He shall not come into this city or shoot an arrow there, or come before it with a shield, or cast up a siege mound against it. By the way that he came, by the same he shall return, and he shall not come into this city, declares the Lord. For I will defend this city to save it, for my own sake, and for the sake of my servant David. That night the angel of the Lord went out and struck down 185,000 in the Assyrian camp. When the survivors rose in the morning, their comrades were dead, and Sennacherib withdrew to Nineveh, where he was eventually murdered by his own sons while worshiping in the temple of his god Nisroch. Jerusalem survived. The temple stood. The Davidic dynasty continued. The 2 tribes that had watched the north vanish into Assyrian captivity remained in their land, delivered not by their own strength, but by the intervention of the God who had chosen to defend his city for his own sake and for the sake of a shepherd king who had been dead for 3 centuries. But survival was not reformation, and the reprieve Hezekiah won was squandered by his successors with breathtaking speed. His son Manasseh was the worst king Judah ever produced, a ruler who reigned for 55 years and spent virtually all of them systematically reversing every reform his father had implemented. Manasseh rebuilt the high places, erected altars to Baal, made an Asherah pole and placed it in the temple itself, worshipped the host of heaven, practiced divination and sorcery, burned his own son as an offering in the valley of Hinnom, and shed so much innocent blood that the text says he filled Jerusalem with it from one end to the other. The prophets delivered their verdict. Because of what Manasseh had done, because of the abominations he had committed that exceeded even the Amorites who had inhabited the land before Israel, God would bring such disaster on Jerusalem and Judah that the ears of everyone who heard of it would tingle. I will wipe Jerusalem as one wipes a dish, wiping it and turning it upside down. The image was domestic and devastating. Jerusalem would be scrubbed clean, emptied, inverted, its contents dumped out, and its surface scraped bare. Manasseh's grandson, Josiah, provided the last great reprieve. Coming to the throne at 8 years old, Josiah grew into a king whose devotion to the covenant rivaled Hezekiah's, and whose reforms were even more thorough. In the 18th year of his reign, during renovations of the temple, the high priest Hilkiah discovered a scroll, the Book of the Law, which most scholars identify as some form of the Book of Deuteronomy, a text that had apparently been lost or hidden during Manasseh's long reign of apostasy. When the scroll was read aloud to Josiah, the king tore his clothes in anguish, recognizing how far the nation had strayed from the covenant's demands. He assembled the entire population of Jerusalem, from the greatest to the least, and read the words of the scroll to them. And he made a covenant before the Lord to keep his commandments and statutes with all his heart and all his soul, and all the people joined the covenant. Josiah's reforms were sweeping. He destroyed every pagan shrine, every high place, every altar to foreign gods in Judah, and even extended his purge into the former territory of the northern kingdom, tearing down the altar at Bethel that Jeroboam had built, and burning the bones of the pagan priests on it, fulfilling a prophecy that had been spoken against that altar centuries before. He reinstituted the Passover celebration on a national scale, holding a feast so comprehensive that the text says, "No Passover like it had been kept since the days of the judges." It was a restoration so thorough that it seemed, for a brief shining moment, as though the covenant might actually hold, as though the accumulated sins of Manasseh and the kings before him might be swept away by the sincerity of one man's repentance. But the prophetess Huldah, consulted by Josiah after the discovery of the scroll, delivered a verdict that tempered the hope with iron. The disaster God had decreed against Jerusalem would not be averted. Josiah's personal faithfulness had earned him a personal mercy. He would go to his grave in peace and not see the destruction. But the sentence against the nation was irrevocable. Manasseh's sins had crossed a threshold from which there was no return, and Josiah's reforms, however genuine, had come too late to change the outcome. The judgment was deferred, not canceled. Josiah died at Megiddo in 609, killed in battle against Pharaoh Necho of Egypt, who was marching north to support the dying Assyrian Empire against the rising Babylonians. Why Josiah chose to intercept an Egyptian army that was not threatening Judah remains one of the great puzzles of Israelite history. Perhaps he feared Egyptian dominance of the trade routes. Perhaps he was acting on intelligence about Egyptian intentions toward Judah. Perhaps he believed that opposing Egypt was opposing the enemies of the nation that had destroyed the northern kingdom, and that his duty as a righteous king required it. Whatever his reasoning, the arrows found him on the battlefield of Megiddo, the plain that would give its name to the apocalyptic battle of Armageddon, and the last good king of Judah was carried back to Jerusalem in his chariot, dead. And all Judah and Jerusalem mourned for him, and Jeremiah composed laments for Josiah that the singing men and singing women would repeat for generations. After Josiah, the end came quickly. His son Jehoahaz reigned 3 months before Pharaoh Necho deposed him and installed his brother Jehoiakim as a puppet. Jehoiakim reigned 11 years, paying tribute to Egypt and then to Babylon, when Nebuchadnezzar defeated Necho at the Battle of Carchemish in 605 and established Babylonian supremacy over the entire Levant. Jehoiakim rebelled against Babylon, and Nebuchadnezzar responded with the methodical efficiency that characterized his empire. Babylonian forces, supplemented by Aramean, Moabite, and Ammonite raiders, harassed Judah until Nebuchadnezzar himself arrived in 597 to settle the matter personally. Jehoiakim died during the siege, whether of natural causes or by assassination, and his son Jehoiakim, barely 18, surrendered the city after a reign of only 3 months. Nebuchadnezzar stripped the temple and the palace of their remaining treasures, the vessels of gold that Solomon had made, and carried into exile the king and his mother, and his wives and his officials, and the mighty men of the land, 10,000 captives in all, leaving behind only the poorest people of the land. Among the deportees were the craftsmen and the smiths, every skilled worker whose labor the Babylonians wanted for their own building projects. The prophet Ezekiel was among them, carried to Babylon at the age of 25, and it was from the banks of the Chebar Canal in Babylonia that he would receive the visions that would sustain the exiled community's faith for the next half-century. Nebuchadnezzar installed Jehoiachin's uncle Zedekiah as a vassal king, the last man who would sit on David's throne in Jerusalem. Zedekiah was weak, vacillating, caught between the prophet Jeremiah's insistent counsel to submit to Babylon and the war party's passionate argument that rebellion was both possible and divinely sanctioned. Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem with a wooden yoke on his neck, a living symbol of his message: submit to Babylon, serve the king of Babylon, and live. Resist, and the city will be destroyed, the temple will burn, and the people will be carried away. The false prophets contradicted Jeremiah at every turn, promising that God would break Babylon's yoke within 2 years, that the temple vessels would be returned, that the exile would be brief. Hananiah, the most prominent of these optimists, physically broke the wooden yoke off Jeremiah's neck and announced that God would break Nebuchadnezzar's yoke from the neck of all nations. Jeremiah went home and came back with a yoke of iron. "You have broken wooden bars, but you have made in their place bars of iron." Zedekiah rebelled. In the 9th year of his reign, he stopped paying tribute, and Nebuchadnezzar came for the last time. The Babylonian army encircled Jerusalem in January of 588, and the siege lasted 2.5 years. A slow strangulation that reduced the population to starvation so severe that the Book of Lamentations would describe mothers cooking and eating their own children. Jeremiah continued to prophesy surrender, and the princes of Judah threw him into a cistern, a muddy pit, where he sank into the mire, and would have died if an Ethiopian eunuch named Ebed-Melech had not convinced Zedekiah to let him pull the prophet out with ropes and rags. In July of 586, the Babylonians breached the walls. Zedekiah fled by night through a gate near the king's garden, heading east toward the Jordan Valley, hoping to escape to the Transjordanian wilderness. The Babylonian army caught him on the plains of Jericho, the same flat ground where Joshua had led the conquest 9 centuries earlier, and brought him before Nebuchadnezzar at his headquarters in Riblah. They slaughtered Zedekiah's sons before his eyes, the last thing he would ever see, and then they put out his eyes, bound him in chains, and took him to Babylon. The Davidic king was blind and in chains. His sons were dead. The royal line, as far as anyone standing in Riblah could tell, was finished. A month later, Nebuzaradan, the captain of the Babylonian guard, entered Jerusalem and burned the temple. The house that Solomon had built, the structure that had taken 7 years to raise and that had stood for nearly 4 centuries, the place where the glory of the Lord had descended in cloud and fire, the building toward which every Israelite prayer was oriented, went up in flames. The cedar paneling, the gold overlays, the carved cherubim, the Holy of Holies where the Ark of the Covenant had rested, all of it burned. What happened to the Ark itself is one of the great unsolved mysteries of biblical history. The text does not record its destruction, nor does it record its capture, nor does it list it among the items Nebuchadnezzar took to Babylon. It simply disappears from the narrative, as though the object that had been the physical center of Israelite worship for half a millennium stepped behind a curtain of fire and never emerged. Jeremiah, according to a tradition preserved in the book of Maccabees, hid the ark in a cave on Mount Nebo, the mountain where Moses had died, and sealed the entrance, and the location was forgotten. Other traditions place it in Ethiopia, in a chapel in Axum, guarded by a single monk who never leaves the building. The truth is that no one knows, and the not knowing has become part of the ark's identity, a sacred absence that is as powerful, in its way, as the sacred presence it once embodied. Nebuzaradan burned the palace, broke down the walls, and carried into exile all but the poorest of the land, the vine dressers and plowmen who were left behind to tend the fields so that the territory would not become entirely unproductive. The captain of the guard set over them a governor named Gedaliah, a member of a prominent Judahite family, a man whom Jeremiah supported and whom the remaining population initially accepted. But within months, Ishmael, a member of the royal family who saw Gedaliah's governance as a collaboration with the enemy, assassinated the governor along with the Babylonian garrison stationed with him. The remaining Judahites, terrified of Babylonian reprisal, fled to Egypt, despite Jeremiah's desperate protests dragging the old prophet with them. Jeremiah's last recorded words were spoken in Egypt, where he continued to preach to people who had stopped listening decades ago, promising that the Babylonian king would extend his reach even to the land of the Nile. The exile was the crucible that forged the identity the world would come to know as Judaism. Stripped of every external support, the land, the temple, the monarchy, the priesthood, the sacrificial system, the exiled community in Babylon was forced to answer the most fundamental question a people can face. Who are we when everything that defined us is gone? The answer they constructed over the 70 years of exile would prove more durable than the temple had been, more resilient than the monarchy, more portable than any territory. They became a people of the book. Without the temple, sacrifice was impossible, but study was not. The Torah, the 5 books of Moses, was compiled, edited, and canonized during the exile, given its final shape by scribes and priests who understood that if the text was lost, the people were lost, and that the text, unlike the temple, could be carried anywhere, read anywhere, taught anywhere. The synagogue, the house of assembly, emerged as a substitute for the temple, a place where the community could gather for prayer and study without the altars and priests and sacrificial animals that the Jerusalem cult required. The Sabbath, which had always been observed, became the defining marker of Jewish identity, the weekly rehearsal of the covenant that required no building and no geography, only time and intention. Ezekiel, prophesying from Babylon, provided the exilic community with a theological framework that made sense of their suffering without abandoning their hope. His vision of God's glory departing from the temple before its destruction, moving east through the city gate and hovering over the Mount of Olives before ascending, was a reassurance that God had not been trapped in the burning building. The glory had left before the fire came. God was not confined to Jerusalem. God was in Babylon, beside the Chebar Canal, appearing in visions to a priest in exile, promising that the dry bones would live and the 2 sticks would become one, and a new temple, grander and more perfect than Solomon's, would one day rise on a restored and purified Zion. Jeremiah, before being dragged to Egypt, had written a letter to the exiles in Babylon that contained what may be the most psychologically astute counsel ever given to a displaced people. Build houses and live in them. Plant gardens and eat their produce. Take wives and have sons and daughters. Take wives for your sons and give your daughters in marriage, that they may bear sons and daughters. Multiply there and do not decrease. But seek the welfare of the city where I have sent you into exile, and pray to the Lord on its behalf, for in its welfare you will find your welfare. Seek the welfare of Babylon. Do not withdraw into bitterness. Do not collapse into despair. Do not sit by the rivers weeping and refusing to sing, though the famous psalm would describe exactly that posture. By the waters of Babylon, there we sat down and wept when we remembered Zion. Jeremiah was telling them to weep and to build, to mourn and to plant, to remember Zion and to serve Babylon, to hold both realities at once, exile and hope, displacement and purpose, the memory of what was lost and the discipline to make something of what remained. And then, after 70 years, As Jeremiah had prophesied with a precision that still astonishes, the exile ended. Babylon fell to the Persians under Cyrus the Great in 539, and in 538 Cyrus issued a decree permitting the Jewish exiles to return to Jerusalem and rebuild the temple. The decree was recorded in the opening verses of the book of Ezra, and its language was so favorable to the returning community that later generations marveled at it. The Lord, the God of heaven, has given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he has charged me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Whoever is among you of all his people, may his God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and rebuild the house of the Lord, the God of Israel. Isaiah had named Cyrus by name a century before his birth, calling him God's anointed, his shepherd, the pagan king whom God would use to restore his people. And now the prophecy stood fulfilled, the decree issued, the road home open. The return was not triumphal. It was modest, contested, and bittersweet. Roughly 42,000 people made the journey, a fraction of the exiled population, many of whom had prospered in Babylon and saw no reason to trade a comfortable life in the empire's capital for the hardship of rebuilding a ruined city in a depopulated province. Those who returned were the idealists, the devout, the stubborn, the ones for whom Zion was not a memory but a mission. And they arrived in Jerusalem to find a landscape of rubble and weeds, the Temple Mount a heap of charred stones, the walls broken, the city deserted except for the poorest remnant that Nebuzaradan had left behind 2 generations earlier. They rebuilt the altar first, before anything else, before the walls or the houses or the temple itself, because the altar was the point of contact between God and the people, and re-establishing that contact was more urgent than shelter. They offered burnt offerings on it, the morning and evening sacrifices, the festivals, the daily rhythm of worship resumed on a pile of stones in an open ruin, and the smoke rising from that makeshift altar was the first visible sign that the God of Israel had not abandoned Jerusalem, that the covenant was still operative, that the 2 tribes who had gone into exile as Judah and Benjamin were coming home as something new, a people defined not by territory or monarchy, but by Torah and temple, and the stubborn refusal to let their identity dissolve. The rebuilding of the temple took 23 years, delayed by opposition from the Samaritan population who wanted to participate and were rejected, by the economic pressures of a community struggling to feed itself while constructing a public building, and by the sheer discouragement of a project whose final product was so obviously inferior to the original that the old men who remembered Solomon's temple wept when they saw the new foundation laid. The second temple was completed in 516, exactly 70 years after the destruction of the first. And while it lacked the ark, the cherubim, the Solomonic gold, and the visible glory cloud, it stood, and the sacrifices were offered, and the festivals were kept, and the community that gathered in its courts was no longer the 12 tribes of Israel in any political sense, but something that would prove far more enduring, a faith community, a covenant people, a nation defined by its relationship to a text and a God rather than by its relationship to a piece of land. Nehemiah came from Babylon to rebuild the walls, working with a trowel in one hand and a sword in the other, completing the circuit in 52 days despite constant harassment from Sanballat the Samaritan, Tobiah the Ammonite, and Geshem the Arab, a coalition of neighbors who saw the restoration of Jerusalem as a threat to their own regional influence. Ezra the scribe came with a commission from the Persian king to teach the law, and he assembled the people in the square before the water gate and read the Torah aloud from morning until midday. And the Levites helped the people understand the reading, and the people wept as they heard the words, because they realized how far they had strayed and how much they had lost. Nehemiah told them not to weep, This day is holy to the Lord your God. Do not mourn or weep. Go your way. Eat the fat and drink sweet wine, and send portions to anyone who has nothing ready, for this day is holy to our Lord. And do not be grieved, for the joy of the Lord is your strength. The community that emerged from the exile was Judah and Benjamin, with Levites scattered among them, plus individuals from other tribes who had attached themselves to the returning community over the generations. The tribal distinctions that had defined Israel for 1,000 years were fading into a single collective identity. Yehudim, Jews, people of Judah, a name that subsumed Benjamin and Levi and whoever else had survived the catastrophe and chosen to rebuild. The 12 tribes as distinct political and territorial entities were gone. What remained was a people, a faith, a book, and a promise that the prophets swore God would keep, that one day, from the stump of Jesse, from the line of David, from the tribe of Judah, a shoot would grow, and the scattered would be gathered, and the divided would be reunited, and the story that had begun with 12 sons fighting inside their mother's womb would reach its conclusion in a way that none of them, not Jacob, not Joseph, not David, not even the prophets who saw the farthest, could fully imagine. The story did not end with the return from Babylon. It opened outward, like a door that had been mistaken for a wall, into a prophetic landscape so vast and so strange that its full dimensions are still being mapped. The 12 tribes, as political entities, as territorial units, and as the governing structure of a covenant nation, were finished. 10 had been swallowed by Assyria. 2 had been broken by Babylon, carried to the rivers of Mesopotamia, and returned diminished but alive. The tribal system that Moses had organized around the tabernacle, that Joshua had distributed across the promised land, that the judges had failed to govern and the kings had exploited and the prophets had wept over, was gone. And yet the prophets, speaking into the ruins and beyond them, refused to treat the 12 as a historical artifact. They treated them as a living promise, a structure that God intended not merely to remember, but to rebuild, not merely to mourn, but to resurrect. And the visions they described were so detailed, so specific, so architecturally precise, that they read less like poetry and more like blueprints for a world that has not yet arrived. Ezekiel, writing from Babylon in the generation after the temple's destruction, received a series of visions in the final chapters of his book that laid out the restored Israel in a detail that no other prophet matched. Beginning in chapter 40, a figure of bronze, a heavenly surveyor, led Ezekiel through a temple that had never existed and does not exist now, a structure so meticulously described that scholars have been constructing models of it for centuries, arguing over cubit measurements and gate dimensions, and the exact arrangement of chambers and courtyards. The temple Ezekiel saw was not Solomon's rebuilt. It was something new, grander in its proportions, purer in its worship, and centered on a feature that no previous temple had possessed, a river. From beneath the threshold of the temple, water flowed eastward, a trickle at first that became a stream, and then a river so deep it could not be crossed, flowing down through the Judean wilderness and into the Dead Sea, turning the salt waters fresh, filling the barren shore with trees whose leaves never withered and whose fruit never failed, because the water for them flows from the sanctuary. The river from the temple was a reversal of Eden, a second garden emerging from the sacred center, healing the land that sin had damaged, restoring the fertility that judgment had stripped away. And then, in chapters 47 and 48, Ezekiel described a new division of the land among the 12 tribes, and the division bore almost no resemblance to Joshua's original allotment. The tribal territories in Ezekiel's vision were arranged in horizontal strips running east to west across the entire land, each tribe receiving an equal portion, a radical departure from the irregular, overlapping, contested boundaries that had characterized the original settlement. Dan was placed at the far north, followed by Asher, Naphtali, Manasseh, Ephraim, Reuben, and Judah in descending order. Below Judah lay a sacred district containing the new temple, the city, and the territory of the Levitical priests. Below the sacred district, the southern tribes were arranged: Benjamin, Simeon, Issachar, Zebulun, and Gad at the far south. Every tribe was present. Every tribe received land. Dan, whose absence from Revelation's tribal list would later generate centuries of speculation, was not merely included but given the first, most northern strip, a position of prominence that his original allotment had not provided. The equality of the portions was the vision's most radical feature. In the original settlement, Judah had received a vast territory, while Simeon received a handful of cities embedded in Judah's land. Ephraim and Manasseh together had held more land than any other group, while Benjamin had been squeezed into a narrow strip. The inequalities of the original allotment had been sources of rivalry, resentment, and political instability for the entire history of the nation. Ezekiel's vision erased all of that. Equal strips, equal access to the coast and the interior. No tribe larger or smaller, no tribe more central or more peripheral. The geometry of the land itself expressing the theological principle that every tribe mattered equally in the restored Israel. It was a vision that could only come from a God who had watched his people tear themselves apart over territory and favoritism, and had decided that the restored version would be built on a different foundation. The new city, at the center of Ezekiel's vision, had 12 gates, 3 on each side, and each gate bore the name of one of the 12 tribes. 3 gates on the north: Reuben, Judah, Levi. 3 on the east: Joseph, Benjamin, Dan. 3 on the south: Simeon, Issachar, Zebulun. 3 on the west: Gad, Asher, Naphtali. Levi, who had received no territorial allotment in the original division, now had a gate, a permanent place in the structure of the restored city. Joseph appeared as a single name rather than being split into Ephraim and Manasseh. The double portion reconsolidated into the father's name. The crossed hands of Jacob's blessing resolved into a single tribal identity. And the name of the city, the last words of Ezekiel's prophecy, the final statement in the entire book, was not Jerusalem or Zion or the city of David, but something new: Yahweh Shammah. The Lord is there. The city was defined not by its geography or its history or its political significance, but by the presence of the God who dwelt within it. And the name was a promise that whatever the restored Israel would be, it would be a place where God was permanently, irrevocably, unmistakably present. The book of Revelation, written centuries later in a different language to a different audience under different circumstances, picked up Ezekiel's vision and carried it into a new theological register. In chapter 7, the seer John described a scene set in the interval between the opening of the 6th and 7th seals, a pause in the escalating sequence of judgment, during which an angel ascended from the east, carrying the seal of the living God, and commanded the 4 angels who held the winds of destruction to wait. Do not harm the earth or the sea or the trees until we have sealed the servants of our God on their foreheads. Then John heard the number of the sealed, 144,000, 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes of Israel. The list of tribes in Revelation 7 did not match any previous list exactly. Judah was named first, a departure from the birth order tradition, reflecting the tribe's messianic centrality in Christian theology. Jesus of Nazareth was identified explicitly as the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David. Reuben followed, then Gad, Asher, Naphtali, Manasseh, Simeon, Levi, Issachar, Zebulun, Joseph, and Benjamin. Ephraim was absent as a separate name, subsumed under Joseph, the father's name replacing the son's, in a reversal of the split that Jacob had performed at the Egyptian bedside. And Dan was missing entirely, replaced by Manasseh, creating a list that preserved the number 12 but altered its composition in a way that has never been fully explained. The omission of Dan has generated interpretive traditions that range from the plausible to the fantastical. The early church fathers, Irenaeus and Hippolytus, connected Dan's absence to the expectation that the Antichrist would emerge from the tribe, a reading derived partly from Jacob's serpent blessing and partly from the tribe's historical association with idolatry. Others have suggested that Dan's inclusion under the name Joseph or Manasseh was assumed rather than stated, that the list was symbolic rather than exhaustive, or that the omission was a scribal error in the manuscript tradition. The Revelation list was not a census. It was an apocalyptic vision, and apocalyptic visions operate by their own logic, a logic in which numbers are symbolic, names are theological, and the precise relationship between the vision and the historical reality it draws upon is deliberately fluid, designed to evoke rather than catalog, to point toward a truth that exceeds the capacity of any list to contain it. The 144,000 sealed from the tribes were not, in the broader context of Revelation, the totality of the redeemed. Later in the same chapter, John saw a great multitude that no one could number, from every nation, from all tribes and peoples and languages, standing before the throne and before the Lamb, a vision that exploded the tribal boundaries entirely, extending the scope of redemption from the 12 tribes of Israel to every human community on earth. The sealing of the 12 tribes was not an exclusion of the nations. It was a foundation, the original covenant structure preserved and honored as the starting point of a salvation that would radiate outward until it covered the globe. Israel was not replaced. It was fulfilled, its tribal architecture becoming the template for a universal ingathering that the prophets had always said was coming. Revelation's final vision, the New Jerusalem descending from heaven in chapter 21, brought the tribal imagery to its culmination. The city was described in measurements so precise they read like an architect's specification. A perfect cube, 12,000 stadia in length and width and height, its wall 144 cubits, measured by human measurement, which is also an angel's measurement. The wall had 12 foundations, and on them were the 12 names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb, the new covenant community built on the foundation of the old. And the city had 12 gates, 3 on each side, and at the gates 12 angels, and on the gates the names of the 12 tribes of the sons of Israel, east and north and south and west. The same configuration Ezekiel had seen, the tribal names inscribed on the entry points of the eternal city, ensuring that everyone who entered the New Jerusalem walked through a gate named for one of Jacob's sons. The gates were never shut. The text is explicit about this. Its gates will never be shut by day, and there will be no night there. The city that bore the tribal names on its gates was permanently open, permanently accessible, permanently welcoming, a city whose boundaries were defined not by exclusion, but by invitation. The 12 tribes, whose history had been a long chronicle of borders and boundaries and the wars fought to establish and defend them, had become, in the final vision, the names on open doors, the markers of a passage that anyone could walk through, the ancient tribal identities transformed from walls into welcomes. Between Ezekiel's vision and Revelations, the prophets of the post-exilic period continued to speak of the tribes in terms that combined historical memory with eschatological hope. Zechariah, prophesying in the generation of the return, described a future in which the Lord would save the flock of his people and bring them back, because I have compassion on them, and they shall be as though I had not rejected them. He spoke of a king coming to Jerusalem, humble and mounted on a donkey, an image that the gospel writers would see fulfilled when Jesus rode into the city on Palm Sunday. Zechariah envisioned a day when living waters shall flow out from Jerusalem, half of them to the eastern sea and half of them to the western sea, an echo of Ezekiel's temple river, the healing waters flowing from the sacred center to the furthest shores. Malachi, the last of the Old Testament prophets, closed the prophetic canon with a promise and a warning. Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the great and awesome day of the Lord comes. And he will turn the hearts of fathers to their children, and the hearts of children to their fathers, lest I come and strike the land with a decree of utter destruction. The final word of the Old Testament was the threat of destruction tempered by the promise of reconciliation, and the agent of that reconciliation was Elijah, the Gileadite prophet from the territory of Gad, the man who had stood alone on Carmel against 450 prophets of Baal, the man who had been taken up to heaven in a chariot of fire without dying, the man whose return would signal that the great and terrible day was at hand. The last prophetic voice pointed back to a man from the tribal wilderness of the Transjordan, a man whose fierce loyalty to the God of Israel had made him the most fitting herald of the world's final reckoning. The New Testament writers engaged with the tribal tradition at every level. Matthew's genealogy traced Jesus' lineage through Judah and David, the royal tribe and the royal house, establishing the messianic claim that the scepter prophecy had anticipated. Luke's genealogy ran the line all the way back to Adam, universalizing the scope of the redemption while still anchoring it in the particular history of Israel's tribes. Jesus himself chose 12 apostles, a number that was not accidental. The 12 were the nucleus of a reconstituted Israel, a new tribal structure built not on biological descent but on calling, each apostle representing a pillar of the community, the way each son of Jacob had represented a pillar of the nation. When Peter asked Jesus what the disciples would receive for leaving everything to follow him, Jesus answered, "In the new world, when the Son of Man will sit on his glorious throne, you who have followed me will also sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel." The tribes were not a relic. They were a living category, a structure that would persist into the renewed creation, judged by men who had walked the roads of Galilee with a carpenter from Nazareth. James, writing his epistle, addressed it to the 12 tribes in the dispersion, a greeting that assumed the continued existence of the tribal framework, even among communities scattered across the Roman Empire. Whether James was writing to Jewish Christians who still identified with their ancestral tribes, or using 12 tribes as a metaphor for the entire church understood as the new Israel, or some combination of both, the greeting revealed that the tribal vocabulary was still alive, still functional, still capable of naming a community that defined itself by reference to Jacob's sons. The prophetic vision of restoration, the ingathering of the scattered tribes from the four corners of the earth, has been interpreted in radically different ways across the centuries. Jewish tradition has maintained the expectation of a literal return, a physical regathering of all 12 tribes in the land of Israel under a Davidic Messiah, a restoration that the modern state of Israel represents, for many, as a partial or preliminary fulfillment. Christian tradition has generally read the tribal prophecies as fulfilled in the church. The new covenant community that inherits the promises made to Israel and extends them to all nations, though significant streams of Christian thought, particularly in the dispensationalist tradition, maintain an expectation of a future literal restoration of the 12 tribes in a millennial kingdom. The disagreement is not a minor theological quibble. It is the central interpretive question of biblical prophecy. the hinge on which the relationship between Israel and the church, between Old Covenant and New, between promise and fulfillment, turns, and it has generated more argument, more passion, and more misunderstanding than almost any other question in the history of religious thought. What is beyond dispute is that the 12 tribes remain, after 3,000 years, the most potent symbol of a people's identity that the world has ever produced. 12 sons born to 4 women in a tent in Mesopotamia, 12 names spoken over 12 boys by a dying father in Egypt, 12 pillars at the foot of a burning mountain, 12 stones in a riverbed, 12 territories on a map, 12 gates on a city that descends from heaven. The number 12 runs through the story like a thread through a tapestry, binding the beginning to the middle to the end that has not yet arrived, connecting the personal to the national to the cosmic, linking the jealousies of a dysfunctional family to the architecture of eternity. Reuben, who should have been first and was not. Simeon and Levi, who chose violence and received scattering, one into oblivion and the other into consecration. Judah, who sold his brother and offered himself as a slave and carried the scepter into forever. Zebulun and Issachar, who farmed and traded and understood the times. Dan, who struck like a serpent and vanished like smoke. Gad, who raided and was raided and never stopped fighting. Asher, who dipped his foot in oil and sat by his harbors. Naphtali, the doe let loose, swift and beautiful on the heights of the field. Joseph, who dreamed and suffered and forgave and fed the world. Benjamin, the wolf who devoured in the morning and divided the spoil in the evening. Ephraim and Manasseh, the crossed hands, the right and the left, the greater and the great. And Levi, scattered to serve, distributed to teach, the tribe without land whose inheritance was God himself. They are all still here. Not as political entities, not as territorial units, not as census categories in an ancient tribal registry. They are here as names on gates, as promises in prophecy, as chapters in a story that insists, with a stubbornness that 3 millennia of exile and persecution and assimilation and argument have not been able to break, that it is not finished. The world is still waiting. The gates are still open. The river is still flowing from the threshold of a temple that no human hand has yet built. And somewhere, in the hidden arithmetic of God's purposes, the 12 are still 12, still counted, still named, still known, still moving toward a destination that the prophets could see but could not reach, a city whose name is not a location but a presence, a place defined by the 4 syllables that contain more promise than any sentence in any language the human race has ever spoken. The Lord is there.